All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 25th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Supervisor Koenig?
Here.
Friend?
Here.
Hernandez?
Here.
McPherson?
Here.
And Cummings?
Here. I'd like to see if there's any member of the board who'd like to dedicate today's moment of silence. Seeing none, let's just take a brief moment of silence. You'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask the County Administrative Officer, Carlos Palacio, if there's any late additions to the agenda or deletions to consent and regular agendas.
Yes, Chair Cummings and members of the board, there's a couple of corrections on the regular agenda. Item number 11, there's additional materials. There's a revised memo. Packet page 87 is replaced to remove the financial impact sentence number 2. There's also a revised attachment A, packet pages 89 through 96. On the consent agenda, there's on item 102, there's additional materials. There's a revised attachment A resolution. Packet pages 1241 through 1246 are replaced. That concludes the corrections to today's agenda.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask any member of the board if they'd like to remove an item from the consent agenda to the regular agenda. Okay. Seeing none, I'll open up for public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address us on items that are not on the agenda, items that are on consent. And you may also address us on items that are on our regular agenda if you're not able to stay the entire time. But note that if you comment on regular agenda items at this point in time, you won't be able to speak to them when the meeting items are heard.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Cummings and Board of Supervisors. I'm Sarah Shea, and I have the pleasure of serving as Park Superintendent with Santa Cruz County Parks. I want to thank all of you for proclaiming the month of July 2024 as Parks Make Life Better Month here in Santa Cruz County. As the House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the California Parks and Recreation Society, plus the National Recreation and Park Association recognized July as Parks Makes Life Better and Parks and Recreation Month. And we're here in Santa Cruz County. We recognize the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. My fellow professionals are here to share with you this morning some of the many benefits we hold to be true about parks and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jeff Gaffney, Parks and Rec professional. Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance, well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and Alzheimer's. Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, and the attraction and retention of businesses and crime reduction.
Good morning. My name is Kelly, and I am the Aquatics Coordinator for the Parks Department. Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by promoting space and for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyle. For example, on July 4th, we'll be hosting a free community swim day from 12:30 to 4 at the swim center. So come on down.
Good morning, Chair Cummings, Board of Supervisors. I'm Juan Perez Alvarez. I'm the Administrative Service Manager for Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services, and I'm joining my wonderful colleagues in proclaiming July Parks Make Life Better Month. Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that make our communities resilient in the face of natural disaster and climate change. And our Parks and Natural Recreation Area ensures that ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors.
Morning. My name is Jaime Jimenez. I'm a recreation supervisor with the Santa Cruz County Parks Department. One of my roles as a recreation supervisor is to promote health and wellness through positive recreational experiences, improving the physical and mental well-being of the people who live near or far one of our many parks in the Santa Cruz County. Through parks and recreation programming and educational activities, such as year-round after-school program, environmental education, youth sports, and out-of-school seasonal camps, which are all critical to childhood development. To kick off and celebrate Park Make Life Better Month, the Santa Cruz County continues to join forces with the City of Watsonville, City of Capitola, and the City of Santa Cruz to host a spectacular free family fun day event, which is scheduled this Saturday at De La Vega Park. You're all cordially invited. In closing, I invite everyone to celebrate July by using the parks you love, and the events and the programs that get put together by the Santa Cruz County Parks. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for your work with getting folks outside and enjoying our open spaces.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. You know, it's quite fascinating. 10 years ago, there was quite the standoff with a bunch of mercenaries in Nevada and the Bundy family, but up to 400 other cowboys on horseback with guns, there was a standoff. Had the Civil War started in the United States then, that would have been really useful. You guys' jobs as fawns is really quite easy, particularly you, Mr. Heath and Mr. Palacios. I'll explain a little bit. So this is a quote. I see in the near future a crisis approaching that unnerves and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. Corporations have become enthroned in an era of corruption, and high places will follow, and the money power of this country will endeavor to prolong its reign by the working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated into the hands of a few. Well, gee, that might seem like that was something recent, but that was 1864 by a previous president, Abraham Lincoln. You know, it's just fascinating what's going on and what you guys are actually doing. It's the opposite. You still have the pedophile flag in here, and you have the corporate maritime pirate flags, which are very different than the flags outside. So here's another quote. At the end, it's legacy, not legislation. This is the quote. Whenever the legislators endeavor to take away and destroy the property of the people or reduce them to slavery under arbitrary power, they put themselves in a state of war with the people, who are therefore absolved of any further obedience and are left to the common refuge which God hath created for all men against force and violence. That was John Locke. 1632 to 704. So we have some pretty challenging situations. I wish I could stay. Nice to see you guys.
Thank you.
Dear supervisors, I'm Carol Wilhelmy from District 3. I'm a member of the Santa Cruz Coalition for a Healthy and Safe Environment. Regarding agenda item number 13, I have hundreds of signatures of Santa Cruz County residents on a change.org petition I started requesting a ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. Thank you for considering a county-wide ordinance, and thank you, Supervisor Koenig, for sponsoring it. Benzene, formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, and 1,3-butadiene are carcinogenic substances emitted by gas leaf blowers. They're bad for your brains, too. The number one reason to ban the use of gas-powered leaf blowers is to protect the health of Santa Cruz County residents, but more importantly, to protect the health of the operators themselves. And don't forget that the blowers also negatively impact our pets and wildlife. An added benefit of switching from gas to electric tools is the reduced cost to operate and maintain the equipment. Landscape maintenance businesses will have a positive return on investment within a few months of purchase of their new tools, in part thanks to the incentives program provided by the MBARD LEAP program. Today's most powerful battery blowers are just as effective as gas ones for most jobs, especially if the operator uses good technique. I spoke on the phone with a public service supervisor in the city of Coronado back in March of 2021, and he was so enthusiastic. He said, switching to battery-powered blowers and weed whips was the best thing I could have done for my workers. He also commented that it was good for the landscape contractors as well. Maybe we should consider weed whips too. I'm confident that we can do this with some education and incentives, and the Santa Cruz Coalition for a Healthy and Safe Environment is happy to help. Thank you.
Hi, Judy Stabile. I'm an arts commissioner for the 4th District, and I'd like to spend a few moments just thanking you and thanking the county for recognizing the importance of arts and artists in our community. This last Saturday, we had the profile performance of Tammy Brown. Every year for the last 40 years, the Santa Cruz County has recognized an outstanding artist with a national or international reputation who's given significantly to the community. And Tammy Brown was selected, and she gave the most amazing performance and shared with us her story of resilience and hope. And this was an open event free to the community. And I want to thank the Parks Department, especially Kathy DeWild, for wrangling this whole thing and making it work and getting us there on time and making sure that Tammy had a venue to share her artistry. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Cummings, for presenting the proclamation. And just to know that this Grammy-nominated artist, the award that we gave her meant as much to her as the Grammy nominations. So being recognized in your hometown, in your home community, is so important to the artists in our community. And I just want to thank everybody that was involved in making this happen.
Good morning, Chair Cummings and members of the board. My name is Amanda Polson, and I'm the manager of the Mosquito and Vector Control Division under the Ag Commissioner's Office. I'm very proud to present this year's Mosquito and Vector Control Annual Report. Our team completed over 700 service calls for the public in the past year, which included mosquito complaints, rodent exclusion inspections, tick identification, and mosquito-eating fish delivery. Our team also maintained and managed nearly 3,500 mosquito breeding locations throughout the county and monitored for native and invasive mosquitoes by setting over 753 traps during the spring and summer months. Our team is dedicated to serving the community by protecting public health, and we hope you and the public enjoy our annual summary of our work, which is available on our county website and also linked as agenda item number 71 today. And reach out if you need any assistance with vectors in the future. Our service requests can be submitted online. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Good to be here. Those of you who do not know me, I'm Richard. I'm not rich, but I'm a damn good organizer, and I'm here because I want to look at what we can do with a different kind of union. Now, I can later get to your staff and to you, but I'd like your help as you know the new bridge all the way down to Jalisco where Felipe went. The new possibility from the county is not up to my 3 minutes. It's up to what you could do to take a very special woman who's leaving her agency, that's the MHCAN, where they do peer-to-peer. Her last day is going to be Friday. And I just want to turn around so you could see, many of you know, one pastor who left his Watsonville, and it's Jerry Morales. Please, get staff to talk to him. He's going to source a gang for good for Jesus, and for sure, if I've done my homework, I retired, 55 years ago at Stanford. I started what today we're celebrating for this month. So please, you know how hard it is to have that cup of coffee, but I remember when we met. And Justin, let's see what we can do to bring the one block concept first to Watsonville and then to Santa Cruz, where if you take people on a block, they don't live in the sky. Union members live on that block. Vets live on that block, seniors. So I don't see, if I got 13 seconds, I need your help. I will see that the handout gets to you, and no, I've never given up. A union strategy, campus-centered. Let's make something happen different, because you guys know that soon in November, I guess I'm over.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening. Please respect 88 years young. Check Jerry Morales and what we
Thank
could
you
do
so much.
together. One county, one leader.
Thank you, Richard.
Good morning, representatives. My name is Casey Van Hoevel. I am the president of the Monterey Santa Cruz Building Trades Council. I am also vice president for the Santa Cruz area for the Central Labor Council. I'm here to speak with you today to say that ongoing talks and negotiations with staff have been great. I want to appreciate your steadfast support for family health care, retirement benefits, and job opportunities for our local residents. That's what we need to hold the most. Providing opportunities to these residents and veterans of this community is the utmost importance to make sure that we have local residents with family health care on this project. I also want to stand here today and say that I stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters from SCIU and their ongoing negotiations as well too. I look forward to seeing progressive and good negotiations from that as well too. And I want to thank you again for that steadfast support for these local residents with family health care and retirement benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Becky Steinbruner, resident of rural Aptos. Thank you again for removing the plexiglass barrier. It's much better to be able to speak with you without a plexiglass in the way. I want to first let you all know that last Saturday was the ham radio field day in the old par 3 lot in Aptos. It was very well attended. I did invite all of you. I don't know if you or any of your staff was able to come by, but it was an excellent event and was covered on KSBW television that evening as the top news story. This was amateur radio communications training to help local agencies in times of disaster and long-term power outages. It happens every year. It's the 4th full weekend of June, so I hope you'll come next year. I also want to alert you and your constituents that the County Environmental Health is working at changing the county's well ordinance. It will affect most notably agricultural wells. So I ask that you talk with staff and notably with your constituents before that comes to the Planning Commission and before it comes to your board. Thank you for that. Finally, I want to just say that I attended last night the first of 2 open houses for the Regional Transportation Commission's Zero Emission Passenger Rail and Trail Project. It was in Watsonville last night. It will be at the Live Oak Grange tonight. And there will also be a presentation to the Watsonville City Council. This is very interesting. I learned a lot, like an underground tunnel under Highway 1 in Aptos, and positioning of stations is of great concern to me. Thank you very much.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Madam Secretary. My name is Charlie Walker II. I'm here on Santa Cruz County, Region 3, and I'm a SCIU member here. And our contract, as you know, is up the 30th of this month. And I just want to let you know that we're in negotiations as well, I'm sure you know. And we want to keep that alive and just remind you that we care and I give care. And we want to keep that rolling and as long as we can. And so just remember us, and we appreciate you meeting with us with negotiations. And so thank you.
Buenos días a todos los miembros. Mi nombre es Esquivel Figueroa y soy un proveedor de cuidado en el hogar, trabajando para el programa IHSS. Mi historia es de que yo tengo 3 años en el programa, cuidando a mi hija. Mi esposa tiene ya 14 años en el programa. Y gracias a este programa es que nuestros retos son menos pesados. Deseamos que ustedes continúen apoyando el programa y aprueben mejor paga para las familias como la mía y trabajadores que están en el programa también. Y en nombre de todos les quiero dar las gracias.
My name is Esquivel Figueroa. My story is that I take care of my daughter, and I've been in the program for 3 years. My wife has 14 years in the program. Thanks to the program exist, the challenges that we face are less. We hope that you can continue to support this program and provide better wages for families like mine in the IHSS family program. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maricela Lopez, and I am here representing as well the IHSS program. It has helped a lot. It is a struggle with a lot of our clients, and it is a big job. It is my petition to request for our salaries so we can have a good cost of living as well, because it's really hard out there. And our contract is expiring. So I'm looking at all of you to, give us a hand into our salaries, and, our increase of living is up there. So if you guys can just keep us in mind, and the challenges that we encounter every day today, it is sometimes very challenging. Myself, I deal with Alzheimer, and it's my mom. So it is a lot of help for me as her daughter. And it's nice to see that this program helps us to be with our loved ones and others that need our help as well. We do all their meds, we do all their cleaning, we do all their meal preps. So it's, something that we are avoiding taking them to a home. And this program is really helping our families be able to help our own family. And I know there's a lot of us out there that are doing the same and would like to keep this program running with also, our cost of living going up there. So please keep us in mind, and thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cummings and members of the board. Jennifer Merchant with Gray Bears. I'm here to address item 84 on your consent agenda. Just really here to thank your staff for working with Gray Bears to negotiate this year's contract, specifically Matt Machado and Carolyn Burke and Darcy Kalasa, whom we've worked with this year in negotiating the contract. And we appreciate the 26-year partnership in sustainability and moving forward sustainability and facilitating recycling in Santa Cruz County, while also ensuring that seniors are able to live healthy and meaningful lives. Our contract supports our Food for Seniors program and our healthy food bags that we deliver to over 4,000 seniors in the county on a weekly basis. So we do want to thank your staff as well as your board for the ongoing support and partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other member of the public here presently that would like to speak to us on item on consent, item on the regular agenda? Seeing none, are there any speakers online?
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. You folks can all hear me now, right?
Yes, we can.
Cool. So, Manu, I'm speaking to you because, I voted for you, and so did my family. Okay. And so did a lot of residents around my home. Okay. And I'm speaking to the rest of the board as well. But just so you know, I'm in your district, Manu. Look, this camping concept, okay, I don't like it. All right. I'm very concerned because I don't have insurance yet. Okay. And I just got to try to, give you folks some examples here because, my engineering experience is real and you need to listen to engineers. Okay. When you're handling a lot of people and you're responsible for their safety. All right. I'm just going to level with you, Zach. Okay. If a fire comes through here and it starts because of some camper or e-bike or some other kind of concept that you guys are all talking about, and a whole bunch of people are killed, okay? You're going to have a lot of liberals, too, that are going to be very upset with you folks, okay? That's how that goes. I mean, you could think here, Lahaina or Paradise, you got to think there's a lot of minorities that live all around me. How's the Mexican guy going to feel if his daughter and his wife are stuck on a road and are cooked in a car and they're melted, all right? And they can't get out. So you folks need to stop and think a little bit, okay? As an engineer here, I worked for a lot of defense companies, and even before that, I worked for a lot of industrial companies where there was extreme danger. I didn't take any crap from unions or management. I ran the show, okay? So what you're doing here, what you're thinking about is highly uncool. I don't want my daughter dying in a fire because some fool made a decision here, okay? So you think about that.
Thank you so much.
Chris, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. I'm Chris Ryan. I'm speaking in favor of item 13 in support of the policy on gas-powered leaf blowers. I'm a District 3 resident and a member of the Santa Cruz Coalition for a Healthy and Safe Environment. By now, nearly everyone's aware of the outsized impacts of gas-powered leaf blowers on public health, on the environment, and on quality of life. It's a steep tax that everyone's forced to pay, most of all landscape workers themselves, all for moving leaves, which rakes, brooms, and battery-powered blowers can handle very well. There's been $27 million in state funding already, and now there's the LEAP program for the local Tri-County area with plenty of funds sitting unused, which is giving landscapers new batteries and blowers at 80% off the cost. There's no more reasons anymore to allow gas-powered leaf blowers to keep taxing everyone's health and sanity. So we thank Supervisor Koenig, and we urge you all to please support this long overdue policy. Thank you.
Andrew, your microphone's now available.
Fantastic. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. So Andrew Forsyth, sadly, I won't be able to stick around for the entirety of the meeting today, but I really wanted to thank Supervisor Cummings and the board for considering lending its support to item 42 today, the Senate Bill 803, the Heal Our Heroes Act, which focuses on decriminalizing psychedelic plants and fungi for therapeutic use in regulated settings, particularly for veterans and first responders with PTSD. Aaron Newsom and I have already submitted our comments to the record. He is the COO for the Santa Cruz Veterans Alliance. But I just wanted to reiterate three quick ideas that I would encourage the Board of Supervisors to endorse. One is to expand the list of qualified providers. Right now, the bill identifies just a small subset of providers. We would recommend considering the National Alliance on Mental Health recommendations for providers like mental marriage and family therapists and others. Secondly, we think it's really important to incorporate provisions for identifying public funding or research on psilocybin-assisted therapy. Right now, the data are still out. It's not entirely clear how well this works, what the safety and efficacy looks like. We need more investment to really clarify that. And then third, I would say that really we would encourage you to ensure that there's sufficient funding to evaluate the pilot program that includes Santa Cruz to determine its effectiveness and safety. Finally, I would just say, SB 803 is really great, but really it should go beyond those people who have occupational exposures to trauma. It really should be available, if we find safety and efficacy, to a broader pool of people who experience trauma, women, racial, sexual minorities, and others. So thanks to the board in particular for considering this bill, and thanks for your time today.
Rija, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, council members. My name is Shrija Pavaluri, and I'm the Government Affairs and Policy Associate at Toronto Wireless, a technology startup headquartered in the Bay Area. Last year, we raised over $250,000 for the Valley Medical Foundation at our inaugural Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers in recognition of their selfless service throughout the COVID-19 crisis. This year, we ask you to join us on this Saturday for our 4th annual Bloom Energy and Toronto Wireless Stars and Strides community run to raise $360,000 for the Valley Health Foundation, with 3,000 paying participants and 400 volunteers. Tonight, we have 3 requests. First, please register yourself and your family at starsandstridesrun.com. For our elected leaders, please sign up under the elected official Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to your own community members. We have sample texts you can consider using to make it easy. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online community communications between now and race day. We have an opportunity to gather to celebrate and support our frontline healthcare workers. Please join us in Discovery Meadow in downtown San Jose on June 29, this Saturday, and spread the word throughout your communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Matthew, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Estepona, Director of Government Affairs with the Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California. We are a national nonprofit trade association, upskilling hundreds of apprentices in the trades and representing local and family-owned businesses who have been doing work in your county for generations. We are for creating an environment where people and companies succeed, and we believe workers and employers should have the right to determine wages and working conditions through either individual or collective bargaining as they choose within the boundaries of the law. We are, however, opposed to forced project labor agreements, and I am here to express our opposition to item number 29, the planned project labor agreement, even if it is for a pilot project. One needs to look at the city of Watsonville, which recently voted to rebid a project outside of their PLA placed in perpetuity because they received only one bid that was over $7 million over the estimated cost. We would like to be stakeholders to help negotiate a project and labor agreement that has fair language to ensure apprentices are able to work on public projects, that contractors have a say in the terms of which and how workers are able to work, and to ensure that their workers are able to receive their hard-earned wages and benefits. We are ready, willing, and able to provide that language and are going to be scheduling follow-up meetings with all members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff, and to provide that language so our workers and apprentices' stories are elevated. And most importantly, we are ready to advocate that the people of Santa Cruz County have access to a project that is built on budget and on time within the confines of this pilot project with a project labor agreement. Thank you for the time, and we'll be talking up to you soon.
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, Library Bill of Rights. This was posted on the door of the Sacramento Library where a friend lives. And I'd like to see it posted here on our library doors and adhered to. Here's how it reads. The American Library Association affirms that all libraries and forums for information ideas and that the following basic policies should guide their services. 1, books and other library resources should be provided for the interest, information, and enlightenment of all people of the community the library serves. Materials should not be excluded because of the origin, background, or views of those contributing to their creation. 2, libraries should provide materials and information presenting all points of view on current and historical issues. Materials should not be proscribed or removed because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. Number 3, libraries should challenge censorship in the fulfillment of their responsibility to provide information and enlightenment. 4, libraries should cooperate with all persons and groups concerned with resisting abridgment of free expression and free access to ideas. 5, a person's right to use a library should not be denied or abridged because of origin, age, background, or views. 6, libraries which make exhibit spaces and meeting rooms available to the public they serve should make such facilities available on an equitable basis, regardless of the beliefs or affiliations of individuals or groups requesting their.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett.
Sally, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name is Sally Monroe and I live in Ben Lomond. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having this opening up the session for public comment. I'm here to comment on number 14, item 14. As a person that lives in the San Lorenzo Valley, of course, I am against the amendment to change the regulations on low impact camping in the area. I am, of course, worried about the additional fire hazards this will bring to our area and put a strain on our existing resources to fight the fires. I'm also rather concerned about the impact that additional camping will have on the wildlife and our watershed up in the hills there. I'm concerned that a for-profit company is kind of pushing for this amendment, because if this amendment is passed here in Santa Cruz County, it will make it more likely that it will be passed in the state of California, and that will potentially make this company money. And if we're having an amendment like this, I would like it to be passed because the people that live here in Santa Cruz County would like to have it passed, not because of influence of an outside for-profit company. And additionally, one last thing that I'm concerned about is that this county of supervisors recently would like to put a parcel tax to help protect our wildlife in the area by supporting nonprofits and things. I think this is a really good idea, but if we want to do that, it seems that this ordinance is actually acting against that. So if we want to protect the nature in Santa Cruz County, I really feel that changing this amendment, opening up low impact camping in environmentally sensitive areas is not going to be doing us any. It's not going to be helping the wildlife or the land or the watershed, and it may possibly also cause more fires. Thank you.
Lithonia, your microphone is now available.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm here in regards to item number 42 in the packet, and this is related to Assembly Bill 803 that another person came in that called in on, and I am calling in support of Santa Cruz, San Francisco, and San Diego's participation. I am a Santa Cruz resident and homeowner living on the west side. And so some of you may know that I was one of the people, actually the first person to bring the decriminalization measure to Santa Cruz, which had overwhelming support by the community and was passed in 2020 unanimously by our city council then. So thank you all for that. Anyone who was involved who might be here today. So I want to start by saying that while I'm not directly affected and I'm not myself a veteran, nor do I have PTSD, it's more been by way of experience. I'm more championing the people who I know. And my very closest friend has PTSD from childhood abuse and neglect. And it was actually psychedelics that allowed him to surface the memories in a safe place under the care and guidance of a psychiatrist. Additionally, they had suffered from migraines that recurred biweekly and responded to prescribed tryptamines. The symptoms only went away after month-long course of microdosing psilocybin mushrooms. So I'm speaking to that because the other gentleman who spoke up also wanted to see this go beyond I think as he put it, work-related trauma and such like that. The last quote I want to throw out there is from some facilitators who are providing this, and they have to sort of be underground, so I can't say their names, but they have experience, and they said from their 7 years of experience facilitating plant medicines in a ceremonial setting, we have seen these be effective in healing PTSD. And I guess my time is up.
Aaron, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning, members of the Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors. My name is Aaron Newsome. I am the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of the Santa Cruz Veterans Alliance. And long member of the Santa Cruz County community. I'm here to express my strong support for agenda item number 42 regarding Senate Bill 803, the Heal Our Heroes Act, which proposes a pilot program to provide psychedelic assisted therapy for veterans and first responders suffering from PTSD, depression, and anxiety. I'm a local veteran who has greatly benefited from psychedelic assisted therapies. I also participate in veteran peer support services here in the county around mental health care and support and benefit services. This bill is a crucial step in addressing the mental health care crisis affecting those who have served our nation. As a veteran, I can personally attest to the life-changing impact of these treatments. Santa Cruz has been a leader in recognizing the potential benefits of psychedelic therapy. In 2020, the City Council decriminalized the use and minor possession of psychedelic plants and fungi for those over 21. And since then, there has been no significant increase in related crimes. I urge the board to support SB 803 as spoken about earlier, with specific enhancements, expanding qualified providers, public sector funding for research and monitoring and evaluation plans. Supporting this bill aligns with our commitment and innovative mental health treatments for the well-being of our veterans and first responder communities. By backing SB 803 and these enhancements, we can pave the way for therapies that have the potential to save and improve lives. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments on items on the consent agenda. I'll start with Supervisor Koenig.
Chair, on items 33 and 34, recruitment and retention incentive programs for the chief building official, inspector classification, and for environmental health specialist series, I want to thank the Department of Community Development and Infrastructure personnel and CAO's office for these items. I'm really hoping that they do the trick. It's imperative that we fill these positions as soon as possible, particularly the chief building official. It's hard to imagine how we're going to build the 5,000 units required by our new housing element without a chief building official, especially with the need to inspect a lot more complex multifamily projects. Furthermore, we know that a limited applicant pool and an enormous licensing requirement have created challenges in hiring. So one thing we can do to be sure we're ready to hire our next CBO from within and grow our own is really refund and recruit for the senior building inspector position as well, which sits right under the CBO. And I will ask our board in the future to look at allocating future revenues to funding that position. On item 42, in support of SB 803, the Heal Our Heroes Act, I want to thank Chair Cummings for proposing a way forward on this state legislation. Fundamentally, I'm very supportive of advancing the use of psychedelics for effective mental health treatment, particularly when it comes to treating PTSD for veterans and law enforcement. However, if state legislators think our county health officer has the time and expertise to implement a research project on psychedelics, they tripping. A realistic path forward is if the California Department of Public Health conducts the research in collaboration with relevant academic institutions, and I would welcome a pilot program physically located in the county of Santa Cruz. On item 57, the update on the county's behavioral health bridge housing program, approving the agreement with LifeArc. I want to thank the Behavioral Health Division, Housing for Health, CAO's office, and Capital Projects for getting us to this important milestone on the project. Everyone working on homelessness in our community received cause to celebrate after the most recent point in time count showed that the number of people experiencing homelessness in our community has stabilized at close to the lowest level since counting began. This behavioral health bridge housing program is going to keep driving homelessness down. It will be a significant resource that allows us to continue treating people who visit our psychiatric facility for months rather than discharging them to the street after just hours. With a quick build modular construction approach, it's a project that uses the most modern methodology available, and I look forward to it opening in early 2025. Finally, on item 72, accepting $650,000 from the State Coastal Conservancy for the Coastal Lagoons and East Cliff Drive Resiliency Project. I want to thank Parks and CDI for their forward-looking work on this. It's become apparent to anyone who watched the winter storms from Morin Lake or Corcoran Lagoon over the last couple of years that we have to do something. And I can't tell you how many people have asked me when we are going to build bridges at these locations. This project will, of course, look at the feasibility of doing just that, as well as other very affordable nature-based solutions. Scientists have told us that coastal estuaries like these are a huge resource as we adapt to climate change, and I applaud staff for the forward-looking approach on this project.
That's all. Thanks. Supervisor Friend.
Thank you. On item 18, which is a second read of an ordinance, I voted no on the first time. I'd just like to register a no vote on 18. On item 41, I'd like to thank my colleague Supervisor Hernandez for joining with me in getting this board to support the renaming of the community room down at our new beautiful Westbridge Center. And thank you for all those that helped see through that project to provide additional equity and access to our South County residents, and naming it after a supervisor that helped lead the charge in that, which is our former supervisor, Greg Caput. On item 42, I definitely received some concerns from some constituents and some state folks. So I'm just going to register a no vote on 42. And on 3 items that I think deserve a lot of praise for our public works team, who, as has been highlighted in the last month or so, have been doing a lot without very many resources. On item 79 on San Andreas Road and 83 on Trout Gulch, I just want to thank you for, and Mr. Wiesner and Russell Chen and his team on the remarkable work on that. And on item 101, which is the Green Valley Road Bike and Pedestrian project, this has been a significant investment from the county, in particular from the general fund, but it took a lot of work from Public Works to ensure that they secured a pretty significant grant from the state and from the RTC for additional coverage. The Supervisor Hernandez and I know, because we literally split that road right down the middle of it. You can't drive down that road and not see teams of folks walking to school, walking to the store, walking to the park. And right now there is not a safe way to really do that. And this project will really address that issue. So this is a significant investment in South County safety and equity, in particular in the bike and pedestrian space. It's a large investment from the state, a large investment from the local community, but I just want to acknowledge the significant hard work that it took to put this all together. So appreciation for Public Works on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things. Again, I'd like to mention or address item number 41, the South County Center Community Room. Thanks, Supervisors Friend and Hernandez, for bringing this item forward in the name the community room there at our South County Government Center, which we just had the groundbreaking after former Supervisor Greg Caput. I enjoyed serving with Supervisor Caput in this board during much of his term and his 3 terms here. I also want to recognize his years of service on the Watsonville City Council before he became elected to the board. He's an amazing person. He won some races that people said he didn't have a chance to win. And it was just hard work and going door to door and community participation that delivered the seat for him and his hard work. We all know how dedicated he is to the South County community, so it's very fitting that we dedicate that community room in the name of Greg Caput to capture that spirit of public service that he embodied throughout his career. Secondly, on item number 89, the Mountain Charlie Fiscal Agreement, I want to thank you, the Public Works team, for this item and for its work with the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience, and to our state and federal delegation to address the situation at Mount Charlie Road. We know how devastating the loss of this road has been for the residents there, and we wish we had the money right now to completely fix it. We're working on that, as are our state and federal representatives. And while we make efforts to obtain disaster funding, this item will at least make it possible for the community to contribute toward the solution through the Community Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hernandez.
A few comments. I want to thank everyone that came and gave public comment from SCAU 2015 for making their voices heard, and thank the public comment from Parks for sharing all the great work that they're doing. And a few comments. Also, I want to thank CDI Public Works for opening up Paulson Road. I received a lot of emails about that road, and there's a certain social media site that I'm not on, but a lot of people called me about it, saying that, they're talking about, sending you emails and stuff. But, there's concern about it. But, for me, I thought it was a good thing because, we needed to get some voices in South County about that road. So I want to thank, CDI for opening up the road. And in terms of the other items, 29, 41, 43, 42, I'm glad that we're getting everybody together to have a discussion about the PLA. I'm glad that's happening. The last time it felt like it wasn't happening. So I'm glad we're moving forward, and I look forward to, after the July break, to come back and hear the update of what's happening with that item 29. For item number 41, the South County Center, I think right now, from what I hear, there's some health issues, complications with former Supervisor Caput. So I wanted to bring this forward because Greg was always really a community-oriented individual. He was a public servant, and no matter on what side of the spectrum you were, he was always a person that you could approach about the issues. And no matter what side of the issue you're on, you can always approach them and really have a heartfelt conversation with them about any issue. So, I thought it was appropriate that the community room would be an appropriate space for naming of Greg Caput. So I'm really glad that, Supervisor Friend also agreed, and we moved this forward. With item 42, I think some of the words that Supervisor Koenig said, I want to express that the Palo Alto VA, which covers this area up to Monterey County, has been really forward thinking in terms of doing studies with, both the cannabis and both with psychedelics on veterans, treating veterans with PTSD. And they're continuing to do studies, and we could reach out to them, at least their Monterey Marina office, to see if they would be interested in, being participants in this, because they have been participating through the Palo Alto office. But I'm supportive of it. I see all the stuff that they do at the VA in Palo Alto with it. And so I'm excited that we're supporting this bill. Item number 43, props to Ramon, my staff that's going to serve on the integrated waste management. And that concludes my remarks. 43, yes.
Thank you. All right, I'll just make some quick remarks and just want to thank everybody who came here to speak during the comment period. Item number 29, this is related to the Project Labor Agreement project, and I'm just happy to see that our staff are continuing to work with the unions to bring something forward, and so looking forward to hopefully having something come forward in the fall that we can launch and see how this works in our community. Items 33, 34, 35, and 75, these are all related to recruitment and retention incentive programs for a variety of different positions. And I just want to thank the staff for really trying to see how we can incentivize keeping people with the county in terms of our workforce, and then also being able to better recruit people into our workforce. And so it'll be great to get an update maybe later in the fall about how well these programs are working and how we can continue to improve these programs over time so that we can make sure that we have a robust workforce here in Santa Cruz County. Item number 41, I also want to express my appreciation to Supervisor Friend Hernandez for bringing this item forward around naming the community room at the Westridge facility after Supervisor Caput. I don't know. I've served on a number of different boards with former Supervisor Caput. I know how much he truly cared about the community, and so I think it's a great way to honor his years of service. Item number 42, I just wanted to thank Senator Josh Becker for reaching out to have Santa Cruz considered as a location for the pilot project, which aims to utilize psychedelics to help treat PTSD and other forms of mental health, beginning with former first responders and veterans. I will say that the one change that came out of having conversations with the county is that within the bill, it seemed like the onus was going to be on the county to roll out the program. And, with our funding challenges and the fact that they're recommending that, we participate, I think it's only fitting that the state be the one that designs the program. We can locate the facility here. More than happy to do that. And we can work with providers in our area to see who might be most fitted. But given the challenges that we're facing, I don't think it's appropriate for us to take on that challenge wholeheartedly with all the costs associated with it. So I'm hoping that this may be able to get incorporated into the bill. I know that they've had some challenges. Some folks spoke earlier about, expanding the providers. And if you read the language of the bill, there's a lot of red line in there where they cut a lot of the people who could provide this treatment. So it seems like it's a challenging bill to begin with, but I think this is a good first step for our community to be able to express its support for these kinds of services being developed within our county. Item number 57, which is related to the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program. Really excited to see this getting off the ground. And if you haven't had a chance already, within the agenda report, there's a link to the Life Arc kind of program, and they show how they assemble the different types of housing complexes. And it's really impressive to see how they can really, put housing together in a very rapid format. And so hopefully we can use this and continue to work with this organization to maybe create some affordable housing in our community. And it's going to be exciting to see this all get rolled out. Item number 74. This is a really a big item for the 3rd district. This is the item related to the transfer of Greyhound Rock from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to the county. The county has been operating this facility for about 60 years. And it's been the property of Fish and Wildlife, and we've been operating it, paying for all the costs, and recently had an opportunity with the Coastal Conservancy to receive funding to move forward with planning a low-cost accommodation facility on the site, with the understanding that either we'd be in a long-term operating agreement or we would own the property. Given some challenges that we had faced for years working with Fish and Wildlife, last year our board decided that we were no longer going to operate that facility unless it was transferred over to us. I think Fish and Wildlife realized how challenging it is to run that facility. And so as a result, this MOU that we have before us is moving forward with the process to have that, I think it's like 69-acre property transferred over to the county. And so we're excited to see this moving forward. We will be looking forward to hopefully receiving funding from the Coastal Conservancy so we can start planning out what a low-cost accommodation facility would be on that site, which would be managed by the county. So we'll make sure that that's clear. But we look forward to working with the community to see what we can design so that we can create more access for young people, school groups, researchers on our coast. And then lastly, I just want to item number 89, just want to thank staff for bringing this item forward to work with the Community Foundation to have them be a fiscal sponsor for Mountain Charlie Road repairs. I think that, we all see the need to reopen Mountain Charlie, and it's a slow going process, partly because we have to wait for Mother Nature to stop sliding. And, but now that we have an opportunity to move forward, it's great that we have a partnership with the Community Foundation so that we can start investing in the repairs and hopefully get those repairs going as quickly as possible. And so with that, I'll look to my colleagues to see if there's someone who'd like to move the consent agenda.
Move consent agenda. Second.
Oh, yeah. So move the consent agenda. So we have a motion by Supervisor Hernandez, second by Supervisor Koenig, with a no vote registered from Supervisor Friend on item number 42.
And some other one.
And 18.
18.
Right. Okay. Okay. With that, we'll take the roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Cummings.
Aye. That passes with unanimously, with the exception of items number 18 and 42, with no votes from Supervisor Friend. Okay. So with that, that takes us to our regular agenda. And the first item on our agenda is a presentation by Central Coast Community Energy on the annual member agency update. We'll turn that over to our CAO, Carlos Palacios.
Well, I want to welcome Rob Shaw, the Chief Executive Officer of Central Coast Community Energy. As many of you are aware, we are the founding county of Central Coast Community Energy. This is where it all started. And so it's appropriate that we have our CEO here today. I serve on the operations board. Supervisor McPherson, who was one of the founding board members who started this is on the policy boards today. And so we're welcome Rob, and I know we're doing lots of exciting and great things, and we're happy to have Rob here to share with the board all of our goals and accomplishments.
Thank you, Chair Cummings and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you. And I do want to extend my thanks to both Director McPherson and Director Palacios, who have served on our Policy and Operations Board since the beginning. They are largely responsible both in serving in leadership roles with the agency and continuing to do that to ensure its stability and success moving forward. So I greatly appreciate their support and the work that they've done. They're responsible for a lot of the successes that we've seen as an agency. I'm hoping to walk through quickly a snapshot of what the agency's successes have been, what our financial footing is, and really sharing with you the health and the vibrancy and the stability of your community choice energy agency. There's a lot on this slide, but what I want to point out is that we currently have 7 projects operating and delivering energy on behalf of customers. There's 2 geothermal projects, a wind project, and 4 solar plus storage projects delivering a renewable clean energy around the clock with the geothermal, and then with the batteries really shaping and meeting customer demands with renewable energy. And we're doing that in a way that we're selecting projects and looking at projects under the guidance of our policy board with a project selection methodology that ensures that those local values and those local commitments of how do we get more value from our projects, whether that's through our project selection criteria that was put together with the support of local stakeholders, community members, and with labor to ensure that those projects are delivering on the promises of community energy. And we're doing it significantly cheaper than the incumbent IOUs. The average residential customer in our service territory is seeing rates that are 17% below that of PG&E. And in the Southern California Edison territory, because we're the only CCA that splits across 2 IOU territories, customers are currently seeing a 2% savings. But we'll be going next year with a cost of service approach for the entire territory to have a single rate for all customers, delivering that essential value of low, stable rates to all customers. And then on this slide, the other point that I really want to highlight is the 323,000 metric tons of carbon emissions avoided in this year alone. Those projects delivering mean that we're not relying on natural gas and other emitting resources to meet our customer needs. In addition to those 323,000 metric tons of carbon emissions avoided, our energy programs have avoided another 4,000 metric tons. And you can see there that the programs are a really important part to enabling customers to be part of the climate solution. But those projects in avoiding emissions from natural gas facilities, that's where the real impact continues to be for climate solutions long term. Oops, click on the button there. This slide is really just trying to convey the financial success, stability. Your agency is a healthy, vibrant agency that is well positioned for success into the long term. We're one of the first CCAs with an A credit rating from Standard & Poor's. We continue to hold that positive outlook from the rating agency. Our operating cost in this year, 94% or more is cost of energy, and only 2% of our costs are coming from staff, another 4% from program commitments, and then you have your other smaller costs that are outside of that for the building and other costs. We have no debt. We have no unfunded liabilities for pension liabilities or otherwise. And all of our contracts, that $4.5 billion, is only related to, it's a take and pay, meaning that the energy has to be produced, it has to be delivered to the grid, and then there's a payment obligation. So there's no current obligation with any contracts, only when energy is delivered on behalf of customers. And this isn't by mistake. This is through really disciplined decision-making and advice, both from the operations board and then from the policy board around strong financial policies, energy risk management, commitments. And then we have an energy risk management committee that meets monthly to look at the market and where we're trading and meeting our hedge requirements to ensure that we can be cost effective and not expose the agency or any of our customers to unneeded cost. Operational successes, you could take a $562 million operating revenue budget and come up with a number of successes. But let me just highlight a few here. There are the 22 projects and that include, I think, 7 storage-only projects. The diversity of resources there is what the success is. It's not just solar. It's not just solar plus storage. It's not just lithium-ion batteries. We're advancing new technologies like compressed air, like closed-loop geothermal to ensure that we can meet those needs and be flexible as we move into the future. All of our operating projects are generating a net positive benefit for customers at 56%. That means that for every dollar we spend, we're creating a benefit of $1.56 on behalf of customers. That's because our projects have other revenue streams that we utilize to meet our regulatory compliance, resource adequacy, kind of an insurance project to make sure that we're always going to be able to keep the lights on, or renewable energy credits and meeting our renewable portfolio standard, which is the legislative edict that requires 100% of clean and renewable energy by 2045. Our commitment in pursuing these projects so aggressively is that we want to meet that 100% goal by 2030. And we're going to do it not by stressing optics, not by valuing paper certificates that don't move the needle, but by investing instead in real projects. So some CCAs will be 100% today, largely using certificates. We're making investments so that when we say 100%, our projects are delivering that on behalf of customers. I do want to talk a little bit about, meeting that resource adequacy requirement. This is a big challenge over the last year. It's a big financial commitment on behalf of customers, but 3CE is meeting the state's needs for renewable energy. As we are able to deliver more and more intermittent resources like solar, like wind, we need assurance that when the sun is not shining and the wind's not blowing, that we're able to meet those needs. We do that part through the insurance product of resource adequacy, and then in part of securing those novel technologies, lithium-ion storage batteries, compressed air, chemical flow batteries, looking for on and offshore wind deliveries that will complement those solar profiles. That allows us to get value, as you saw before, the 56 net benefit value for all of our projects, reducing the cost of that resource adequacy. So we've changed the way that we work there to be able to do that on behalf of customers. We've also pursued prepayment of some of our long-term PPA obligations. Now, it doesn't change our take and pay structure under the contracts, but we work with Goldman Sachs to issue a $650 million bond that allows them to arbitrage the value of that bond in the market and then meet our payment obligations and then sell the energy to us at a discount. So we're saving $33 million on behalf of customers over 7 years, a little over 11%. And then I think the most significant operational success for the agency is that all of our energy programs, our community programs, 19% of those programs are making their way to income qualified customers. That's a significant number when you think about a rebate structured incentive program. These customers have to make that investment and then achieve the rebate from 3CE. We're looking at ways to increase that even more in future years, but that's roughly 5 to 7%, depending on some of the calculations for who is in that band of income qualified. We have income qualified that's 200% of federal poverty. And then for our Electrify Your Ride program that does chargers, electric vehicle incentives, they go up to 400% of federal poverty. And then the 40 full-time professional employees. This is here because this agency historically has maintained about a 30% vacancy rate. We've halved that. We now have 40 expert professionals working on our staff, and we're looking to close that even more and probably grow staff a little bit more over the next few years as more and more projects start to come online and need to be operated in the energy markets. Santa Cruz County and the residents of Santa Cruz County have seen $4.5 million investment through community programs. And these are dollars spent as recorded here. But I want to stress that these are lives impacted. That's the benefit of these programs. So that's nearly $500,000 in ag electrification for forklifts, tractors, charging operations, water and irrigation pumps. But that's also small businesses that are able to make an investment to ensure that their business meets their personal values and be part of that climate transition. The electric school bus that's at the elementary school in Bonnie Doon, those kids have now an opportunity for an electric bus that doesn't have emissions, reducing potential for asthma and other kind of childhood breathing challenges. Electrify Your Home program, nearly 54% of the entire budget for Electrify Your Home has been spent in Santa Cruz County. And that's primarily through really good coordination with your building and planning department, but also with our contracting partners. And Bellow Electric has been one of those partners that's been very invested in this program, ensuring that residents are getting the value. If I had a partner like Bellows in all of the other counties, this would be one of our most successful programs. The Electrify Your Ride is probably our most popular program. That's home chargers as well as vehicles. There are incentives for used vehicles, about $1,000, $2,000 for new vehicles, and they increase, I think, to $5,000 for income qualified customers. In the new construction, we helped ensure that the new, I think it's Tabasa affordable housing complex on Green Valley was built all electric with no natural gas plumbing at that facility. A little bit of market insights. It's important to note the business has to work so that all of the other benefits can flow. And what we're seeing here, I don't include this just because every energy chart needs to track cost. But what we're seeing is that the cost of energy in the CAISO market, it continues to grow. And we're expecting some short-term relief, but we'll see larger cost of energy as we move forward. There's two takeaways for this. One is, to meet our climate goals, affordable energy is an essential part of the solution. Otherwise, customers won't make the switch to all electric appliances, vehicles, and homes. The other takeaway here is, and it may not be as pertinent to Santa Cruz County as it might be to San Benito and Monterey County, but the acceleration of AI and data center development will continue to increase the demand of these resources. And those operations require 100% secured delivery of energy. So they tend to rely more on combustion resources that are there that can be on standby at all times because they can't have a blip in service. So meeting those customer needs and being able to do so at an affordable level is going to be a challenge for our agency and other agencies like ours. And as we move forward, I think the big takeaways here are around that affordability question. Our programs are going to change. We're going to think about how we can add more upfront value for customers. We're going to look at how customers control their energy consumption and their energy demands. Our policy board will consider a new program this Wednesday, tomorrow, for a behind-the-meter residential battery program that's going to help our local solar installers connect with their customers to help provide battery storage at a discount. It's going to help those customers be able to participate not just in load shifting and using that low cost, low emission, abundant solar resources in the middle of the day and move that energy to the evening when they're home and need to wash clothes or run their dryers. But it's also going to help them participate in demand response programs so that when there are grid stressed events, our customers can be part of the solution in shifting load and dispatching to the grid from their batteries. We're going to have to be creative as we move forward to find non-rate revenue sources to sustain our energy programs. Want to make sure that while there are investments that we make with our rates, that we develop programs that can sustain with their own revenue source resources or other revenues within the agency. What that's going to allow us to do, from my standpoint, is deliver more and more income qualified payment assistance programs. I think that's an important part for the agency as we move forward, trying to avoid shutoffs and all of the the basket of harms that come when a family is shut off from their electric service. I want to ensure that our agency continues to have a physical presence in all of our counties. We bought a building in San Luis Obispo and we'll be renovating that. We continue to have our office space in Monterey. That office space and here in Santa Cruz County, I want to make sure that we continue to have a prominent presence where we can hold community meetings, get direct input from community members, and have an opportunity to grow staff and pull staff from over the hill and bring them to Santa Cruz County. And then that last piece is continuing to seek local resource development. We have 4 projects that are currently cited within our local footprint. We just closed a request for offers that had 103 offers submitted. We're evaluating those. I'm happy to say that a number of them are local. And in addition to just requesting the request for or issuing a request for offers and evaluating what comes back, we're in the communities talking to landowners, looking at opportunities where landowners might want to see the development of their property. Overall, what I want to close with is the importance of partnership. I think working with both the community, but with the counties is an important piece to make sure that we're all aligned so that we can meet our renewable energy goals and our climate goals in lockstep. It's been a pleasure doing that over the last number of years that I've been with the agency and the last year as the CEO. So this is your agency. I think it is healthy. I think it's robust. I think it's been successful. And as we move forward, I look forward to continued partnership to make sure that we're continue on that trajectory in the future. So thank you, Chair Cummings. Happy to address any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation, for the ongoing partnership. What I'd like to do first is I'd like to see if there's any member of the public who would like to speak to this item. This is just a presentation. It's not an action item, but if there's any questions or comments from the community, I'd like to see if there's anybody who'd like to speak at this time.
Thank you, Becky Steinbruner. Thank you for the presentation. I have attended just a handful of the operational and policy meetings and found them very informative. This was the first that I heard that the rates are not uniform throughout the 3CE's territory. I wonder if you can speak to that a little more. How much of a disparity is there from, it's a big area down to Santa Barbara. What are the differences? How big are they and why are they there? I also want to ask if 3CE is looking at how to address the problems, especially encouraging homeowners and customers to convert to 100% electric homes. What about the people who are in the rural areas like Bonnie Doon that suffer long-term power outages when storms hit? What can 3CE do to help those customers perhaps have microgrid battery storage areas with an eye to the flammability of the lithium-ion battery banks? Something to help those remote people that are often the last to get power restored and suffer mightily. These are mountain people. They're hardy folks, but they are the last to get hooked back up when there's a big storm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in chambers who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the line?
Yes, Chair, we do have speakers online. Call-in user ending in 1192. Your microphone is now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Call-in user 1, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett. I actually turn off the circuit breakers in my house at night because I don't feel well around various and microwave sources. I speak for many people. That was quite a public relations presentation, omitting problems with electricity. I want to recommend a book called The Invisible Rainbow, A History of Electricity and Life by Arthur Furstenberg. From the cover of the book, it says, the story of the invention and use of electricity has often been told before, but never from an environmental point of view. The assumption of safety and the conviction that electricity has nothing to do with life are by now so entrenched in the human psyche that new research and testimony by those who are being injured are not enough to change the course that society has set. Two increasingly isolated worlds, that inhabited by the majority who embrace new electrical technology without question, and that inhabited by a growing minority who are fighting for survival in an electrically polluted environment, no longer even speak the same language. In The Invisible Rainbow, Arthur Furstenberg bridges the two worlds in a story that is rigorously scientific yet easy to read. He provides a surprising answer to the question, how can electricity be suddenly harmful today when it was safe for centuries, unquote. You can check out his website at cellphonetaskforce.org, and he's done about 60 newsletters in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Ms. Gay.
And the book.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to circle back to call-in user 1192. You can either accept the unmute or use *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
No comment on this issue. I'm waiting for another one.
Thank you. We have no further speakers, Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you again for that presentation. I want to see if there's any members of the board who'd like to raise comments or questions on this item. Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Shaw. In particular, I recognize how many counties you represent, and to have you come in your role here says a lot about the relationship that Santa Cruz County has had with you historically. We have a very robust climate action plan and very progressive thinking climate action plan that would not be able to be effectuated without the work of your agency. So I did want to thank you and the leadership of Supervisor McPherson and Mr. Palacios on how forward-thinking you are about how the delivery can help impact the region to set really the stage statewide on climate action goals. I do have a couple of questions and one additional brief comment. A question I saw in your presentation, you had mentioned this desire for satellite locations, and you briefly mentioned Santa Cruz. Has there been movement on trying to find a location within Santa Cruz County that would work for the agency?
Thank you, Supervisor Friend. We are evaluating a couple of different office locations. And I think in thinking about those locations, finding something that's accessible to the public, that serves as a good midpoint opportunity where members from Watsonville and from North County can both attend. And then making sure that it's an affordable use that's available to our employees. There are amenities nearby. So we are looking at those opportunities, but they are limited also in Mid-County. So we'll continue looking at those opportunities, working with our board, and then perhaps in September, taking some options back to the board.
That sounds very promising. I appreciate that. And given that the county was a founding entity, now that we're on the next stage of growth within the agency, what could the county continue to do to be supportive of the work that you're doing specifically?
No, I greatly appreciate that because I think that partnership is critical. The operations board in May approved an expansion of a contract with an implementer called Optiny that helps plan replacement of fleet, electrification of fleet, and then charging infrastructure as well. So we doubled the number of member agencies that can be participating in any 1 year and extended it by 3 years. Taking advantage of those resources and then thinking about fleet replacement and is an essential piece. But I think continuing the leadership that all of you are doing, whether it is a policy that requires that we look electric first for fleet replacement, whether it's in the community having conversations with other fleet owners, especially unique fleet owners. Think about logging or parcel delivery or distribution of any kind, really. But unique build vehicles that get into the medium and heavy duty use cases than charging infrastructure. A greater partnership with the planning and building departments so that we can look at how to educate the public jointly, but also ingratiate sort of our programs into planning, decision making, and planning process will help us get information, but also the applicants think about going electric as part of their building decisions. We need to be at that point where people are thinking about if it's a renovation or a build out, that they're thinking not just of the opportunity to go electric, but how to strategically do it to reduce their upfront capital cost and take advantage of the programs that we offer, PG&E offers, the state offers, and the federal government.
Okay, I know this board's already definitely taken a strong look at that, and Supervisor Koenig has helped lead on those efforts. So I think to the degree that we can expand those efforts, and I'll disclose with this, I recognize that 3CE has had a lot of successes. You've been at the lead of that, but I have to say that it pales in comparison to what your son accomplished last week. Let's be honest here. Who plays for Aptos Little League, and they won the minors TOC district, and it was led by the leadership of your son. So I appreciate that you've had success, but I care more about the Little League success in Aptos. And I just wanted to acknowledge his rock star leadership in that team, taking the district. So
thank you, Supervisor. Yeah. I'll pass that on to Aiden.
Absolutely. Let him know that you're kind of successful, but he's actually a hero in my book. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you, Mr. Shaw, for the presentation today. Doing a great job leading the agency. Also, thank you to Supervisor McPherson and CEO Palacios for your vision in establishing this. And I think it would be remiss if we didn't also acknowledge Jenny Johnson, the supervisor's analyst. I remember back when she was the executive director of Ecology Action, running around, I think it was at a Chamber of Commerce trip, telling everyone about this idea and just trying to get together the money to put together a study, which, for those critics out there that say government never does anything but studies, that here's an example of where it started with a study and it became something amazing. This is really one of the success stories that, frankly, we're banking on working out in the long run and helping us to meet our climate action goals. And it's nice to know we have such a strong partner as we look at how we're going to get to zero net emissions for this county on the energy side of things. A couple of questions. You mentioned $4.5 million of investment directly back into Santa Cruz County. Do you anticipate being able to increase the percentage of profits that are reinvested directly into the community, really all your member counties in the future?
No, that's a great question. Historically, we've only spent probably half of our programming budget to the public. Part of that is needing to think about what the public's real needs are. And part of that is the affordability question, income payment assistance. The other piece of engaging that, I think, is the behind the meter battery program. That program, we're looking at the initial budget. I think it's $2 million, and then we'll evaluate it after the first $500,000 have been spent. That enabling customers to be part of the energy transition is a critical piece moving forward. And then the other piece, territory-wide, 5 counties, 30 cities, 8,000 square miles, is really getting more and more cities that may not be as ready to be forward-looking and join 3CE, really to make sure that they were part of the discussion and because of the promise of low competitive rates. Getting those entities to take that step to make the commitment that all of you have taken in terms of thinking about prioritizing the switch to electrification for vehicles and other places. So those are the areas that I think are going to help spur additional investment in communities.
Got it. Thanks. And then you mentioned new construction as sort of an area of investment. And of course, with the recent repeal of Berkeley's law on requiring, all electric new buildings, and our county had been really trying to do the same thing. And it was, of course, the court decision makes it really hard to enforce that. So we're looking now at, okay, well, how can we incentivize all electric new construction? Do you see opportunities to work together on doing that in the future?
Absolutely. I think our new construction has been focused primarily around housing. The bigger challenge is commercial settings, restaurant settings and other areas. So I think that's working with both trade associations and getting those entities ready to make the jump, changing their infrastructure, but working with the county in setting up a program that allows us to meet the needs of those property owners as they are thinking about either building new restaurant or renovating existing.
Got it. Great. And then lastly, how many data center customers do you have today? I mean, you mentioned that what a big kind of special set of needs and always on requirements they have. Just curious.
Today, we don't have significant data centers in our territory, but what data centers need are proximity to workers, low cost land, and then that stream of energy that's available to them 24 hours a day. So the proximity of San Benito and the Salinas Valley, which have other higher uses for their ag land, but San Benito in particular, the proximity to San Jose, relatively cheaper land and available service make them a real opportunity for AI data center build out. But that's a local decision making process that they'll have to go through that county.
Got it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Supervisor Friend mentioned about, expansion. You said you had 40 employees. We have Westridge. It's always available. They got some open space there, pretty affordable. We'll be neighbors there. With the growing need for electricity, we've had more solar projects come up, battery storage facilities. Is 3CE going to get involved with like public, private, or take on these projects solely for battery storage and facilities and more solar, especially out in the San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Monterey County, even, and solar in Monterey and Santa Cruz County? Are you guys going to partner with public-private partnerships, or even take on these projects alone to kind of reduce the cost? Or
it's a great question. The Inflation Reduction Act now allows public entities to get a direct pay of the benefit that otherwise would have been only for tax appetite developers. So right now, all of our energy projects are through power purchase agreements or energy storage agreements where it's owned by a third-party developer. As we move forward, we're a founding member of an agency called California Community Power, and that's a joint action agency of 10 CCAs. And that's the place that we're evaluating the ability to utilize direct pay and ownership of a joint asset. And that's a good place to look at the risk reward because we can spread it across those 10 member agencies. The challenge in the finances of it is really about comparing the direct pay benefit from the Inflation Reduction Act and the ability to prepay through the non-recourse bond issuance that delivered a 12% savings. So we got to look at those different options. Right now, today, I'm not a developer and I don't have engineering staff to develop a project, but through CC Power, we'll evaluate the benefits of that and we could bring that back to the agency.
Okay. Yeah. Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, this being the last time I'm going to hear your presentation as the county supervisor, thank you, Mr. Shaw, and the entire 3CE team, including the staff, the Policy and Operations Board, the Community Advisory Council, for the success of this public agency. I'm often asked as I'm leaving, what's my most the pleasure I have of anything I've done, or with so many others, and it's been the highest honor and accomplishment of my many years in public service to have led the formation of Monterey Bay Community Power, now 3CE. And I couldn't be more pleased with the agency's tremendous evolution and the service to the entire Central Coast. And we now have 35 agencies in 5 counties, or we'll have soon. San Luis Obispo County being one of the most recent that was significant. And I can't thank enough as has been mentioned, my assistant, Jenny Johnson. She was with Ecology Action, and just after I was elected in 2012, she said, "Hey, this is a great idea." And I said, "Yeah, okay." And we were looking at 4 cities in the county of Santa Cruz, and I said, I think we can reach out and she to a tri-county area like AMBAG, including San Benito and Monterey counties. And she slapped me across the face and said, "Are you for real?" And here we go. And it is, I'm not saying this because, we went to over 4 years, starting in 2013, before the development of Monterey Bay Community Power, to over 150 meetings throughout the region. Jenny Johnson was there front and center. Couldn't have done it without her. No questions asked. But it really is something what it's grown to. And the reason it has is so many people were open to the idea, had a lot of questions about it. And it was a real cooperative effort of how we can get there and make this a success. So it's the most pleasure for me is the cooperative and the getting together with so many agencies to say, hey, this is a good deal. And it has worked out very well. I think now we have over 400, about 450 clients and serving over 1 million people in this Central Coast region. But C is not the only one of the top community energy choice agencies in California, but it's also a great example of government functioning at its most effective level. And that's because of the staff. Your predecessor, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Hibashi, was a genius at trying how to put this together. And it couldn't done it without him. This has really been a tremendous success because so many people wanted to buy into it. And it's going to really be the basis of our climate action plan in Santa Cruz County and to be so helpful to so many others. And I think you mentioned the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals of the state of 2045, which we're on track to do, maybe reach it by 2030. It's because people got their act together, literally. And I can't thank Mr. Palacios, our CEO, enough as well for being on the operations board that really knows how these things work or don't work and puts it together. And Jenny Johnson is now chair of the Community Advisory Council. So it's just been a tremendous success, just not because of any one person for sure, but because of a lot of people got their act together for a tremendous project. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And on behalf of myself and my predecessor, Mr. Hibashi, working with you has been the greatest honor and privilege for both of us. So thank you for your leadership.
Great. Well, I'll just reiterate and not only thank you, but I want to thank Mr. Palacios, Supervisor McPherson, Jenny Johnson for all the hard work that you all have done to make this a reality for many people in our Central Coast region. And as it's expanded across our coast, we see how there's so many people who really see this as a value and something that's going to be a critical asset in terms of our ability to reduce our carbon emissions and try to stave off the impacts of climate change. And so just want to express my appreciation. I had one question because I've heard it come up a number of times, and people are always like, I thought this 3CE thing was supposed to make my bills go down, and my bills are still going up. And so how is the savings actually realized, I guess is the question.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think for customers, their focus is the total bill experience. The reality is that we're partners with our investor-owned utilities, PG&E and Southern California Edison, who deliver the power through the lines. Wildfires and other costs have been driving the transmission and distribution side of the bill higher and higher. And that is not to say that we're not seeing increases in the generation side of the bill. Resource adequacy in particular, the tremendous success of bringing intermittent renewables online and reducing emissions is causing the need to ensure that we have resources available when the sun's not available. So those evening hours of 5 to 9 continue to get more expensive to serve. and they continue to see higher emissions in those periods because it's coming from batteries. So we work to try to keep rates as low as possible. Our residential behind the meter battery program is going to help customers move energy from the middle of the day when sun is abundant to those evening hours, reducing the overall cost for all customers, not just for them individually. And those are the types of solutions that we'll keep looking at. But it is a challenge. And I think from a regulatory standpoint, the biggest challenge that faces 3CE is the ability to interconnect projects, to get a solar field connected to the California independent system, the high voltage transmission systems, and down through the distribution system. That process used to take 3 to 5 years and be a $200,000 to $500,000 investment. It's now taking 5 to 8 years, and sometimes comes with an unlimited investment being asked of those developers, which is causing developers to walk away from projects. And then those projects that can get through that process, it gives them the tremendous ability to demand more funding. And at the end of the day, it's customers that are paying that. So when we're in front of the CPUC and other regulatory bodies demanding change, we're not demanding change because it makes it easier for us to manage. We're demanding change because that's what's going to allow us to deliver the lowest cost renewable energy to customers as possible. But it is, I think, a challenge for customers who are looking at their whole bill experience. And that's why more income assistance programs are going to be essential as we move forward. We do, and I encourage customers to apply for the CARE FARA programs. PG&E administers those programs, and their income qualified at 200% of federal poverty level, which I think for a family of 4 is just under $100,000. But that brings an additional, I think, 15% savings on their energy bill. So I encourage customers to sign up for that.
Thank you very much. Well, with that, I think that's going to conclude our comments and conclude the presentation. And we look forward to continuing to work with you. And please keep up the good work and let us know how we can be helpful to your agency as well.
Thank you, Chair Cummings.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, just as a reminder, we have a very packed agenda. And just so that board members know and the community knows, we are going to have a hard stop at noon to go into closed session. And we have a time certain item at 1:30. So if there's any item that we are not able to get to, prior to closed session, those items will roll over to the afternoon and we will hear them at that time. So the next item on our agenda, item number 8, consider approving the selection of an agreement with Bruce Harmon for the Sobering Center Public Art Project and take related actions. I will turn this over to our director from Parks and go ahead, Mr. Gaffney.
Thank you, Chair Cummings and fellow board members. Your board previously approved the concept of including a public art component at the Sobering Center in January. The art selection panel was put together and call of artists was circulated, announcing an open competition for the creation of an original public artwork for the center. And the artist that was selected, just so you know, just completed some amazing plaques that are at the Hodis. They will be at the Heart of SoCal Trail if you have a chance to. So anyway, I'm getting ahead of things, but so Arts Commissioner Judy Stabile will be coming up to talk about the artist and selection process.
Hi, I'm Judy Stabile, 4th District Art Commissioner, and I was also on the selection panel for this. The Arts Commission is pleased to recommend for your approval today a public art proposal for the Sobering Center. The art selection panel, comprised of community members, professional artists, county arts commissioners, and a representative of the involved department, met in March of this year to review the artists' proposals. And I think there were 9 or 10 proposals at that time. 2 artists were invited to interview with the selection panel on April 25th. The artists were asked to provide detailed drawings to further define their project proposals. After deliberation, the panel chose Bruce Harmon to continue in the selection process. At the May 6th meeting of the Arts Commission, the panel's decision was reviewed. The vote was unanimous in recommending that your board approve the selection of Mr. Harmon as the public artist for the Sobering Center. I'd now like to introduce the artist, Bruce Harmon, who will give you a brief presentation of his proposal and answer any questions that you might have.
Good morning, board. My name is Bruce Harmon. Thank you for your consideration of this public art project. It's a mural that's going to fit in that space right there, and that wall faces the San Lorenzo River. So the image I chose was a reflection of that environment, plus a bunch of monarch butterflies. Has a sort of uplifting nature component to beautify the environment and hopefully lift spirits. So that's about it.
All right. I'll look to board members to see if there's any board members that have any questions. Okay. Seeing none. Yeah, and then I'm going to open up the public up. And so then
I just wanted to say congratulations and thank you. That's peace in mind, and I think it's just what that facility needs, to have somebody just feel calm and relaxed and coming into where they're going to get some treatment and for the better life ahead. So thank you very much. It's really beautiful.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess before I open up for public comment, I'll just thank not only you, but also our Arts Commission for the selection. We've selected on a number of other occasions, and it's just a testament to the art that you're able to bring to our community and the feeling that people get when they see this art. And I think it's really reflective of our appreciation of our natural environment. So just want to thank you for what you've proposed here today. And so with that, I'll open up to public comment to see if there's any member of the public who would like to speak to us on this item.
Chair Cummings, supervisors. I've seen Bruce's work. It's vibrant and amazing, and I think a fabulous selection.
Thank you. Any other member of the public here present who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, any member of the public online who would like to speak to us on this item?
I see no speakers, Chair.
Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's a motion to approve the selection of this item. Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor McPherson, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez to adopt the staff recommendation. And with that, I'll go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Cummings.
Aye.
With
That passes unanimously with Supervisor Friend. Okay.
Just in time.
That passes unanimously. So thank you very much. And we look forward to the unveiling of the mural. With that, we will move on to our next item, which is item number 9. Hold public hearing for County Service Area 4, Pajaro Dunes Fire Protection Area proposed benefit assessment for increased fire protection services and take related actions. And I'll turn over to Mr. Beaton from General Services.
Thank you, Chair Cummings, Board. Michael Beaton, Director of General Services for the county. Today, we're requesting to conduct a public hearing for the CSA 48 Pajaro Dunes Fire Protection Area. Request submittal of any ballots for the CSA 4. Close the public portion of the public hearing, allow staff to go away and count the ballots, and then return around 1:30 or so with the initial results of that ballot. We have staff available in the audience as well as myself if there are any questions.
All right. Are there any of the members of the public who would like to, we'll open the public hearing and see if there's any member of the public who would like to speak to us on this item.
Thank you, Chair Cummings, Board of Supervisors, Charlie Eady, Community Affairs Consultant for Pajaro Dunes. They've worked really hard this together and to work with their community. So we're very hopeful, fingers crossed, for a successful result. I have one request, which should be if you could put the ballot tally first thing at 1:30 so that we can be done with that and hold off on all the other stuff. Thank you.
I forgot to introduce myself before. Carol Turley. I live in the Interlaken area of South County. I represent Pajaro Dunes Association. I'd like to thank Michael Beaton and Rick Clark, the engineer on this project, for all of their work and patience with us as we tried to get this together. And we're hoping for a really good outcome. Thanks.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. Patrick Dobbins. My wife and I have owned a house in Pajaro Dunes for the last 11 years, and I just want to give a shout out. It's been great working with Michael Beaton on getting this effort started in November, in engineer's report, and here we are today to count the ballots. That's all. Thank you.
All right, any other member of the public here present in chambers? Seeing none, is there any members of the public online who'd like to speak to us on this item?
No speakers online, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question for County Council. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us to bring the tally back at 1:30, or if we end the closed session a little bit earlier, if we can bring it back before our time certain item.
I would recommend that you just pick up again at 1:30 and just call that item immediately out of order, and should take about 2 minutes, and then for them to give you an update, and then we would proceed with the scheduled 1:30 item.
Okay, that sounds good. So we'll try to have this at 1:30 so we can get the tally and the results out to the community. And so with that, are there any other actions that the board needs to take at this time? Believe not. Nope. So I guess we'll see you back at 1:30 with the ballot results. And with that, we'll continue this item till 1:30, and then we'll come back to, and then we'll move on to the next item, which is item number 10. Hold public hearing to consider County Service Area 48, CSA 48 2020, CSA 48, and County Service Area 4, CSA 4, Fire Protection Special Benefits Assessment charge reports for fiscal year 2024-25, and take related actions. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Beaton.
Thank you, Board. Michael Beaton, Director of General Services. This is the annual increase related to the CPI for both the 3 special benefit assessment charges for CSA 48 2020, CSA 48, and CSA 4 Pajaro Dunes. The CSA 4 Pajaro Dunes item on here is a CPI increase. This would be eliminated or this would be eliminated if the election item that was just presented earlier were to be approved. That election item would actually take place of the CSA 4 item that's being presented today.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you for that. And so at this time, I'd like to open up the public hearing to see if there's any objections or protests to the proposed county service area fiscal year 2024-25 special district benefit assessment charge reports for the County Fire CSA 48 2020 and CSA 48 and CSA 4 Pajaro Dunes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Becky Steinbruner. I'm a property owner in CSA 48, and there are a lot of problems with CSA 48 2020. It is unknown if this CPI increase affects the property, the acreage that is included in the CSA 48 2020 special benefit assessment. The staff report only refers to an increase in the single family unit protection, but CSA 48 2020 also assessed property associated with those structures. And in some cases, that's extensive. And depending on the use of the property, such as commercial, those parcels were assessed at a very high rate compared to single family unit or rural residential areas. So it's not clear if the CPI increase also affects the assessment on the land or not. And to that end, under Government Code 50078.2b, special benefit assessments are not allowed to be assessed on lands within timber area and watershed, and yet that is exactly what CSA 48 2020 did. So I don't know if I protest this or not. I certainly want to support fire protection. But on one parcel in Corralitos, it's very high, $18,751. That's for the Corralitos mobile home park. And then each mobile home owner is also assessed on top of that. This is not equitable.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here in person who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, are there any members of the public online who'd like to speak to us on this item?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 2, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett. I'd like to see Becky Steinbruner's points that she brought up responded to. I'm also in Aptos, and I am opposed to this assessment. And I'd also like to know specifically what is meant by fire protection specifically, because I have before me a paper from Feather River Action, Feather River Watershed Alliance.org. And here's the title, and I think it's relevant here. New wave of wild forest destruction in name of thinning and false climate solution biomass coming to your area. And it says our group, Feather River Action, is fighting what he calls, this is by Josh Hart, Community Destruction Project. And we have a lot of forest area around here. That's my comment. A 250,000 acre plan by the U.S. Forest Service, Plumas National Forest, to mechanically and chemically devastate wild forest areas in the beautiful Feather River watershed using emergency authorization obtained from the U.S. Congress and the Biden administration. Habitat destroyed by this project would be shipped to biomass plants and converted to wood pellets for export to Asia and the EU. Don't be fooled that, quote, forest thinning, unquote, projects are anything other than industrial logging and extraction that increase wildfire threat to communities by making the climate crisis worse, drying out forests, and reducing evacuation.
Thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public online?
No further speakers.
Okay, we will then close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any action on this item. And I believe
Get a piece of evidence that state parks do not.
you can. Thank you. Thank you. Public comments closed. Thank you so much. All right, so I'd like to ask staff if there's any action we'd like to take. I see that there's a adoption of resolutions confirming special benefit assessment charge reports for the districts. And is there anything related to the vote that needs to happen prior to us taking any action?
I'd have to defer to council, but I do not believe so. The current rate assessment that's being recommended at 3.5% was approved by the voters at the initial passage of the CSA 48-2020. In addition, the charge reports are attached to the actual item, identifying all the parcels, not just single family equivalent houses, with an increase of 3.5%.
Okay, thank you. So, member of the board would like to move the staff recommendation.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Okay, so a motion by Supervisor Friend, second by Supervisor McPherson. And with that, I'll turn it over to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson. And Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much for the presentation. All right, the next item on our agenda is consider approving the Measure D 5-year plan for fiscal year 2024-25 and take related actions. I'll turn it over to our staff from CDI, who I don't see in the room.
I don't see anybody in the room for CDI at this point. You may want to move to the next item, and we'll go ahead and contact staff.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 12, which is consider approving a concept and ordinance of the Board of Supervisors, the County of Santa Cruz, repealing and replacing Santa Cruz County Code Chapter 9.54 relating to the regulation of motorized bicycles, motorized scooters, and electric bicycles, and take related actions. So this is an item that's been brought forward by Supervisors Koenig and Friend, and so I guess I'll turn it over to you two for any Supervisor Koenig.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. This, of course, is the third time that our board has reviewed an e-bike and e-scooter ordinance. The goal of this law is to make our streets safer and prevent conflicts between pedestrians and small, fast-moving electric vehicles. Since our board's last review, we've received input from our health services agencies, Traffic Safety Coalition, Ecology Action, and the Parks Department. Proposed ordinance today is very similar to the original that we reviewed in that it bans e-bikes and e-scooters from sidewalks, except in cases where there is not a bike lane, and then only if no pedestrians are present. What's different is that we've dropped the universal ban on e-bikes and e-scooters in county parks, recognizing that parks does still have the authority to put up signage and prevent their use in specific locations. We felt this case-by-case approach to addressing e-bike and e-scooter use in parks was best to make sure the law is A, easy for the public to understand, and B, because parks can, in places, serve as vital low-stress connectors in our bike network. And I don't know, we're to Supervisor Friend if you guys have any other comments.
Yeah, just put simply, it's clear that there's been an increase in conflicts between e-bike usage and pedestrians. And as you saw with the recent CHP study sessions, there's been also an increased incident of accidents associated with them. This seems like a common sense measure to just ensure that we can reduce the number of incidents of bikes v pedestrians and also just improve pedestrian safety.
All right. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item? If so, please come forward and you'll have 2 minutes. Okay, seeing none, are there any members of the public online who would like to speak to us on this item?
Yes, Chair. John, your microphone's now available.
Hey, y'all. I hope everyone's having a good day. I would like to briefly address this ridiculous fear about e-bikes. Pedestrians in our community are at risk every day. We have fatalities of pedestrians every year in our community. And all of this is from cars. An e-bike has never killed anyone in our community. I'm not sure an e-bike has ever even hospitalized a pedestrian in our community. There is not the bike infrastructure for the e-bikes for children to be on the streets. Like, I would never let my kids bike to school on almost every one of our main school routes because they don't even have bike lanes, a lot of them. They're sharrows, which is not, I don't want to get into that. So I understand, like, we're trying to do something about the fact that there's a lot of people who don't like that e-bikes exist. They fear them. This is a normal reaction we have psychologically to anything new. We're looking, I don't even know how to describe how silly and a waste of time this is. Enforcement of something like this is only going to be used against the poor, against minorities, against kids. It's going to be a tool of harassment. It's not going to solve any problems. The bikes are still going to be on the sidewalks because that's what a sane person would do in our community. We waste our time on all this silly stuff when our budgets are killing us. We have no money. Our county is literally failing. And this is where we are focusing our time. It couldn't be more ridiculous and silly. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't believe I live in a place like this sometimes. But thank you for your time. This is
Caller seems to have been dropped. Caller, if you could put your hand back up if you have anything more to say, we'll give you your remaining time. But in the meantime, I'm going to move to the next speaker. Call-in user 2. Your microphone's now available.
Sidewalks are called sidewalks because they're for walking. Allowing electric dangerous bikes on the sidewalks is more endangerment of the public, and I think e-bikes should not be in the parks. A previous caller at a previous meeting referred to e-bikes as electric motorcycles, and it seems like they should be under the category of motorcycles. As I have brought up before, the electrical pollution from the exposure to more and more electricity and wireless microwaves is harmful biologically and to the public. I would like to see real bicycles around and wouldn't have this problem. As you mentioned, there have already been a number of accidents. To allow this electric bike domination of everything is just going to cause more problems in many ways. I am not enthused about electric bikes at all. Thank you.
Jean, your microphone's now available.
Thank you very much. I absolutely support this ordinance. There is an important amendment that needs to be made to it. I did send Zach and Manu an email last evening. There's a contradiction in the ordinance. The restrictions say it's okay to use e-bikes on sidewalks if the sidewalk is a bikeway. But look at the definition of bikeway in the ordinance. There is no sidewalk listed in the definition of bikeway. Yes, there are shared use paths, but the caveat is that they provide, quote, primarily for and promote bicycle travel. Sidewalks do not fit this definition whatsoever because sidewalks provide primarily for and promote walking. Therefore, B1 should simply read, no person shall operate an electric bicycle, motorized bicycle, moped, motorized scooter, or similar vehicle on any sidewalk within the county's jurisdiction, period. I hope that this will, because B1 now says, unless that sidewalk is also a bikeway. So this contradiction in the ordinance is really, really important. And I'm hoping that as Manu or Zach or any of you commissioners move forward on voting on this, that will be clarified with that simple amendment. It will not change or weaken in any way the ordinance before you today. It will just make sure that there is no contradiction. That would be a weakening of the ordinance because then it would be vulnerable to court case. I am a pedestrian and my safety is very important. My husband is a bicyclist also. His safety is important to me. Thank you, commissioners, for this ordinance.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you very much. Can you folks all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm sorry I was in a little bit of a rush this morning, so I wanted to get some of these points out. But these people that are talking to you, they're smart. And the thing I want to convey to you, I'm not just any engineer with my engineering physics degree that worked in the defense sector. I had a huge life before my engineering degree that gave me all sorts of industrial and heavy equipment skills and everything. Okay. So when I was working in the defense sector, I was smart enough to leverage off of older individuals that had those kind of backgrounds. You see, you can't just have a PhD coming out of college sometimes. You have to have a lot of on the ground work experience and stuff, right? So my concern here is for the entirety of the Board of Supervisors, you need to talk to engineers that have that heavy industrial experience, that actually experience the concept of society being on their shoulders and the concept of making a decision that could kill a lot of people, you see? So this stuff to me is common sense with the sidewalks and all that sort of stuff, and e-bikes on our forested lands and campsites and so on. It's like, folks, you don't want to just inject people into situations and make decisions here that could go horribly wrong where you hurt all sorts of people. So you have to think about that. And what you need, the Board of Supervisors, all of you, especially younger members of the Board of Supervisors, you need some mentorship. You need older individuals that are experienced engineers that look at this from a public safety standpoint, and you need to lean on them. Okay? That's what I am. And that's why I'm speaking out on all this sort of stuff, because I realize that my families and neighbors and everybody in my community could be horribly harmed. Okay? Anyways, you folks have a fine day. Thank you so much.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any board members with questions or comments on the item. Supervisor McPherson? No. Hernandez?
I just want to say, was that input in conversations held with some of the folks that had some of the concerns last time, that Supervisor Koenig wanted to address?
Yes, we did. As I mentioned, we met with multiple groups, and that ultimately resulted in us taking out the language, really banning these e-bikes and scooters from parks universally, and recognizing that parks has the ability for in problem areas to put up signage that specifically bans their use in those areas. And then I could also address the concern a constituent raised about the definition of bikeway. We did discuss this issue with County Council, and the language there is an artifact of using the Streets and Highways Code definition of bikeway. A bike route is a type of bikeway, and it's discouraged by Caltrans to use sidewalks as bike routes in general. However, we do have East Cliff Parkway, which has portions that are like sidewalks, and also a multi-use path bikeway. The rail trail will utilize sidewalks briefly at many intersections, and that's the whole reason that we included this exception. There's also parts of Morin Lake Path that are technically a sidewalk. So this is not something that we think will universally affect all sidewalks, or with the contradiction. It's really for these specific facilities where we need an exception.
So is that to kind of indemnify us if there is no bike lane, but they have to force to go on the sidewalk? So if they get hit in the street, they can sue the county or something? Is that what that's for?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with indemnification or liability. It's basically just establishing the regulations on what people can or cannot do.
Yes, I had one question for clarification. So under 9.54.030 use general location restrictions, under item B, B2, it's no person shall operate any motorized bicycle or moped on any bikeway in the county's jurisdiction unless that bikeway is within or adjacent to a roadway. One of the concerns that came up is that since parts of the rail trail are not really adjacent to a road, would that then mean you couldn't use e-bikes or motorized bikes on the rail trail in those areas?
So this kind of goes back to the state definition of a motorized bicycle, which is not the same as an electric bicycle, right? It means that you don't have to pedal and it goes a lot faster. So really, actually, the device that I probably don't want on the rail trail.
So electric bicycles can operate on the rail trail.
Yeah.
The distinction is that motorized bicycles, which are more powerful, would not be able to under this analysis.
Yeah. I guess one, I just want to thank Supervisor Friend, Supervisor Koenig for bringing this item forward. Obviously, it's really to try to address health and safety as it relates to e-bikes and how e-bikes are rolling out. And there's not a whole lot of regulations, so updating our code makes sense at this time. And it'll be an opportunity for us to see, what complications or if there's any issues that come in conflict with our code. But at this point in time, it seems like a lot of work has gone into bringing these updates forward. And so with that, if there's no further comments, I'd like to see if there's a motion to approve the recommended actions.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Koenig, second by Supervisor Friend to move the recommended actions and the adoption of the ordinance. And with that, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Fernandez.
Aye.
McPherson and Cummings.
Aye. That item passes unanimously. Okay, so with that, people are okay with it. We'll just keep cruising through. And so we'll go back to item number 11, which is consider approving the Measure D 5-year plan for fiscal year 2024-25 and take related actions. And I'll turn it over to our community development and infrastructure staff to lead us in that presentation.
My own here, yeah. Well, good morning, Chair Cummings, board members, CAO Palacios, and members of the public. We appreciate being here. My name is Steve Wiesner, Assistant Director of Community Development Infrastructure. Here with me today is Casey Carlson, our Senior Engineer in charge of the county's pavement management program. And in chambers also is Matt Machado, our Director. Mr. Carlson and I are here today to present your board with a brief 5-year Measure D plan update. Our presentation will cover a brief history of Measure D, our past years' projects, this year's project, and the Measure D 5-year plan update that you have before you today. Okay, so just as a reminder to all of us and to members of the public, Measure D was a countywide half-cent sales tax measure that was passed by our voters in 2016. It comprised a 30-year funding source for transportation projects countywide. As part of that program, county roads receives a portion for improvements to local roads, and currently our revenue is estimated around $4 million a year. The annual requirements for the ordinance that the RTC is in charge of, it includes producing a 5-year plan update that is approved in a public hearing by the Board of Supervisors, hence why we're here today. And also just to remind everyone, when we had polled many areas of our communities throughout the unincorporated area of the county after the ordinance was passed, the main priorities that folks had for our neighborhoods was maintenance and repair of the county roadways, neighborhood resurfacing projects, and neighborhood safety projects. And that's been our primary focus since we've been delivering projects for about the last 6 years now. Okay, I'm just going to briefly go over some of the work that we've done. So I think taxes started coming in 2017. Our first project we put out in 2018, and we've put out a project every single year, Measure D project since, primarily comprised of resurfacing our county roadways and restriping them to modern standards. In District 1, so and you'll see a bit of a theme here, and our theme is that we wanted to take care of some of our local roads that hadn't been touched for many decades. And so we started in some of the downtown core areas, and we have been kind of working our way out from some of our unincorporated downtown core areas. So in District 1, we started up in the Summit area, 2018. The next year found us down in the Live Oak area, bordering SoCal. In 2020, we did some work in the Thurber area. In 2021, we focused in the SoCal Village area. And 2022, back up on Thurber, and we were able to take care of some roads up in that area, and then also some of the roads down by the coast, including Portola. And last year, we focused primarily in District 1 on East Cliff Drive. That was a project that we did in concert with a sanitation project that went on there. In District 2, we began in La Selva, and in 2019, we moved to Rio Del Mar. 2020, we started hitting some of the core streets in the Sea Cliff Village area. 2021, we went down to some of the southern extents of District 2 and Corralitos, and we were able to get some roads down there. 2021, and then in 2022, found us back in Rio Del Mar, doing more roads in Rio Del Mar, and a little bit on the outskirts of SoCal. Also some partnering projects with some of the utility companies out there. And then in 2023, just last year, we were able to complete quite a bit of work in Sea Cliff, Ocean View, and parts of Green Valley Road as well. Okay, District 3, and I will mention that how we geographically balanced our spending for Measure D is where the highest percentage of roads are. That's where they're going to get the highest percentage of the funding. District 3 has some of the least amount of the county roads, however, some really important ones in the Bonnie Doon area. In 2018 and 19, we were able to complete 2 sections of Martin Road. And since then, we've been banking funds towards a very large project that we're looking forward to on Swan Road. District 4, we began the project actually with a major bridge repair. It was desperately needed down there, and there were no state or federal funds available to do that. So we were able to implement the repair to Casserly Road Bridge in the South County area. And then we worked to complete Lakeview Drive over the course of 2 seasons. And then just this last year, we had banked some funding, and we were able to do quite a bit of work on Paulson Road. And in District 5, and this is where you'll see this theme of our downtown core areas come really strong. We started out in the Boulder Creek area, completed a lot of roads in the downtown core area there. The next year, we found us in Ben Lomond. That next year, we moved on down south into the Felton region. And then now we've been going back up to some of these areas and hitting some of the roads on the extremities of the core area. So in Boulder Creek in 21, again in Ben Lomond in 22, and then we were back in Felton in 23. Okay, so I'm going to have Casey talk a little bit about the project we have going this year.
There I am. So for this year, District 1, we had partnered with sanitation for the East Cliff project, and we're taking over some of the remnants on in this year's paving project. So that's the remnants of Portola Drive from 17th to 26th and a little bit of 13th. This will add green bike lane striping to enhance this bike lane corridor. District 2, we're going back to the Cliff area, this time doing Townsend and several of the side streets off of Townsend. And in District 3, we're reserving project for project on Swanton Road, which will be coming very soon because we've been banking funding for a while now. So we're hoping to bring that pretty quickly here. District 4, we're putting some money toward the Green Valley Multi-Use Path, which is also just beginning construction now. We haven't broken ground yet, but that's going to be coming very soon, and very excited about this project. And in District 5, we're working again in Felton area and some of the Scotts Valley outskirts. And now I'll turn it back to Steve.
Thank you, Casey. Okay, great. So as you can see, we're working hard to deliver these projects on an annual basis. We work with each of your board members on individual needs within each of your districts and where your priorities may be. Lining up, the community desires, what we see in our pavement management system and what the goals are for each individual district. So we'll be doing that over the next coming months. We'll be working with each of your board members on a project in your district that we could possibly deliver next year in 25. So what you have before you really is the ordinance required Measure D 5-year plan update. And the recommended actions are to adopt the attached Measure D 5-year plan update for the fiscal year 24-25 and authorize Public Works to submit a copy of the approved board package to the Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission. And with that, we're happy to take any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Why don't we go ahead and open up to members of the public to see if there's any member of the public who'd like to speak to us on this item here in chambers. I'm not seeing anyone, and I'm just going to check to see if there's anyone here online.
Yes, we do have speaker online.
Okay.
Call in user 2, your microphone's now available.
It's my understanding that part of infrastructure safety has to do with having radar signs and like the 4G Verizon antennas all along the roads. These are biologically harmful and cause cancer. The radar signs are not safe at all, and they should be removed. I wonder what money you are investing in this toxic technology along our roadways where we're all getting damaged, and you're making it sound good. My understanding also is that the yellow rectangular frameworks that we see around the red, orange, green signals is for AI. Is that what it's about? And Arthur Furstenberg writes how when fiber optic is put in, antennas are put on them for the 5G. I would like to know if you could elaborate on that. And page 351 of the Invisible Rainbow talks about radar damage to forests and trees. So those are my inquiries. I'd like a response. Thank you.
Stacy, your microphone's now available.
Hi, I'm curious what the plans are for Beach Road in the unincorporated area near Watsonville.
That was our final speaker.
Okay. Maybe we'll bring back to staff. It sounded like someone had a question about one of the roads in Watsonville. Not sure if you have a response for them.
We don't, presently Beach Drive is not in the Measure D 5-year plan. And we haven't spent any money on any type of radar feedback or any type of EMF, facilities with Measure D funds.
Right. All right.
But I will add one additional point to that, but there is a project through PERFMA that will deal with wetlands restoration, that will deal with the significant flooding that occurs on Beach Drive there. That'll help alleviate the flooding issue. I know that this is because there's kind of two issues there. There's the road quality issue and the flooding issue. So the flooding issue is being addressed through a grant program. That's so half of that issue. I just wanted to add that context.
Yeah, and that's the very lower end of Beach Road. Yeah,
correct.
Supervisor Friend, if you have any other questions or comments, it's okay.
Cut you off, Chair. I just want to say that when you look at these pictures of before and after, I mean, it's really transformational, the work that can occur when funding is provided. And Measure D was the greatest local road investment that our county's been able to secure. And to me, it emphasizes the need to continue yearly pavement maintenance projects through Measure D. Our district has focused on neighborhood-focused projects. We've clumped neighborhoods together, and we've been able to do a lot in the second district. We have the most unincorporated roads in the second district. But you just look at those pictures of before and after. We all want every road to look like the after, but it goes to show you that the need is great. When funding is provided, your team delivers very solidly and has done a very good job of doing a lot with very little, and it shows the importance of expanding that. So thank you, Mr. Wiesner. Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
Supervisor Hernandez, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I know that Measure D at one point, the funding formula was sort of based on the road miles, but the way that we at the county kind of set our criteria, do we have to continue that model of road miles, or can we look at the formula that that we heard during the discussions of the budget hearings that a lot of departments are doing, or look at the state model for perhaps that funding for Green Valley and look at the criteria that the state used for that funding, state funding, or look at the criteria for perhaps that the Army Corps of Engineers recently changed to adopted for the levy funding. Can we look at that sort of criteria as opposed to road miles?
I'll comment that this has been our traditional way within the county of allocating funds.
That's what the Army Corps of Engineers used to say.
Just the fact is that this is a self-imposed formula-based distribution of Measure D funds throughout the county. We do that also with most of our other paving money as well, just so we can geographically balance all the needs countywide. There's, of course, other criteria can be implemented as well, but this is the method that we have now. It's in your board letter, so you have kind of the percentage breakdown of roads within each supervisor district, and then that's how we've done it. We're obviously open to whatever ideas or direction the board may have.
Yeah. Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, you have a thankless task. This is the most high demand area that we have, I think, in the county, year in, year out. And thank heavens that from Measure D, local roads got the highest percentage, and it's only $4 million a year. In the budget session, it was talked about we're poised to spend more than $80 million on roads and transportation projects. So I'm just trying to get a sense of that discrepancy of how much is being really spent in the county or will be this on roads, or maybe that's other modes of transportation as well that was talked about.
No, it's really largely the reason why that number is so big. It's largely driven by the amount of storm damage repair that we're doing countywide. It really does skew the budget in a way that doesn't really show what we're doing just from a very basic maintenance standpoint, which we view Measure D funds as providing basic pavement maintenance for our county.
Yeah, I have all the confidence the Public Works or CDI has done a phenomenal job with the funding it has, and I think we should stick. Not to be confrontational or anything, but I think we should know best where the needs are, and I think you've done a phenomenal job with the money you have, and I think we should stick with that kind of a project delivery type of a thought. I know the grand jury had something to say a little about that maybe too, but I think that we have just under 600 miles of roadways, county roadways, long way to go. But we have to go for where it's most heavily traveled, and we'll have the greatest impact on traveling safety for our county residents. Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you to the voters for passing Measure D back in 2016. It's really essential for keeping some progress going forward on our road network. Of course, ultimately, we need more dollars available for our roads. I mean, I feel this constantly when we're looking at projects, particularly within the first district, where there's this tug between projects that are timely because there's, matching dollars available, or, a project that's happening at the same time that we can take advantage of, like the sanitation district project, which led us to focus on Portola these past couple of years. But at the same time, then failing infrastructure, whether that's in the urban or rural area, that really needs to be addressed. It's been convenient that so much of the storm damage has happened during federally declared disasters. But I mean, even as we saw this last year, I think there were close to 100 sites where we're not going to be able to get that FEMA coverage. And so it really would behoove us to be proactive in improving our road network, and in particular taking care of some of the deferred maintenance on culverts, et cetera. So look forward to continued discussions on how we can address this. And thank you to the Public Works Department for all your hard work.
All right, if there's no other comments, just want to thank you all again as well for your hard work on this item, and looking forward to the projects that are going to be coming forward and the report outs on those projects, so we can make sure that people are well informed about the amazing work that you all are doing with their tax dollars. And I just hope that as that work is occurring, that there may be some signs that can go up that say like brought to you by your tax dollars through Measure D or something like that, so people can see like, oh, these are our tax dollars at work. And I know that folks on Swanton had some concerns. I went out there last year and drove the road and can see where there's some issues with potential failures. And so it's great that that'll be the next project that's going to be a priority for the 3rd district. And so with that, I'll turn it back to my colleagues to see if there's someone who'd be willing to move the recommended action.
I will. I'll move the motion. I just wanted to make a little correction here on District 4. Technically, that's my counterpart, Zach Friend's district, where that project is happening. So he gets the Rio Del Mar and that Green Valley project where the pedestrian. I wish it was on my side, but where the majority of the residents live, but it's on the other side. So not to be a strict stickler for lines, but I will move the motion.
Second.
Okay, so a motion by Supervisor Hernandez, second by Supervisor Friend to move the staff recommendation. And with that, I'll turn it back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson and Cummings.
Aye. That item passes unanimously. And so we're cruising along, doing good. Thank you all for your presentation, for your hard work. And with that, we'll move on to the last item before we move into closed session, which is consider approving in concept and ordinance enacting Chapter 7.146 of the Santa Cruz County Code to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers and approving CEQA exemption and take related action. This item is brought forward by Supervisor Koenig, and so I'll turn it over to Supervisor Koenig for any presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any slides for you, but a few comments. So the science is clear that gas-powered leaf blowers are harmful to our environment and to the people that use them. That's why our state legislature has already acted to ban the sale of new gas-powered leaf blowers. Of course, it's the county's responsibility to get those polluting leaf blowers that are currently in use in our community out of service as quickly as possible. The Santa Cruz City Council is also reviewing an ordinance to ban gas-powered leaf blowers in their jurisdiction. And so the goal is to act collaboratively with their efforts, since many of the landscaping companies that exist in our community operate in both jurisdictions. It's also lucky that there is about $274,000 in rebates available with our local Monterey Bay Air Resources District. This will help to minimize the financial impact of this new law on small landscaping businesses. And the goal really in acting sooner rather than later with an ordinance like this is to encourage people to act, with small landscaping businesses to act sooner rather than later to claim their rebates while there is still money available. And we don't want to get to a situation where we're considering an ordinance like this in a couple of years, banning gas-powered leaf blowers and then saying, sorry, there's no money left to help you with the transition. I know that gas-powered leaf blowers drive a lot of people crazy. We heard some comments from folks earlier in the meeting, and we've designed this ordinance in such a way that anyone can report a violation, including to the sheriff's office with a photo or video and a personal testimonial of the truth of what they're reporting. And this is really the most effective way to ensure that the law can easily be enforced. That said, it's important to communicate clearly with people and landscaping employees using gas-powered leaf blower equipment so that they know what's going on if their photo is taken. Employees using gas-powered leaf blowers will not be fined or considered responsible under this ordinance. That would fall on the property owners where equipment is being used and landscape business owners. Furthermore, to assist with this transition period, fines for violation would not start until January 1st of 2025. That provides 6 months for landscaping businesses to transition their equipment. I will say, if my colleagues feel like that time period should be longer, I'd certainly be willing to consider it. The goal was really just to provide some urgency and really to encourage people to take advantage of the rebates while they're available. And those rebates are pretty great, right? I mean, as was mentioned, they provide up to 80% of the cost of new equipment, and it can include 4 additional batteries for each individual electric leaf blower as well. So pretty generous. The recommended actions also include direction to staff to conduct outreach to the public about the law and how to use the rebate program. And I would suggest that staff reach out to the Community Action Board, which runs the Day Worker Center, to help get the word out about this new ordinance if the board passes it today, as well as work with the City of Santa Cruz staff, which, as I mentioned, is working on a very similar ordinance. That's all. I have to answer questions.
I'll start by opening up to see if there's any members of the public here who'd like to speak to us on this item. So you can please approach the podium. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Ken Foster. I'm a landscape contractor, the owner of Terra Nova Ecological Landscaping. And I have been working on getting a ban on leaf blowers for about 20 years. And I wrote an article called My Escape from the Land of the Two-Stroke Backpack Blowers. And this ordinance would help my escape from that land. I support this ordinance, and I also would request no allowances for larger properties, exemptions. And I think this is a long time coming. We really need this. Electric blowers work fine, and especially with the rebates, my own company has taken advantage of the rebates. And we actually don't even use blowers at all. We use rakes and brooms, and they work fine. So I'm really pleased that this is coming before you, and I really support this, and I thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no other members of the public here in chambers, I'll go online to see if there's any members of the public who'd like to speak to us who are joining us online.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Mike, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Mike Guth. I live in District 1. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club urges you to approve this ordinance. As you may recall, in January of 2023, the Sierra Club wrote a long letter to your board requesting that you do begin work on an ordinance of this type. And at that time, we also highlighted other concerns. And I think in hearing Supervisor Koenig speaking just now, the concerns are being addressed. And by the way, I'd also like to share that the Sierra Club appreciates Supervisor Koenig's work on this action. We were concerned in our letter of last year about an educational component, but also about equity aspects. The cost of these things, the cost of the new units were a concern to us, but also the recycling or getting rid of the old units. I don't know if you're aware, but the old units have a significant plastic component, so they can't go to metal recycling. They would end up going to the landfill. And that is a concern that we've had. But with the Air Resources District, the Monterey Bay Area Air Resources District Landscape Equipment Exchange Program, LEEP, not only do they provide a financial incentive of 80% of the purchase price, which significantly addresses the equitable aspect of this ordinance, they provide disposal. And As Supervisor Koenig mentioned, I will urge your board to make sure that in their outreach, that those aspects, that information is passed on to the public. And again, thank you for considering this matter, and we urge approval. Thank you.
Call-in user ending in 7918. Your microphone's now available.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. This is my first time I've called into a meeting, but I wanted to tell you that I live here in around Willowbrook, and I just want to express my gratitude that this ordinance has come to across your desk. It is time that we join other communities near and far in the state of California to ban these gas-powered leaf blowers. Every Saturday, starting at 7:30 a.m., gas leaf blowers are being utilized at full throttle in our neighborhood. The noise pollution, the emissions, as well as the usage. Oftentimes, the dirt and leaves being blown are to neighboring properties. It's a nuisance on many fronts. Although it is obvious the solution is to blow with the intent on picking up the debris, but using electric blowers will reduce the noise and emissions. I want to end by saying thank you to Zach Friend, who works in my district. You have always been available, and I appreciate that communication. It's a loss that you're leaving, but I'm sure your next person will be just as great. So with that, can we please move forward and join the other communities near and far and ban gas blowers and move to electric? Thank you.
Stacy, your microphone's now available.
Hi, yes, I wanted to join the others in thanking you for considering this, and I hope it does pass. It's been very successful where my property in Santa Clara County is located, and I own property in Ben Lomond and Watsonville. I wanted to suggest that there be a trade-in benefit, as the speaker from the environmental organization suggested. Getting the existing gas equipment off the street safely is a major concern. And then also, I apologize. I don't know if the proposed ordinance would cover this, but the practicalities of charging these devices during a long workday poses some difficulties. So I wanted to suggest, if it isn't already, that the program cover rebates and incentives to purchase portable batteries, the type that can power a home, a fridge, in a blackout, that folks can have in their work vehicles, so we don't find ourselves with generators, bringing the same problem back that we're trying to eliminate.
Call in user 2, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn and Garrett, I'm in favor of this ordinance. And first, I'd like to thank Ken Foster for all his years of work in promoting ecological landscaping, opposing artificial turf, and trying to get rid of these gas-powered leaf blowers. I was thinking before I heard Ken, use rakes and brooms. These aren't toxic. And thanks to Mike Guth for the Sierra Club position on this. And I didn't even think of this recycling and disposal problem. But it does make me think of the book, Toxic Sludge is Good for You. Lies, Damn Lies, and the public relations industry, where one of these firms states the role of our communication is to manage perceptions, which motivates behavior to create business results. A lot of business results in this equipment and the corporations that make it, and then we These corporations privatize the profit and socialize the cost. So here we, the public, are dealing with the cost imposed upon us by these corporations. It goes back to the main challenge is the structural domination of the corporate state wherever we turn. Thank you for this ordinance. Thank you, Ken and Mike.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for Nate. Maybe Supervisor Koenig. I know there were some comments that were made and questions that came up, so maybe you could address those or to the best of your capability.
I'm happy to. Thank you, Chair. First of all, there was a question about recycling the old units. As Mr. Guth pointed out, the Monterey Bay Area Resource District's program is called the Landscape Equipment Exchange Program. And in fact, it's important for anyone seeking a rebate to understand is that you will have to turn in your existing gas-powered equipment in order to get the rebate. And so it's actually recommended that you start the process of getting pre-clearance or starting the pre-application for the rebate before buying new equipment. You've got to get the pre-application, turn in your old equipment, get that approved, turn in your old equipment, then buy your new equipment and then get your rebate. So the other question that was brought up was about portable batteries. As I mentioned, the program does offer rebates for up to 4 batteries per leaf blower purchased. I don't know about larger battery rigs, but certainly those that are compatible with the equipment you're buying directly are, again, 4 additional batteries per piece of equipment. And then there was something mentioned about the exception for large properties. We didn't actually include an exception for large properties. We did include an exception for our Parks Department and county roadways with the acknowledgement that they do take care of some very large properties, and also that County Parks is conducting a pilot program on managing some of our parks specifically with all electric equipment. So, recognizing that they are moving forward as fast as possible with transitioning. So if there are any other questions, happy to answer.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I'm supportive in concept. I think there are a few things I'd like to see added or modified. Obviously, this impacts some of the lowest wage workers in our community, and an 80% rebate. As somebody who serves on the Air Resources Board and was part of the rebate program, an 80% rebate is still not 100% rebate for someone who is earning $8,000, $12,000, $15,000 a year. And we want to ensure that we're not creating an additional onus for some of the lowest wage workers in our community this way. And so my concern on this was the implementation timeline, in particular on the enforcement side, and making that as long as possible, because I think the goal here is we have a macro policy interest that's environmental in nature. I think that can be accomplished with less enforcement and more education and encouraging toward the incentive side. The second thing is, in a conversation that I just had this morning, it isn't actually clear if the state will allow for these rebates to be used once a ban actually occurs. They don't allow for the funding to come for compliance purposes. So we don't want to create a ban where somebody can't get the rebate. So I think what we would like to do is then make that timeline as long as possible to ensure that transition happens. I did speak to the Day Workers Center. They had mentioned that they have at least 80 folks, that this is their primary source of income. They had expressed concern about the outreach and the difficulty to reach, in particular, monolingual Spanish speakers in this space, or they might be sole proprietors of very small landscaping companies in South County. So I think this board has 2 competing interests that we just need to find a balance on, and I think we should try and do it, which is that we have an equity piece to ensuring that low-income workers aren't burdened by this, and we have an environmental piece. I think we can find that balance if we extend the implementation timeline and have a very robust process of outreach. As it stands, while there has been some success on the LEAP program, there's still a lot of funding currently left in the LEAP program, which shows that it hasn't been implemented or hasn't been as successful. And that's multi-county as we'd like it to be. So I look to the board for helping me land on that. I think it should be at least a year. It's currently 6 months. I think it should be at least a year, because I think once we've passed something, we want to make sure that the funding can actually get to those folks. And I think that the outreach needs to be robust, or maybe there should be a check-in after 6 months to make sure that again, and also we're going to have a patchwork of ordinances throughout the county. And if you are Watsonville based and you're working in the unincorporated area, it's a different set than if you would work in Capitola. And so I think that we also need to recognize the challenge of be facing these workers. So again, long timeline, not enforcement centric, but education centric, and working with a nonprofit partner to make sure we get that information out would be what I'd like to see modified in the ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Koenig, for bringing this forward.
Yeah. Supervisor Hernandez.
You know, I have to agree with Supervisor Friend on this, because every morning, you know, like this morning, I see all the trucks that run across from South County, all the landscaping trucks that run across South County to North County to do the landscaping jobs. And, you know, obviously you could tell even their equipment they have is kind of old, and for them to purchase new equipment, whether it's new gas powered or electric, it's going to be a struggle for them. And at the last board meeting, Wednesday, they barely showed us the Spanish speaking plan for the rollout of the LEAP program that they have for the reimbursement program. And so they haven't rolled out the media plan that they have for the Spanish speaking folks for this program. So it is kind of too fast to roll for us to do the ban right now when they haven't even rolled out a Spanish media plan for MBARD. And so if there's any way that we can actually make the kind of the regulative part for us to county staff to work with MBARD so that we can get the folks that don't have the electric equipment to get them signed up with MBARD to get the electric equipment. And from what I've heard is that the batteries don't last long, that they'll need several batteries per piece of equipment to last, you know, a 10-hour day, 12-hour day, that they'll need like at least 4 batteries for that. So that's been the input that I've heard, is that they don't last, that they'll need 4 batteries. But I agree. I tend to agree with Supervisor Friend about kind of rolling it out and with more time.
Supervisor McPherson.
I appreciate bringing this. It was much needed for a long time. I think Supervisor Koenig mentioned that he's open to some adjustments, and it seems like he would be to these, but I would like to hear his. He's been in the middle of this. I think that sounds good. I think the 80% costs and the inclusion of 4 batteries, I think we've got a good framework for even improving it for more. And I guess the time extension is probably the most important thing, so people have a better understanding of what they can do and how they can get there.
Okay, so I'll make a couple comments real quick. And so first, just want to express my appreciation to Supervisor Koenig for bringing this forward. I had residents in my district asking me to bring this forward, and given that, you know, the majority of the area that's receiving landscaping services is really within the city, it really seemed that it's probably better suited if one of the supervisors that has, you know, more unincorporated folks who receive those services, it would make sense for them to kind of bring this forward. So just want to express my appreciation for Supervisor Koenig working on this. And I'll also say that, you know, in the past, the city council had been approached numerous times by numerous groups to try to enact an ordinance like this. Many years ago, there was a lot of opposition to it. I think now that the technology's improved, and especially because of the fact that there's actually this kind of trade-in opportunity where you can get rebates and you can actually, you know, replace the equipment, and that's going to be subsidized, really helps people have less opposition to this kind of ordinance. And so I'm supportive of the ordinance. I do also share some concern with the timeline, just because of the fact that if the ordinance goes into effect after second reading, which is our second reading is going to be in August, and I guess there's a 45-day period, 30-day period. So the ordinance would take effect more or less in September. And that really is a short window between when the ordinance is adopted and when if we have a January 1st, 2025 timeline of enforcement, that's a really tight window, and would leave people to be scrambling to get the applications, and they would have to be processed. get their rebates, go purchase the equipment. And if everybody's kind of racing to do that all at the same time, I mean, I can only imagine that there'd be some chokes in the pipeline to get there, whether it's available equipment, whether it's, you know, the timeline it takes to process the application. So, I mean, maybe a friendly amendment to it could be, you know, 1 year from the adoption of the ordinance, or when the ordinance goes into effect, that we would begin enforcement. And so that way the ordinance would go into effect. It would not be enforced until a year from that timeline. And then that way it gives us plenty of opportunity to do outreach and education. And I'm not sure if that would come into conflict with some of the concerns that Supervisor Friend brought up around the, you know, there's a ban in effect and people's ability to have access to rebates. But I just think that maybe would be a sufficient timeline for us to be able to address some of the concerns that were brought up today. So.
Well, you know, really, my concern is just that this is really people's livelihood in South County that I'm concerned about. And I wanted to ask the CAO or maybe our county council about the state phase out rollout. When does that happen? When does that occur? Is there a state phase out for these items?
It happened as of January 1st, 2024. As of January 1st, 2024, essentially most small gasoline powered engines, things that would power leaf blowers, for example, are no longer allowed. They're prohibited. But the state's law doesn't say anything about the use of existing leaf blowers, ones that were purchased in 2021, 2022, et cetera. So those could be out there and being used forever under the current state of the law. So this ordinance is premised, I believe, on trying to address that gap.
It just bans the sale of new. Yeah. I mean, so if you go into a hardware store now, that you would see electric only. That's, yeah. So I mean, I think that the enforcement side is part of it. That's key. I support the 1 year. I think that we should be willing to revisit if we get clarity from CARB that they won't honor a rebate for a ban. I think that the board should be willing to then reconsider at that time just when this ordinance would actually take effect. I think we should be able to have clarity on that by the time it comes back anyway in August. But I think we should also recognize that irrespective of whether they do or not, 80% is not 100%. And that couple $100 difference is multiple days wage and clearance for people that are at the lowest incomes in our community. So there is an equity impact here that is, and there's an environmental impact. I mean, these are both, you have to weigh both. And I think that we just need to find a way. I mean, ideally there would be a funding stream that could harmonize that. That would help that. So that doesn't exist. But I guarantee you that there are very few people in South County that know about the rebate program. Mm-hmm. I guarantee there's even less that know that there's bans planned. Yeah. And so that is a pretty significant, and it's a very difficult, it's not a population that's going to immediately trust a government program to give, right, from a funding perspective. You've got a lot of other issues from those that aren't citizens and et cetera that may not trust coming forward and saying, I need to do this situation. So we need to bridge that, I think, as a board to meet all these needs. And I'm comfortable with moving forward as long as we have a couple elements. One is the expansion of this enforcement timeline that the chair spoke of. Two, that we in August get clarity on the rebate element. And three, that we have a really robust outreach program to trusted nonprofit partners to ensure that people know that this is out there.
And I think we also, Supervisor, to Chair Cummings' concerns, I think we have to establish a relationship with MBARD in our county to kind of streamline that process with the folks that we find with using gas equipment, right? Because we don't want that bottleneck effect, people trying to get their products and us saying they can't continue their job and continue making money to put food on the table for their kids. So we have to make sure that we streamline that process with MBARD.
So I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing the aspect of the enforcement date and when that starts, and a separate aspect of direction to staff to gather information, get information, and report back to the board. So this is a very relatively simple change. If the board wanted to make a change to the date, I would recommend picking a specific date, not used for purpose of clarity and transparency to the public, not saying that it goes into effect or will be enforced a year after the ordinance goes into effect, for example. I would say instead, pick a date. If you want it to be a year further, January 1st, 2026, you could do that. You could do whatever date the board comes up with. And this is an introduction to the ordinance. Usually we would have a change come back on first read again, but this is such a simple change that a motion could basically direct us to change 7.146.050C to have the implementation or enforcement date be X. And then it would just be placed on your board's agenda at the next meeting on second read, and we can make that change offline. But one more comment: to the extent you want additional staff direction regarding education, information, that's not part of the ordinance, and that wouldn't be coming back or something like that in the ordinance. It's just not addressed in the ordinance.
Okay. Supervisor Koenig, do you have any suggestions for timelines, or does the January 1st, 2026 timeline sound sufficient?
If that's what the board wants to go with, I mean, otherwise we could pick a mid-year date like July 31st, 2025. But I mean, again,
that's fine. Whatever you prefer. It's just, so that's the enforcement side anyway. Because I think that it shouldn't be enforcement centered. It should just be education centered.
Yeah. Okay, well then I will, if we can make a change to the ordinance without it necessarily having to come back for a first read, I'll move the recommended actions with an amendment so that the ordinance would go into effect on July 31st, 2025, or that the enforcement would go into effect July 31st, 2025, for staff to get clarity on whether the rebate would still be available if this ordinance is in effect, and have that available at second read in August, and then directing staff to develop a robust outreach program in coordination with the City of Santa Cruz and the Monterey Bay Air Resources District, and also to seek grant funds to further support small businesses and lower income landscaping companies to transition their equipment.
And I'll just clarify that the staff report back would be something that would come back on the consent agenda. There's not going to be an official presentation with regard to the second read of the ordinance.
I understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Koenig. We have a second.
I'll second it. Yeah. I mean, I think that the idea is I think we get an idea, but I think that maybe also in general, I don't know if this is a friendly amendment, but I think we should get a sense of what the uptake is by the end of the year of these rebates, of those in the unincorporated or in Santa Cruz County specifically, which MBARD should know. We don't have a business license component, so it's very hard for us to do a comparison to know what percentage of those, but I think it's going to be very important for us to have a sense of what the uptake of this really is.
Sure. I would consider that a friendly amendment.
That's good.
All right. So a motion by Supervisor Koenig, seconded by Supervisor Friend, with additional direction to change the date, the enforcement date to begin July 31st, 2025. Additional amendments to additional direction clarifying on whether the rebate will be available if a ban is in effect. The creation of a robust community outreach program with the City of Santa Cruz and MBARD, directing staff to seek funding to help support small businesses that may be impacted by this ordinance, and then additional friendly amendment by Supervisor Friend to track the uptake of rebates by individuals who use gas-powered leaf blowers and get a report back at the end of the year. And with that, I'll ask the clerk to call roll call vote on the item.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson and Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. All right. Well, it is noon, so we're going to move into closed session. I think we'll take a 5-minute break, 5-minute bio break, and then we will begin our closed session. And so I'd like to ask County Council if there's anything to report out of a closed session.
No.
Thank you very much. And with that, that'll end our regular meeting. We'll be back at 1:30 for our time scheduled item. afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors meeting. Before we begin with item number 14, we do need to conclude item number 9 from our earlier agenda. This should only take about 2 minutes, where we're going to have a reading of the votes related to CSA 4. So I'll turn it over to Michael Beaton from GSD.
Thank you, Board. Michael Beaton, Director of General Services. This is a continuation of item 9 related to the Prop 218 Special Benefit Assessment Protest Hearing and results for the election for County Service Area 4, Pajaro Dunes Fire Protection Area. Out of 334 valid votes submitted, 78.4% of the weighted totals were in favor of an increased assessment, and 21.6% were in protest or not in favor. Thus, the increased assessment passes. As a result, we'll return to the board on August 13th, 2024, with the official certification of the ballot results.
Great, thank you. And that, I believe, concludes that item. All right, so with that, we're going to move on to our scheduled item, a hold public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the Santa Cruz County Code and Local Coastal Program regulating low impact camping areas, approving concept and ordinance, amending Santa Cruz County Code Section 13.10.312, 13.10.322, 13.10.352, 13.10.362, and 13.10.372, and adding new section 13.10.695, regulating low impact camping areas in the unincorporated areas of Santa Cruz County, approve associate sequent notice of exemption, and take related actions. With that, I'll turn it over to staff from Community Development Infrastructure. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Cummings. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Mark Connolly, Principal Planner, CDI. To my right today with me, I have Natisha Williams, Senior Planner with CDI. And what we have for you this morning is the culmination of about 7 months worth of work for a low impact camping ordinance for the County of Santa Cruz. This is a board referral that we received back in November from you all, and we have put together a robust community outreach, including 5 or 6 public hearings on this. So Natisha will go through all of the details of that. And we'll also have at the end of this a recommendation that we'll put on the slide that we'll be asking the board for today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Natisha, who will provide a nice presentation for us.
Good afternoon, supervisors. So first, here's a quick outline of our presentation today. We'll review the project background, the state legislative landscape, an overview of the ordinance, as well as key changes, additional items for the board to consider, and finish with the recommended actions. After concluding the presentation, we'll be available to answer your questions. So last year, your board voted unanimously to support Senate Bill 620, which is a proposed state bill that would make it easier to establish small, low-intensity campgrounds on private property, known as low-impact camping areas. On November 14th last year, the board directed CDI staff to draft a low-impact camping ordinance that would streamline the local land use permit process for these low-impact camping areas, or LICAs. It's important to note that low-impact camping is not a new use in our area, and that there are a number of currently active low-impact camping sites throughout Santa Cruz County that are not currently permitted. According to the HipCamp website, an online platform like Airbnb that focuses on outdoor camping, there are approximately 35 properties with campsites currently advertising in our area. So the primary goal of this ordinance is to regulate this existing use by establishing a new streamlined permit process. This would ensure greater oversight of these properties that are currently unregulated, including compliance with county code regulations, adequate public safety measures, and environmental protections. Drafting the ordinance now also ensures that Santa Cruz County is prepared when the new state regulations in SB 620 are approved. Creating this new permit path for LICAs would also benefit our region by providing greater public access to open space and outdoor recreation, expanded opportunities for affordable overnight accommodations for visitors to our region, additional revenue streams for rural landowners and local farmers, and additional transient occupancy tax, or TOT, for the county. The initial draft of the ordinance was prepared after extensive outreach to various agencies and interested parties, including the Santa Cruz County Farm Bureau, Santa Cruz Land Trust, and the California Coastal Commission. In December and January, staff held several meetings to clarify the ordinance and permit process, soliciting input from various agencies and departments across the county, including Planning and Public Works, Parks, Environmental Health, the County Fire Marshal, CAL FIRE, and the County Sheriff. Staff also met with Santa Barbara County staff who are currently drafting similar regulations in their jurisdiction. And we also met with HipCamp, who have coordinated with several other jurisdictions on similar ordinances throughout the state and the country. Staff held a stakeholders meeting on February 12th, inviting those with existing and involvement or potential interest in the ordinance, including representatives from the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, Subenvirons Fund, and the California Certified Organic Farmers, or CCOF. And more recently, staff has reached out directly to local fire chiefs regarding fire safety. Today's hearing marks the 6th public meeting where the LICA ordinance has been presented, including the initial public meeting on November 14th. Staff has also presented the draft LICA ordinance to the Agricultural Policy Advisory Commission, and 3 meetings at the Planning Commission were also held. So in our research and consultation with County Council, staff determined that low impact camping areas are subject to state law under the Special Occupancy Parks Act, or SOPA. SOPA regulates all campgrounds with 2 or more campsites and requires a permit to operate from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as more infrastructure, a conditional use permit, and notice public hearing, all beyond the kind of low intensity streamlined projects that we intend with this ordinance. SB 620 would exempt small, low-impact camping areas with 9 or fewer campsites from these more rigorous permit requirements under SOPA. And this proposed bill is not yet state law, but is expected to be approved later this year. Therefore, we've updated the ordinance to restrict a LICA to allow only 1 campsite per property at this time in order to avoid the SOPA threshold per current state law. Once SB 620 or another exempting state bill passes, the proposed ordinance would then allow for 9 campsites maximum. This slide provides an overview of the proposed low impact camping area, or LICA ordinance. New County Code Section 1310-695 would define low impact camping areas as small scale, low-intensity campgrounds rented out for short-term, overnight recreational camping. It would allow campers to stay up to 14 consecutive days and no more than 28 days per year per camper. But to clarify, property owners may operate a LICA or rent out campsites year-round. The LICA ordinance would streamline planning review by providing a ministerial zoning clearance process. It establishes application requirements, including TOT registration, as well as operating and development standards, including the following. LICA are only allowed on minimum 5-acre rural properties with a maximum density of 1 campsite per acre. So, for instance, a 5-acre property would be limited to 5 campsites maximum. LICAs are permitted within the zone district shown on this slide, and the ordinance requires protections over the county's resources. Campsites cannot be located in FEMA floodways, 100-year flood hazard areas, or in very high fire hazard severity zones. They're also required to meet all fire, solid waste disposal, sanitation, and noise requirements. And the ordinance requires a local property manager who must be available 24/7. Staff has made several changes to the draft ordinance since it was last brought to your board, and some of the most significant are highlighted on this slide. First, we updated the ordinance to make some minor clarifications, including clarifying the LICA permit application process, adding hours for generator use, and requiring on-site signage for both the no smoking policy and protected resources. To limit potential risk of fire, open fires such as campfires and barbecues are prohibited within a low-impact camping area, but gas cooking stoves would be allowed. The Planning Commission had some conflicting suggestions on on-site managers, so staff added a requirement for an on-site property manager only when cell service is not available. This provision also requires a landline or other phone service, such as Wi-Fi calling via satellite internet, to ensure access to emergency services. And per the Commission's request, staff also added a new requirement for adequate driveway, or road access for fire protection. Some other major concerns we heard throughout our outreach and the public hearing process were related to ensuring adequate enforcement authority and protecting the county's natural resources. So we've strengthened these regulations to address these key issues. Similar to vacation rentals, we've added a permit renewal process that requires LICA permits to be renewed 1 year after initial approval and subsequently every 3 years. We also added to the list of significant violations that may result in a revocation of a LICA permit, including violation of fire regulations and sensitive habitat protections. And we worked with environmental planning staff to strengthen review of potential impacts to protected resources. And we'll go a little bit more into this on the next slide. So in order to ensure greater protection of special status species and habitat and other protected resources in the county, an environmental clearance would be required for every LICA permit in addition to the zoning clearance. As defined in County Code Chapter 1810, a zoning clearance is an administrative review by planning staff to ensure the project conforms with zoning ordinance requirements and determine that a discretionary permit is not required. Similarly, an environmental clearance is a ministerial administrative review to certify that the use of the property conforms with the environmental resource protection regulations in Title 16 of the County Code. The EC would include a pre-site evaluation of the project using the county GIS system and any existing in-house knowledge of the particular site or resources in the area. And in addition, a site visit or a biotic report may be required. If the environmental clearance process determines that potential impacts to protected resources can be avoided, and the project can be revised if necessary to ensure compliance with environmental regulations, then the LICA permit can be processed ministerially. If, however, the EC determines that the project may impact protected resources, and there is no possible alternative location on the site to ensure the LICA project meets the requirements of Title 16, then the LICA permit would become a discretionary project and a higher level review would be required. The LICA permit would then be processed as an administrative use permit or AUP, which requires public notice, CEQA review, and conditions to ensure impacts to resources are avoided or minimized. And these environmental protections also relate to the project's CEQA review. Staff determined that the LICA ordinance is exempt from CEQA because the proposed use is intended to be low impact by design, and the ordinance provides regulations that protect against environmental impacts. Therefore, the amendments do not present a reasonably foreseeable possibility of a significant impact on the environment. As there are no projects proposed, any programmatic level CEQA review would be speculative at this time. The AUP process would allow for CEQA review at the project level when a project with potential impacts arises, which is more appropriate for this type of project. So looking at all of the provisions of the draft LICA ordinance before you today, including the 5-acre minimum parcel size, the zone districts outside of urban areas, outside of fire and flood hazard areas, this map shows here in green a rough estimate of parcels that may potentially be eligible for a low impact camping area permit. And it's around 1,900 parcels countywide, a total of about 35,000 acres of land. However, it's important to note that this map is not by any means a definitive list of all the parcels eligible for LICA because there's a number of requirements in the ordinance that just can't be easily mapped. First of all, LICA are required to be ancillary to a primary use in all of the zone districts except for parks, recreation, and open space. So most of the properties shown here without an existing development or use would not be eligible. The required zoning clearance would also determine whether any of these parcels are ineligible due to other aspects of the ordinance, including current agricultural activity, timber production uses, or code compliance issues. Additionally, much of the county's rural areas include sensitive habitat, but the county's resource mapping is not complete. So the environmental clearance process would likely determine that several of the parcels shown here would not be eligible, and others may perhaps require discretionary permit and full environmental review in order to avoid or minimize those potential impacts. There's some additional items for the board to consider today. Following considerable discussion at the Planning Commission meeting on May 8th, the Commission passed a motion recommending the Board of Supervisors not adopt the LICA ordinance, but provided a list of suggested changes for the board to consider. The complete list of changes is provided in today's agenda packet. Some of these suggestions conflict with one another, but this slide highlights kind of the most significant, including limiting LICA permits to 150 maximum countywide, requiring an on-site manager for all LICAs. And there were some conflicting suggestions to only allow fires in containers or not allow campfires at all. In the final board direction at the November meeting last year, staff was directed to consider pricing elements for LICA on public lands to ensure LICAs provide affordable accommodations in our county. Developing pricing options is challenging given the wide variety of properties and camping options that could potentially be offered across the county. So rather than adding a specific price cap, staff added a clause to the ordinance that requires public or nonprofit managed LICA to provide a minimum of 20% of campsites at half of the rate for families that qualify for the state's CalWorks program. Staff was also directed to consider density options for low impact camping areas. For now, while only one campsite is allowed in a low impact camping area, the draft ordinance permits one single camping party of up to 4 people. Once SB 620 passes and up to 9 campsites are allowed, the draft code sets the maximum number of campers to 4 per campsite, or 36 overnight guests total for the entire low impact camping area. This density limit ensures that the campgrounds remain low impact, but could also provide flexibility for group camping options if the 36 camper maximum hasn't been met. And lastly, I wanted to note that the resolution before you today includes a clause to provide existing low impact camping areas that are currently active in our region a 90-day grace period to apply for a LICA permit. So that brings us to the recommended actions for this item. Staff recommends that your board conduct a public hearing, adopt the resolution directing staff to file the CEQA notice of exemption and submit the ordinance to the California Coastal Commission for certification, approve the LICA ordinance in concept, and direct the clerk of the board to publish the notice of proposed ordinance summary and schedule a second reading for the ordinance. So that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And just noting the number of people in the room and the concerns around this item, I think what my preference is going to be is for us to hear from the community. We can take down some of their questions, bring back to the board for questions and comments, and then we can take action at that time. I will note that before we get started, there are a couple of members of the public. There's one person who expressed having a disability who will need to come up first during public comment. And then we have a representative from one of our local federal agencies who I also want to invite up prior to inviting the public. But I do want to set some ground rules before we get started. It's understandable that this is a item of great concern to the community. And I just want to say that as supervisors, we bring items forward with the hopes of trying to get community input. Oftentimes these are items that are brought from the community, sometimes are brought from outside the community, but the intent is really to try to see what the community finds to be acceptable in terms of new ways of moving forward. So with that being said, I really hope today that as folks are making comments, a couple ground rules, please no clapping, no booing. We want to be respectful of everybody's opinion, even if we don't agree with it. And it allows us to really get a sense of, where the community is at on this issue. We're going to start with 2 minutes. For public comment. We know there's a lot of people in the room. We may have to scale that back over time because we want to make sure that people can stay and hear the board out as we deliberate on this. And with that, I know that Supervisor Friend was the person who initiated this item and wanted to make some comments before we open it up to public comment. So I want to pass it over to Supervisor Friend so he can make a few comments on this item before I open it up to the public.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to acknowledge the work of county staff on this because I know this has been, there's been a significant amount of work that you've put in and also the amount of feedback that we've received from the community. We've had a lot of discussions with folks throughout the community with a number of the fire officials that have met with both myself and my office, sheriff's office, a number of other groups. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I thought it would be helpful just to sort of outline a couple things. One, the idea as to why this was brought forward. Two, the sense that not only have we heard concerns from the community, but also what I think the board's actually going to be considering today is going to be pretty fundamentally different from what came through a divided planning commission process. So I was going to share with what I plan to introduce as a modification to the proposal that's before us that I hope
addresses, well, first off, I think it's just quite frankly better public policy than what ended up coming through the process. But I also wanted to just kind of set the understanding of why this came forward in the first place. We have right now, there's no, as staff had noted, there's no regulatory framework around this use at all. And I think that where there should be agreement is that when you have a regulated use, there's input from folks both internally and externally that can exist that wouldn't be able to exist otherwise. And so the idea of creating a regulatory framework or an ordinance around this is to actually be able to improve the ability for fire and the community and environmental health and others to actually be able to say something regarding time, place, and manner associated where these would exist. Right now, we don't have that ability. So I do have, and the second component of it is that there is an access reality to the outdoors and costs. It's exceptionally expensive, to stay at a hotel in Santa Cruz County. It's actually expensive to stay at a vacation rental, and the outdoors and access to outdoor recreation and the beauty of our community shouldn't just be limited to those with means. And for all of us, I imagine this entire room that have camped, that have taken advantage of that, you recognize that it's a lower cost option. And I think that we really, as a progressive community, need to lean in to allowing outdoor recreational opportunities for folks of all means. We have just to outline. Thank you for that. Just to outline this, we're going to put up so that you can see what we're going to be proposing. I worked with Supervisor McPherson on this, and he had a really wonderful, had a significant amount of input on, from his perspective from the 5th District, and some of this language is a little bit different, actually, I just realized from what we've got right here, but the first thing that I heard is that there's a real desire for environmental review, and I think that that's an important component, and I think that the board should direct that an initial study of the proposed ordinance be done so that level of environmental review is provided. I think that there should be a cap on the total number of permits issued. We're recommending 150. We know that Sempervirens and some other organizations has said that. I think that 620 is enabling legislation and it's important. I also think that it doesn't I think it would be too large for our community to consider that number of campsites. That may work in some other communities, like for that matter, San Benito County has just approved, the 9. But I think for us, we should do much less. We should do. We're proposing that should there be state, which we want to get out ahead of the state enabling legislation to try and create a framework here that is better than what the state is proposing, and that would be to not exceed 4. And also have it limiting the number of people, limiting the number of cars. And then for the folks in all of our rural districts that live on SU and TPZ zone parcels, one of the things that came out repeatedly was a fear of vacant parcels and how would there be communication. And I think that you can tie that to a single family or a residence on site. This reduces about 70% of the eligible parcels on TPZ and over half of those on SU for even consideration. And also, I think, addresses the fundamental concern of having on-site folks there. In our meetings with fire, one of the things that they had mentioned was ensuring that there was a way to have a clear address, a way to know where that location was. Obviously, if this is at a single family homes residence, not as big of an issue, but we think that as part of the ordinance, you should have a clearly marked address for public safety, just so there's a clear place for response. These, you can see some of the other things that we posted on here, but the idea here was to address in our meetings with fire, their key issues, in our meetings with the residents, including Bonnie Doon, and I appreciate the Rural Bonnie Doon Association reaching out to us in our conversation we had to impact the total number and to greatly reduce where it would be in SU and TPZ. So overall, I think what you're seeing is a pretty significant reduction and an environmental review that continues this conversation for some time into the future anyway, where all the feedback that was received on habitat related issues can be taken into consideration in environmental review, and then that would come back to the board. The Planning Commission considered all of these elements, so there's no need to have that Planning Commission to consider it again, but I want to continue what people have to say. This isn't a cut off discussion, but I just wanted folks to recognize that what the board will be considering on a motion that will be presented from two of us will not be actually what came through the process. It's a much more reduced, moderate proposal to truly meet the definition of low impact, because I agree with some of the comments that were made that in the emails that we got that 9 is not and 36 people is not. I mean, that sounds like a campground, and the degree that you can maintain it at a much smaller case. And as staff noted, this starts as 1. And only if there's state legislation that enables it, it would increase, but nowhere near the level of what the state legislation would allow under its current language to increase, but for us having an ordinance. So we're trying to get out also ahead of that to ensure that we have something in place in advance of that. So I just wanted to share that with all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me an opportunity to just kind of address that in advance. And I really do look forward to continuing to hear the feedback from the community today.
Okay. So with that, I do believe the clerk, there's a person who reached out who needed special access.
Yeah, if you'd like to approach the podium, we'll begin.
My name is Fred Gibbs. I've lived in the county of Santa Cruz for 50 years. I've lived in Bonnie Doon for 41 of those years. My following comments reflects my 27-year career in fire service. The current one-size-fits-all version of this proposed ordinance is based on false and unrealistic assumptions of both human and fire behavior. Low-impact camping within the hazard severity fire zones will create high-impact, out-of-control fires that will spread across the county as it has in the past. I've been up for all 3 of them. Low-impact camping equals high-impact wildfires. Anyone in the fire service will tell you that all the statutes, regulations, ordinances you have on the books, all the signs you have posted on site don't do any good. People will start fires regardless of that. It has to be supervised. Who do we turn to when we cannot rely on our own county government's inherent sworn duty to protect its citizens, emergency personnel, and even low-income campers from harm's way? This begs the following questions. Where do you, the Board of Supervisors within your jurisdiction, have the inherent lawful authority and legal right to impose an ordinance, an existential danger to the citizens' rights to safety from harmful fire for the benefit of a disproportionate few campers? All this, despite the Insurance Information Institute's conclusive evidence that humans cause 90% of all wildfires, especially in fire hazard severity zones. All this, despite your 2021 grand jury report with Cal Fire Chief Ian Larkin's concluding statement that Santa Cruz and San Mateo counties have 100 years of behind the fuel management efforts. Quote, if we don't start reducing fuels around our communities and protecting them, it's only a matter of time before we have another catastrophic event. And personally,
thank you. Sorry, we have a lot of people and we give you 2 minutes. So.
Can I end it with this?
Please.
I spent a week calling the insurance companies and got a call from the insurance commissioner's office, Ricardo Lara. And this is how they're looking at you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut you off.
Okay.
But please send it in. I think we get where you're coming from. I'm sorry, but I know that there's a lot of people in this room who want to make comment. So the next person, I'd like to invite up Zachary Ormsby from the Bureau of Land Management, and then after Zachary, if folks want to start lining up behind Zach, you will have 2 minutes to speak, and we'll go ahead with Zach Ormsby, Director of Bureau of Land Management.
Thank you, supervisors, and hello, neighbors. I'm here on behalf of the Bureau of Land Management, the largest land management agency in the country at 245 million acres. And I wanted to talk about
Can pause it for 1 sec? Can we pause the clock? I just want to see if folks can quiet down so we can hear the director.
95% of the wildfires in California from 2000 to 2022 were human caused. More than 80% of the wildfires that end up on public lands started off of public lands. We manage 5,843 acres just to the north of Santa Cruz surrounding the Davenport area known as Chitoni Coast Areas.
The measures that we took there were extensive public involvement and review by subject matter experts, including our fuels program, comments from hotshots, and subject matter experts, biological opinions, cultural opinions. And in our planning process for Chitoni Coast Aries, we came to the conclusion that camping, fires, and fireworks were not a compatible use for that area. To take that one step further, we went through something called the supplementary rule process, where we create individual rules, basically laws. The most comprehensive set of supplementary rules within the National Monument System. Throughout the BLM, we have 21 of them. They outline that no camping, no fires, and no fireworks are permitted on that property. And a large reason for that is because of the public's involvement, their comments through our extensive NEPA review, and then the consultation with environmental subject matter experts in our fuels program. As a result of that, we're doing a huge fuel break project throughout the entire area, providing 100 feet of defensible space around the town of Davenport, and continuing to work with our partners to mitigate the fire risks that are inherent in this area and are expected to increase as a result of climate change. I thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions or any help that the supervisors may need beyond this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask them what hotshots means. Hotshots review.
Excuse me.
What does hotshots review mean? Review by the hotshots.
The BLM has its own fire management group. The hotshots are the elite in this country in fighting wildfires, and they were present during the CZU fire, which is largely why Chitoni Coast Aries had minimal damage.
Thank you. All right. Welcome.
My name is Frank Balthus. I live in Bonnie Doon on Warren Drive off of Smith Grade Road. And we've lived in Bonnie Doon for 44 years and have been evacuated for 3 fires. And we recently were notified by State Farm that our fire insurance is being canceled, as our whole neighborhood. And this seems like a crazy time to be allowing more fire hazard when people in Bonnie Doon are losing their fire insurance. There is the California Fair Plan or Unfair Plan. One of my neighbors now is paying $9,000 a year for fire insurance, and that doesn't include liability. So it's really important that we reduce the fire risk. I also am a retired California State Park Ranger. I worked throughout the Santa Cruz Mountains and the San Mateo coast for many years. And I know that when it gets cold, people light fires, even if it's not permitted. And I've seen what can happen in unregulated campgrounds. So it's really critical that there be on-site managers. So in high fire areas, I would really recommend there not be any this low impact camping. Also that in resident RA zoned areas, that there not be the low impact camping, and there be on-site supervision and no generators. We have frequent power outages in Bonnie Doon, and when we have these power outages, frequently people run generators, and the noise is incredible. It travels from ridge to ridge, and I certainly wouldn't want to be a neighbor where generators are allowed. The noise impacts are tremendous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Hoffman. I've lived in Bonnie Doon 48 years, where I built my home. I'm very proud of it. I've been on the school board for 7 years, and I've been, I'll show you my age. Gary Patton was the first guy to assign me to a project here, and it had to do with birds. But in any case, I'm totally against this, 100%. There's ongoing fire problems all the time, and I'm not sure what's going on with the people who keep this information. But we can certainly pull together a list of fires that have been occurred since the CSU fire. It's going on at all times, and it's people, usually neighbors, put it out. My guess is the whole aspect of the role of how fire has in this project should be looked at first before this project goes forward. It's not compatible with what's been going on in Bonnie Doon. my feeling is that my place where I live, this whole episode of this idea to put this before the public is premature. There's missing things in the whole picture. For example, with the different documents, I did a research with a woman from Los Angeles who helped run down a whole lot of information about what's going on statewide. And we found out two things. That the entities that had very strict rules are doing fairly well in terms of controlling fires. Santa Cruz County does very little. I've been there a long time where there's been fires in a lot of the neighborhoods. And that's about it. So I will get a list out to you guys to show you what's going on. I don't think you really have a realistic look of what's been happening.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Reed Flox. I and my wife, who is also here, are opposed to this proposed ordinance, even in its amended proposed form. I practiced law for 40 years across the street from here. Importantly, the county is in error in stating that this proposed ordinance is exempt from CEQA. In addition to the reasons stated in the Whitwer Parkin legal analysis, the county's proposed CEQA exemption is also in error for the following reason, and this was not mentioned earlier. The use of the Class 1 categorical exemption and the specific section cited in the notice of exemption is in error and not supported because the first and primary stated justification for the exemption in the notice is that the ordinance allows for short-term use. This is a wrongful and inaccurate finding, and as such, not a justification for a CEQA exemption here. In fact, the proposed ordinance allows for permanent use, full-time campgrounds with visitors, users that stay for limited times, but the actual camping is a full-time use, not a short-term use. CEQA review is required. I speak in opposition to this proposed ordinance, which I assert has been shamefully misnamed and misrepresented to the public as providing for low impact camping. There's no way that what is proposed is low impact, even in its amended form. Please read David Rubin's important research and correspondence. I request that for all future purposes, the proposed ordinance be renamed the Potentially Disastrous Significant Impact Camping Ordinance, PD-SICO. If it had been properly named, I expect that you would see many more people here today voicing their opposition. I was particularly shocked at the staff's stated justification for not excluding LICAs in areas designated by the state fire marshal as high fire areas. The justification given was that removing these areas would render most of the county ineligible to pursue a LICA permit. Think about that for a minute. This is insanity, which by most definitions means not knowing right from wrong. All high fire areas should be excluded from LICA, not just areas designated as very high fire areas. All areas that burned in the CCU
Thank you so much.
Are clearly very high fire.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. We appreciate the comments.
2 minutes is not enough.
Okay.
Great.
Hello. My name is Steve Holman. I lived in Bonnie Doon since 1976, except for 1 year after the fire when I lived in Santa Cruz. And you can probably figure out why. My last home had to be replaced. I'll be damned if I want to do that again in my 70s, or anybody else should have to do that ever. I've worked for 3 counties. I worked in environmental health and planning and development. I used to inspect organized camps. I'm very familiar with the 25 pages of state laws about how organized camps are supposed to be operated, permitted, run, and inspected. Environmental Health Service, by the way, is tasked with that task of inspecting organized camps. They have solid waste, they have liquid waste, they have swimming pools, they have food service, they need to have an emergency medical plan, and other things that are required by the law. None of this stuff is recognized by LICA. The zoning of the county here requires 20 acres minimum for an organized camp. An organized camp has to have 20 acres unless it existed before the zoning ordinance. Why do we want to undo that perfectly smart regulation? The county has its own no camping zones, and you're probably not familiar with this, but Carbonera Estate, Sycamore Grove, Pogonip, Paradise Park, and areas surrounding that are not allowed to have campers. Why is that? To protect the city of Santa Cruz from campers. This is your ordinance. I don't need to talk about the huge fire danger because everybody's already talked about that. The fire chiefs and marshals are against this. There's no water storage, solid waste, liquid waste. Propane stoves are still flames. They catch things on fire. People put them on the ground. They put them on grass. People aren't that smart sometimes. So we don't want this hazard. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Furman. I'm been in Santa Cruz for 53 years. Been a resident of Bonnie Doon since 1978. I've owned my home up there since 1983. I lost my home in the 2020 CZU fire. Fortunately, I got a chance to build it, and I'm luckier than a lot of other people. The residents area struggling for insurance. You all require us to have septic, 10,000 gallons of water storage, and yet you're proposing this whole thing for LICA that doesn't require really much of any of those things. And I'm just going to say all those bullet items that you had in the PowerPoint slides are nothing but bullet items. There's really no enforcement on your part by the county to have people actually come out there and inspect every campsite for every place. Let's face it, you don't have it. And the same thing goes with law enforcement. When people start having fires and people start running generators late at night, it's not going to be the sheriff that's going to wind up having to deal with it. It's going to be us. And you know, we already have Hip Camp up there in Bonnie Doon, which is illegal. I don't think you have any permits for Hip Camp. They're already camping people out in Bonnie Doon. So if I'm going to have any suggestions, I'm going to say, you know, county, build your own campsites, build legal campsites. Don't force this stuff on the homeowners. And if you want to do this stuff, do it out in the areas that aren't fire dangers, you know, like in the Watsonville area or some other areas where not the mountainous areas. Require management on site full time, no fires. And if you do come up with something for fires, align it with the Air Quality Control Board, where we're in the fire department, where we are only allowed to burn brush during a certain part of the season. And again, all I'm just saying is nothing but bullet items, because there's no enforcement on any of this stuff in reality.
Hello, board. My name is Susan Mason. I'm the secretary of the Bonnie Doon Fire Safe Council, and I run the Firewise neighborhood where I live. In my 20 years as a volunteer firefighter, I had a front row seat to how little mistakes could turn into big messes. And when I read this ordinance, it was rather frightening. I want to remind the five of you that you, as the Board of Supervisors, are the board of directors of county fire. As such, you should be listening to your fire professionals and to their opinions on this. And in my opinion and my PTSD from watching a third of my neighbors' houses burn down while we were working like hell to save ours, I think that it just makes no sense to have the very high fire danger or the high fire danger parcels included in this ordinance. Please take those out of there. You can still get your 150 sites with all of those gone. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Trish Maher. I've been a landowner, homeowner in Bonnie Doon since 1996. Been through 3 fires. Yes. My name is Trish Maher. I've been in Bonnie Doon, homeowner, landowner there since 96. I've been through 3 fires. Others have covered fire better than I can, but I looked at that map of eligible parcels and it appears that my parcel is eligible. I have a neighbor who has had camping on his property illegally. He runs an Airbnb in violation of the CC&Rs for our development and also the easement on my road. This county is reactive and not proactive on enforcing anything. My recourse in this, and Airbnb is a good example of that. My recourse in this, my own case is hiring a lawyer. The county's not going to help me with that. So this county is full of private roads with easements. What are you going to do about people getting a campsite? And the other thing, permit. The other thing is it takes about 40 to 45 minutes for a sheriff to get to Bonnie Doon. Maybe. So enforcement's going to be a problem. And I said I lived through the camping thing. The noise was dreadful. It carries. So please consider that. We have to live in Bonnie Doon. Thank you.
My name is Donna Zetterquist. I've lived in Bonnie Doon for 44 years, and like many others, I've been evacuated 3 times due to wildfires, and it has burned in my memory, no pun intended, that the Martin Fire was started by careless visitors. These fires have burned closer and closer to my home, with the CZU fire destroying most of my property and burning right up to the foundation of my house. In light of this, I am extremely concerned about the potential risk of fires from an unsupervised camping program in high fire and extremely high fire areas. It only takes one small mistake or accident to destroy the natural setting that you want to share with everyone and put the lives of both residents and campers in peril. If you are determined to go through with this program, please, 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 listen to our county's fire and public safety professionals in regard to water, reliable communication, and accessible roads for emergency vehicles. Please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Rubin, RBDA board chair. Thanks for the opportunity to review parts of my written report I submitted. The county's argued that the LICA ordinance is exempt from CEQA review based on the common sense exemption that there's no foreseeable impact. This is nonsense. It is both common sense and foreseeable that more camping causes more wildfires, and wildfires have a devastating impact on people's lives and the environment. Recreation is the single largest cause of wildfire in California. The proposed increase in camping from a few dozen campgrounds to hundreds will ignite roughly 5 times as many wildfires, more or less, depending on the final details of how rigorously the rules are enforced. Is there any question that this has significant impact? At least 4 letters have been submitted to the county arguing that the ordinance requires CEQA review. From Jonathan Whitner, from Semper Virens, from Mike Guth for the Sierra Club came in Sunday, and Bill Parkin representing RBDA. Parkin's letter quotes case law. If there is any dispute about the possibility of such an impact, the agency cannot find with certainty that a project is exempt. And later he quoted, a party challenging a common sense exemption need only make a slight showing of a reasonable possibility of a significant environmental impact. Guth wrote for the Sierra Club, there's no way to justify this proposed exemption. The record is replete with evidence that there is a possibility, if not a certainty, that there will be significant effects on the environment. The county's use of the common sense exemption is nonsense. The ordinance needs CEQA review. Then let's consider the details. Exclude high fire zone, exclude RA, TPZ, and SU. Require an on-site manager and landline, change the regulations to facilitate farm stays, and prohibit generators.
Thank you.
My name is Harry Noller. I've been a resident of Bonnie Doon for 45 years and have lived through 3 wildfires here. The last one burned our house to the ground. I'm deeply concerned about inclusion of remote wooded mountain communities like Bonnie Doon in the proposed LICA ordinance for several reasons. To rebuild our house, we were required to install tanks containing 10,000 gallons of water connected by to a hydrant at the road. The LICA proposal contains no such fire safeguards. No on-site supervisor would be required. Someone reachable by 24/7 phone contact would be considered sufficient. Who would make sure that no campfires are started? Who would respond to emergencies such as wildfire breakouts, medical or police emergencies, and so on? Cell phone service is virtually non-existent in Bonnie Doon. Fire response proved to be unable to rescue several hundred homes, including ours, from the CZU fire. Fire officials are unanimously opposed to this proposal. As for police response, there's one sheriff to take care of San Lorenzo Valley, Davenport, and Bonnie Doon. Finally, the title of this proposal contains the deceptive phrase, low impact. What could be higher impact than having one's house burned down, except, of course, for the possibility that the occupants themselves burned to death? I urge you to reject this proposal. It is irresponsible and represents a grave danger to the community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Texera. I've lived in Bonnie Doon for 23 years. I'm a relative newcomer, and I'm a retired geriatric social worker. I live on Summit Drive in Bonnie Doon, and I lost my home in the CZU fire. I've also been evacuated 3 times from our history of fire, our fairly recent history of fires. I'm shocked and upset that this is even being considered. I look to you people to protect us. We've been ravaged by wildfires, and our community is struggling to come back to their homes. Governor Jerry Brown once said that the state of California should be considered a drought zone forever. And I believe him. I think that's true. For all the reasons that all the people who are professionals in this field, and for my personal reasons of being traumatized, nervous every time the rain stops, I urge you to either not consider this as safe because it's high risk, and also to listen to the professionals if you're adamant to pass this through. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Killey. I've lived in Bonnie Doon since 1989, been evacuated 3 times. I hosted Airbnb at my house from 2017 until COVID. I loved it. Many people came back repeatedly and became friends. About 300 groups came through, and all but 3 were wonderful. I'm sure Leica campground owners would have similar experiences. A lot quicker, too, because I could have 3 years' worth of Airbnb guests on my Leica-approved property every 8 days. The 1% of guests who weren't wonderful were problems. There will be problems with some Leica campers, and they may do the kind of damage that destroys acres of natural beauty and many lives. If you force this on us, use TOT money to hire Leica overseers who are available 24/7, so they, rather than overworked and underfunded sheriffs or firefighters, can be called when there are problems. No saying no search warrant, no entry, something the sheriff can be told now. Right now, the county is ignoring unpermitted known existing campsites which are operating without paying TOT, and which in many cases advertise campfires as amenities. In my neighborhood, there's a notorious rave site built around a Burning Man theme. They have ceremonial fires visible from a quarter mile away. CAL FIRE had to extinguish a burning trailer on the property. The sheriff has issued many citations. As a neighborhood, we petitioned the county for relief. But even with all this, it took 1.5 years for the county to respond. Don't add more problems when the county is already overwhelmed. Please don't do this to us.
My name is Robin Colleen, and I live in Bonnie Doon, and most likely my land would be a site for LICA. camping. But let's talk about poop. The current proposal has no provision for routine on-site inspection for waste disposal. Come on, we've all been to campgrounds and seen the toilet paper watered up behind bushes. It brings to mind my experience at a state park where a departing RV dumped its entire black waste tank on the campsite next to me. The camp hosts were appalled, and there needed to be an expensive environmental cleanup. Inevitably, people will be peeing and pooping in the woods, but let me tell you a secret. Not all homes in rural areas have deep water wells. Many homes in the Santa Cruz Mountains get their household water from mountain streams. Does it make you nervous that waste runoff might contaminate these sources? When the first E. coli outbreak occurs, who's paying for it? The cleanup, the hospitalizations, and who's checking to make sure it doesn't happen in the first place? The irony of LICA is that Santa Cruz County has required new builds and replacement homes to install $80,000 septic systems. And yet here we are with no concrete supervision for human waste disposal under LICA. LICA is an invitation to an accident. Without extensive supervision by an additional hired and paid county employees and tough routine inspections, we invite fire, poop, noise, and risk onto our own neighbors. So let me ask you, who are you hiring to supervise this?
I'm Hugh Bielecki. My wife and I are full-time residents of Bonnie Doon on Pine Flat Road. Appreciate Supervisor Friend's comments and potential modifications of the proposed ordinance, and feel that the like ordinance could further be amended to better serve and protect residents of Santa Cruz County as follows. Number one, require a landline and 24/7 on-site manager. Cell service and internet access do not exist in most areas of the Santa Cruz Mountains, including down to Highway 1 at Bonnie Doon Road. 2, prohibit LICAs in both very high and high fire hazard areas. 3, require water storage on-site for on-site firefighting. 4, include enforcement procedures in the ordinance to cite campgrounds that are not in compliance with health, safety, noise, fire, and occupancy codes. And wondering how, given the county budget constraints, and how will enforcement be funded? 5, we would rather be lulled to sleep by owls hooting and awakened by songbirds, not listening to generators whining. Please, no generators. We've been evacuated from our home twice in 20 years and are highly aware of wildfire threats to our lives and property, and realistic and sensible fire prevention measures must be elements of this proposed ordinance. We value a low impact, leave no trace camping ethic. Hopefully a revised LICA ordinance could reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, supervisors and previous speakers. It is so sobering to hear the sentiment as well as the trauma that is in this community. I don't think I've ever showed up in a place where I might have supported so unpopular a position. But my name's Colin Connor. I live in Ben Lomond. I've been here 6 years. Sit on about 50 acres, and we've had multiple hip campers on my land. As an effort, as part of that endeavor, we've put in a fire break that runs the full length of the ridgeline in which we occupy. We keep about 50,000 plus gallons of water on the property. We've brought in a porta pod that allows for easy disposal at a fraction of the cost of the income that's generated from just one site. So the data that I would be interested in understanding is what actual stewardship is happening in the absence of people who are taking care of the land in the way that my owners are. We've also had local fire authorities look at the fire breaks that we put in most recently that didn't exist before or haven't existed for years anyway. We also removed tons of content and fuel from the land, putting over, I don't know, $20,000 to $30,000 into fuel reduction. So I'm wondering how many of my neighbors are doing that same effort, whether or not they're in favor of this proposal or this ordinance or not. However unpopular my view may be, I'd love to see the data from organizations like HipCamp or others on what are the positive impacts of stewarding land, if active. So yes, there's incomplete data. One of the things that was spoken by the first gentleman who was here, I think he said low income campers. I'm not sure why he said low income, because in my experience, the people who have come out have had a higher median income than most anybody you'd find at the average campsite. It's been interesting to see the level of care and response to the folks who have come out and the way they leave. Most recently, I came upon one of our sites. That's it. It's time. Thank you. Not a popular view. I respect your position and what you're saying and the fear that's inherent in it. And it is sobering for me to be here and hear it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Tanya Schweitzer. I was evacuated in 2010 with minor children from the Last Chance community, and 10 years later, our home burned down in Bonnie Doon. The proposed LICA amendment for Santa Cruz County raises both fire safety and environmental concerns. With our county histories of wildfires, it seems disingenuous to introduce inexperienced campers into our fire-prone areas. A ban on campfires does not mean folks won't do it, and with no oversight and enforcement, too much is left to chance. Excluding high wildfire risk zones while allowing camping on adjacent very high risk zones are insufficient, since embers can travel for miles and does not ask permission to traverse the different zones. There is a troubling lack of proposed oversight for project sites. The requirement for a designated 24/7 off-site operator will not be effective in areas with no cell service. Such communication blackouts areas span our mountains north to south and prevent potential campers from reaching first responders for support. A site review every 3 years after the first year allows for deferred maintenance to build up. Grasses and ladder fuels grow back every year, and unchecked could render any property a fire hazard. While LICA aims to increase public access to open space and support rural economies, these goals can be achieved in safer areas with proper regulation and oversight. If this passes against many of my neighbors' recommendations, I suggest that any tax revenue to the county be utilized to support the removal of fuel on private properties for vulnerable residents by funding organizations such as the Fire Safe Council of Santa Cruz County. Thank you very much.
Good evening or good afternoon, guys. My name is Phil Hubble. I've been a resident of Bonnie Doon for 55 years. What's really going on here?
Can you speak into the mic, please?
In March, Justin Cummings informed the Bonnie Doon Rural Association of Zach's friends' intentions to get this ordinance passed through. In May, at the planning department meeting, it was apparent that Bonnie Doon resident Doug Banks had been working with the corporation HipCamp to get this ordinance passed since 2021. The overwhelming majority of Bonnie Doon residents are against this ordinance, as you can see. It's a money grab and a hustle. HipCamp is out to make corporate profits and get Santa Cruz County on board so they can make money statewide. They have no vested interest in the Bonnie Doon community. The county wants the revenue from the transient occupancy tax, and Zach Friend, who's pushing this thing through, has professional and political goals once he leaves office here. Special interest groups like HipCamp will help him achieve his goal. After the CZU fires, Ryan Coonerty told the people that the county was going to streamline the building process, but that did not happen. The news reports that 900 homes were destroyed with $1 billion in property damage. 4 years later, only 300 homes have been built. The reasons: homeowners are underinsured, they can't get financing because they can't get fire insurance. County and state regulations are also an obstacle, and there are rising building costs. This proposed ordinance is not a streamlined process, but a complete deregulation of current laws. This proposal eliminates the environmental protection of the California Environment Quality Act. It replaces it with an ordinance that promotes poorly regulated commercial development in a rural residential community. The planning department recommends to the board is not based on common sense. The proposed infrastructure guidelines do not properly address the following: water, fire, power, sanitation, enforcement, on-site management, setbacks, noise, medical, communication, and the impact on the community residents. In San Mateo County, Costa Noa is a privately run, well-managed campground with the proper infrastructure.
So we appreciate your comments.
Like a safe tent, RV, and camping experience. Those are the standards the county
Sir,
follow.
we appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Breeze. I'm a homeowner and resident of Boulder Creek, and I am the FireWise leader for my neighborhood's FireWise site. I'm strongly opposed to this ordinance as it has been written because of the significant increase in fire risk it will bring our communities. I like camping. I like the concept of expanding opportunities in principle, and I appreciate the benefit it can bring to property owners. However, as currently written, this amounts to nothing less than reckless endangerment for our communities. The Santa Cruz County Fire Chiefs Association and local fire districts have raised very serious safety concerns, as has the District 5 Planning Commissioner. And I'm sorry, but saying at the last minute that, oh, we talked to them and we're going to adapt some of their recommendations and throwing up a slide none of us could read is insufficient at this time. I'd like to highlight 3 particular points of concern. Number 1, inspection and approval by local fire district needs to be a mandatory part of the process. I appreciate responsible homeowners, such as one of the previous speakers, who is very vigilant and good about managing the vegetation on their site, but not all property owners are that. Number 2, permits should require on-site management occupation 100%, no exceptions. Otherwise, there's no way to enforce campfire rules. Number 3, it should be limited not only to exclude very high fire severity, but high fire severity areas as well. If you're determined to go forward with this, it has to be done in a safe and responsible fashion to the satisfaction of the fire officials. Your primary duty has to be to the safety and well-being of your constituents and their homes and property. Do this right if you're going to do it at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen Sandell. I'm a 30-year resident of the San Lorenzo Valley Women's Club board member and co-chair of the Environmental Committee. Wildfire is an ever-present risk for all of us, and we all have felt the impacts, including the destruction of over 900 homes in the 2020 CZU fire and the cancellation of fire insurance for thousands of Californians. The Valley Women's Club has significant fire, safety, and environmental concerns about the LICA ordinance as it's presently written. Among other issues, extremely unreliable cell service in the proposed zones seriously weakens the ordinance's emergency safeguards. And we also know that emergency personnel in this county are extremely thin-stretched, especially in rural areas. Visitors unfamiliar with the area often assume that their cell phones will provide a lifeline for them, and that is simply not the case. We support the well-expressed concerns of the Santa Cruz County Fire Chiefs Association and the Planning Commission, and ask the board to consider both that feedback and residents' concerns in any action taken on this ordinance. And I also wanted to say I do appreciate the changes, especially around on-site management and environmental review, but I feel this needs further work, and I look forward to more public hearings and greater consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, supervisors. My name is Lonnie Faulkner, and I'm a resident of the 1st District, and I've lived in Happy Valley and Boulder Creek as well. Our Santa Cruz mountains are highly environmentally sensitive to the impacts of human use and are a region of high fire danger. Due to this sensitive and high-risk nature, I ask that the board not approve the ordinance as proposed. Building a new home in the Santa Cruz Mountains, owners are required to invest in expensive engineered septic systems and leach fields, which ensure the disposal and proper treatment of human waste so human fecal bacteria do not enter watershed lands and waterways. The development of septic systems are dependent in part on percolation rates, the number of bedrooms, and hence the number of people that impact and live on a given area. Without these engineered systems, human waste accumulates, which is toxic to surrounding wildlife. And when it rains, the wastewater is washed into the watershed, impacting our swimming and drinking water. The high coliform counts in our local rivers, including the rivers where they meet the beaches, has been evident in the past. Prevalence of poorly engineered septic systems in Santa Cruz Mountains, and this can only get worse with the proposed ordinance and no money for enforcement. State and national parks implement critically important regulations that limit camping impacts on surrounding areas by ensuring proper waste processing and formal intensive on-site overnight campground fire management, except and even in managed parks, open fires should not be allowed. Under this proposed ordinance, Leica campsites have the potential to be occupied 365 days a year. Leica sites subject to SOPA on a 5-acre property would allow 4 guests per campsite per acre, resulting in an additional 20 people every day on that land. And for Leica sites not subject to SOPA, up to 9 campsites and 36 guests every day on that land, with a huge cumulative unmitigated impact and little oversight. Properties designed for a family of 3 to 5 members would be impacted by an additional 20 to 36 people a day. I urge you to vote no. And if you want true equity, what another gentleman earlier said, let the county provide affordable camping for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kevin Flynn. I'm on the board of directors for the Semper Virens Fund. I've been on that board for 17 years, 15 years as a resident of the Santa Cruz Mountains. I want to thank Supervisor Friend for the dialogue between our staff members on issues here. And I think speaking for the board and for the organization, we echo many of the comments that have been made in the room today. There's a couple of other points I'd like to make. One is that currently it calls for a 50-foot setback from sensitive habitat areas. We're looking for maybe a 200-foot setback would be better. Also, that if it is an area that is close to sensitive habitat, to remove that parcel from that sensitive. People don't follow signs. People will walk away from and into the woods and into sensitive areas. So be careful about the sensitive areas and meet with wildlife representatives as far as identifying those sensitive habitats. Also, the issue of CEQA, we feel that this does fall under CEQA and that it should be, the CEQA process should be followed as we go through here. Also, another important point is to have somebody on site. I think a lot of the comments here today, in summary, are saying that on site is actually an imperative here because of a number of things, communication, cell phone service, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I want to thank the board for this discussion, the input that Semper Virens been able to provide. And I want to thank you for the time, and I'm giving people 30 seconds back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dawn Skipper, and I've owned my property in Santa Cruz County for 24 years. Really nervous, but humbled and touched by my neighbors' concerns. But I'm here to speak in favor of short-term camping. I have been hosting hip camp guests on my property since April of 23 and submitting taxes since that time. And I have also been personally affected by a home fire, in that the home that I built now on our property burnt down because of meth use in the basement. Renters had done that. And so I've gone through all the permitting and building our home, and it's a much cleaner and safer environment now that I'm the owner there. I take it very I feel very responsible for keeping our property fire safe and also flood safe, because that's an issue in our area. And since we've prepared the space for hip camping, we've cleared brush and cleared the creeks. It's not, the irony isn't lost on me that though I had hip campers last night, fire trucks had to respond to a neighbor's property at 2 a.m. And the reason was in a unmonitored and uncleared area in our neighborhood, there was a homeless person who had set fire. So I feel like monitoring and the county's permitting process could keep this a very safe and sustainable way to move forward. Thank you.
John Conley. I'm from Bonnie Doon. Been there 6 generations. I think our property's been in danger for wildland fires, I think 4 times in all those years. And a lot of sentiments were already expressed as far as fire safety and also excrement, things like this that are going to be put on the that will happen, I think, in these camp areas. I also think that there's also a law enforcement aspect of campers getting out of control and not having responsive sheriff's departments where there's just not many people. I mean, I think Supervisor Friend used to be our deputy up there, and you covered quite a large area back in those days. And we don't get a lot of support up there. And it leaves the enforcement of fire and criminal activity to the person who's managing it. How proactive will they be? My cousin's up in Lake County and is in a volunteer fire department, and most of their calls that they go to are related to the campground in the area where there's drunk driving, different things going on, lots of medical calls up there. I also think it's ironic that you're talking about generators while you're going to be taking a vote on gas leaf blowers, and generators can run for so long. And I also find it ironic that I had to destroy my well because of my septic tank to have a certain engineered system, while you're going to have so many more people on these lands that can do more damage than all the regulations that we've had to go through. And some very sad stories I've heard up in Bonnie Doon as far as people, where fire trucks have ran over their septic tank, and they, in their 80s have not been able to get back into their home. It's just tragic that with the CZU fire has caused on lots of people. And 200 feet, I think the fire where I had to move out of my house started in San Mateo. And so if you find a sensitive area, I think 200 feet.
Thank you, sir.
Not enough.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Daisy. I own 4.39 acres in the Redwood Forest, and I have been hosting HIP Camp on my property since November of last year. I know that there's a lot of resistance against the ordinance, so I will focus my comments on things that I believe I am doing well, so that you may consider that as you lay out your plan for LECA. I understand the concerns of many of the people here. I have those same concerns, but I believe that there is a safe and responsible way to support LECA. I hope that you can consider lowering the minimum parcel size to include properties like mine, who have been operating well as HIP camp sites. Smaller properties like mine can better manage the dangers and concerns, as I am able to get out to all areas of my property, manage and monitor and oversee everything appropriately. Some of the things that I do to address many of the common concerns brought up today are: 1, I provide educational pamphlets about fire, as well as talk to each and every person that arrives on my property about the dangers of fire and how they can prevent that. 2, I have an outdoor enclosed fireplace on a cement pad on my property, where that is the only place I will allow fire. And I have a fire extinguisher as well as access to water right at the fireplace. 3, I have clear rules that say I will not allow noisy partying on my property. And I ask questions about every party that books with me to see what their intent is when they arrive. And I haven't had any problems with partying and loud noises. My campground is a pack it in and pack it out site. All campers must bring all garbage and take it with them. I practice a human manure composting, and I educate campers on how that helps the property and the environment. Thank you.
My name's Doug Banks. I've owned property in Bonnie Doon since '98 and I've lived there full time. When I bought my property, I immediately started clearing it to make it safer for fire. We logged, milled, and built our own homes through 98 to 2002. And I've been proactive cleaning up my property and making it safer since day one, with a lot of protests from neighbors that are behind me. I own 36 acres and I back into the old Lone Star property, which is now Nature Conservancy and the other groups. We stayed and fought the fires in 2020. My sons, myself, and a lot of help from friends and volunteers. And we were able to save not only my home and all my structures, but every house that is behind me on my property line. I've been a HIP camp host for over 4 years. I have 2 sites. I've never had a problem with any HIP camper. I only allow a campfire if the conditions are correct, meaning temperature, wind, and humidity. HIP camp is a joyful experience. It brings people together. I've had so many people, the first time they've ever fed a horse or got a chicken egg has been at our ranch. Our operation is for profit. It has allowed me to rescue and rehabilitate 3 horses, pay for everything that includes, pay for having a tractor. And the joy it has brought my family and the amount of HIP campers that have come to our ranch is immeasurable. So to me, this is something that can be done if you live there full time and you know what the hell you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Jody Frediani. I'm a 57-year resident of Bonnie Doon. I live in the high fire risk zone. My house is still standing today because dozens of neighbors remained behind during the CZU fire, and they stopped the forward progress of that fire that stopped within a mile of my home. This is the first hearing that I've been aware of about this particular ordinance. You did have a stakeholder group, I understand, but it didn't include any of us speaking today, and it didn't include any of the organizations who represent us. Not a very wise way to move forward on a proposal. I happen to live on a private single lane road. It serves 12 parcels, and all of those parcels but one would qualify in terms of acreage for this like a so-called low impact camping. And even with the reduced numbers that you're proposing, that would still be 120 campers, which is about 3 times the number of actual residents on the road, 44 individual campsites, 22 vehicles. Well, all those vehicles could be RVs. So can you imagine what it's like when all these RVs or fifth wheel trailers are driving in and out on a single lane private road, and especially if there is a fire and you've got to get fire trucks in there? There's no cell coverage where in much of Bonnie Doon, where I live, my road with these access is very similar to many other parcels, including probably 10 separate roads on the county road I live off of. So that's like 200 vehicles, which could all be RVs, trying to navigate county roads, narrow rural roads that they're not familiar with. We don't have cell coverage. Even if you have an on-site manager, there's still no cell coverage on the roads. So now we've got this influx of cyclists who are riding both on the road, riding illegally in the park, and just zooming onto the road without paying attention.
Thank you.
So thank you. My time is up.
Good afternoon, Chair Cummings, honorable supervisors. My name is Robin Leidenthal, and I live in La Selva Beach. On our 4-acre property, my partner and I have been hosting our family members from the Central Valley during summer months in their RVs and camping trailers, affording them a coastal experience that would otherwise be unavailable to them. When I retired in 2022, I began offering 2 campsites on my 4 acres on HIP Camp to augment my fixed income. Our property is very popular with those who cannot otherwise afford to stay this close to the beach and those who are unable to book a campsite at one of the nearby state parks or the more expensive nearby KOA. My partner and I are first and foremost hosts to guests who visit our property. We personally welcome them and we treat them as guests, and we expect them to treat our property respectfully, and they do. In almost 3 years that we've operated our HIP camp sites, we haven't received any complaints from neighbors and we haven't had any problems. I can see our 2 campsites from my kitchen window, and my partner is on hand to help our guests when they arrive to get set up and to learn more about what Santa Cruz County has to offer. We are ambassadors of our county and stewards of our land. I support the proposed LICA proposition, and I would urge the board to additionally support Planning Commissioner Gordon's suggestion to grandfather existing HIP camp sites that do not otherwise qualify due to parcel size. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important addition to the opportunities for low cost access to the coast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Leon. My husband and I have been residents and homeowners of Bonnie Doon for over 30 years, and I'm a retired physician. We oppose the LICA ordinance, our greatest concern being the unacceptably high fire risk that it brings. Such high stakes risks should not be undertaken when there's still room for appropriate and necessary modification. Should the LICA ordinance move forward, there should be far greater protections in place, not only regarding fire, but the environment in general. High fire severity hazard areas should be removed as potential LICA sites, and fire safety must take priority over maximizing the number of campgrounds. We feel that each LICA site should be required to have adequate on-site water storage for firefighting, and a permit should be required that includes inspection such that LICAs are only permitted on parcels with adequate fire response access. There must be on-site management of the LICAs, not only for fire response, but for medical emergency response in this community without cell phone coverage. And there should be a full CEQA analysis, as so many have said before me. We have personally lost our homeowners' fire insurance 4 times already. We're on the FAIR plan, and allowing LICAs will further jeopardize the insurance of many more in the Bonnie Doon community, adding yet another burden to those that are trying to recover. I urge you to strongly reject the ordinance without continued consideration of the community professionals and the above modifications at a minimum. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Cummins and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeff Maxwell. I'm the Fire Chief of the Ziny Fire Protection District. I have the distinct pleasure to have been Fire Chief for 10 years, the smallest fire district in Santa Cruz and the largest fire district in Santa Cruz for over 6 years. This low impact camping ordinance is a win, not if proposition. And I would think that we should be able to demonstrate as professionals that we have learned something from the CZU experience. Some takeaways from the ordinance proposal, and some of which were captured in the last minute friendly amendment, I will offer. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen any of those caveats that have been presented today. But I will say the ordinance as presented is not supported by the Santa Cruz County Fire Chiefs Association, nor our subject matter expert, the fire prevention officers, and it's twice been reviewed by the Planning Commission. It allows unsupervised campers in the rural and difficult to serve areas. It doesn't codify the fire permit review process, and it lacks many of the public safety features that we have recommended. You have to remember that these areas are designated high fire severity for a reason. They're rural, they're difficult to serve, they require extended response times. They're oftentimes served by volunteer firefighters and provide challenging roadways, access, and water supplies. In the end, this is an exercise in consequence management. Your vote today will define you and your leadership. District 3 and District 5 have already had their experience 4 years ago with mass evacuations and fire loss. And I'm speaking to Supervisor Koenig. District 1, when we talk about Chaminade, we talk about Santa Cruz Gardens, Rodeo Gulch, Soquel San Jose Road, Fairway, and on, are just as vulnerable, because the last time I checked, Mother Nature and the fire gods know no political boundaries. And so I'd ask for your support that this is maybe a little bit ahead of itself in that fact that we've had last minute friendly amendments. But from a fire professional standpoint, I can't support this ordinance. Thank you.
I think we've been doing great up till now, but please let's not start up the applause. We're almost through the people who are here in person. We're going to go to online, but thank you all for your comments. Okay.
Hello.
You can speak into the microphone.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Andrew Hubble. I'm 20 years old and I've grown up in Bonnie Doon my entire life. I just want to start off saying that this idea is a commercialization of the limited space and housing crisis of Santa Cruz with little planning and only profits in mind. This will only end up pushing the issues of current illegal camping in Santa Cruz into our communities with little political power. If you don't believe me, I've already heard there's a squatter on somebody's property through Hip Camp. Also, with the increase of publicity Bonnie Doon has received, my neighborhood has experienced illegal trespassing and camping on private property with open fires. Now, I know many residents in Santa Cruz Mountains who have lost their fire insurance and more who are concerned about losing it soon. These insurance companies use calculated risk to determine whether we should have fire insurance. And if you can't convince us that this won't increase risk, good luck convincing them. Now, our roads and 911 systems are not prepared for the massive influx of volume. With our nearest hospital over 10 miles from my house and the nearest trauma centers in other counties, how will we deal with the increase in emergencies? Additionally, we all know how terrible and dangerous our roads can be at times, especially in the winters. Now, this movement will increase traffic on our roads, and I guarantee that this will cause an unprecedented amount of damage to our roads. We are a small community with small infrastructure, and it works. Please do not throw off the balance we've worked so hard to maintain. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Swenson. I've been a resident of Santa Cruz for over 25 years. I'm also part of the community emergency response team that helps out during evacuations and disasters within the county. That being said, I do support the low impact camping. As a rural property owner outside of this area, my property has almost been burned 3 times, including half of it one of the times. I still think you guys have found an excellent compromise of allowing property owners to make use of their property, whether it is low impact camping to pay for the increased insurance or other activities. One of the other things that I've been really cognizant of as I've looked at climate change is with my rural property and other ones, we maybe shouldn't be building full structures, and allowing camping is a great way for me to continue enjoying it and making it available for others. I think what I'm really hearing from a lot of my peers here is that there's a lot of opportunity to better help the people who've been impacted by CZU, but I don't think that should go in the way of maybe supporting property owners who do want to offer camping. This isn't a regulation to require camping. This is offering people who want this as a path to afford their property, to afford the increased insurance, a path to doing it. So I hope for it, you'll be able to pass it. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Eric Ornis, and my wife and I have lived in Bonnie Doon for 36 years. We are adamantly opposed to the LICA ordinance, and we emphatically urge the board to reject it. This ordinance, as written, is guaranteed to increase the risk of wildfires, degrade the environment, water sources, harm wildlife, and have an overall negative impact on the residents of the area. We share our neighbors' concerns as they've so eloquently expressed. I want to focus on the lack of oversight and enforcement. Where is the county financial analysis to show the budget impact on this ordinance? The county's administrative, law enforcement, fire and emergency services agencies are desperately underfunded and struggle to meet their commitments. How does the county propose handling the increased workload generated by LICA? Given current and projected budget constraints, this ordinance cannot be properly administered and managed, and the many serious concerns can't be addressed. You can have all the rules and regulations you want, but without money and resources for enforcement, they're meaningless. Why the rush to push the ordinance through without proper analysis and safeguards? Whose interests are being served? Certainly not the communities. The blanket CEQA exemption is a perfect example of expediency trumping reason and law. It's completely irresponsible for you to pass this ordinance and put our neighborhoods, our homes, even our lives at risk. We urge the board to reject LICA as written direct your staff to go do a more thorough analysis, come back with a logical plan that addresses the concerns and that can be properly managed and administered over time. Thank you.
My name is Laura Lancaster. I live in Bonnie Doon. I wanted to start by finishing Fred Gibbs' comments. I spent a week calling insurance companies along with the state insurance commissioner's office discussing your low impact camping ordinance and Senate Bill 620, which is still pending, by the way. Basically, the insurance companies knew nothing about this. They expressed disbelief and amazement. I can understand this because I hadn't heard anything about LICA, and I live in Bonnie Doon until this RBDA meeting last month. So someone needs to tell the insurance companies. Commissioner Ricardo Lara, he talked to him for 40 minutes. His take home was that this is going to cause future increases in home insurance policy premiums, future increases in home insurance policy cancellations, increased insurance companies departing the state of California, and this will apply to LICA campsite property owners, adjacent property owners as well. So that was his statement. Supervisors, this is your chance to take the lead and set a precedent for regulating LICAs in California. Intentional or not, this is a test case. You can choose to exercise common sense and prohibit LICAs in both very high and high fire hazard areas. Justification for this is obvious. It's not a hard sell. SB 620 is stuck in a committee. It will come out at the end of August. If it doesn't come out, it has to be apparently reintroduced. It has not passed. You guys can set a precedent or could actually affect SB 620. John Laird this morning said he voted for it. He's having reservations. So that's my thing.
Hi there, my name is Kathy Astromoff, 15-year resident of Bonnie Doon. My husband and I previously wrote you in opposition to the LICA ordinance as proposed. I'd like to recommend that given the extensive public commentary that you not vote on it today and you take it back for further amendment and discussion based on the concerns you heard today. For my remaining minute and 30 something, I'm going to let my emergency generator do the talking. I can get my phone to work. Boring, isn't it? This is what we in Bonnie Doon hear all day long when there's a power outage. And into the night if it's a hot night. Think about it. You're going camping out into a rural area. This is what you hear. No generators. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Russell. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed LICA ordinance. My opposition is informed by our experience with a HIP campsite operating illegally between 2017 and 2019 on the residential property next to us. In spite of inadequate sanitation facilities, including only one shared bathroom and minimal supervision, that property hosted up to 35 campers on summer weekends. It was a nightmare. And I would also point out our property takes its water from the creek 20 yards downstream from this property. Contact with HIP Camp was frustrating as they essentially washed their hands of it. falling back on the argument that hosts must certify to them that they meet all local regulations. Hip Camp was also notified by Supervisor Coonerty's office that private camping was prohibited anywhere in Santa Cruz County. They simply did not care. The fact that 35 illegal hip campsites still exist in Santa Cruz County confirms this. Eventually code enforcement was able to shut down that campsite, but they just returned the next year under a new name and a new listing. Our experience makes it clear that any restrictions you place on private camping will simply be ignored. To believe otherwise is naive. For example, open campfires are already prohibited in Santa Cruz County by Monterey Bay District Rule 438, but that didn't stop the hip campers from lighting multiple large campfires, the majority of which were located directly under the redwood canopy. When people go camping, they want to have a campfire, in spite of the fact that many of them are inexperienced in how to properly construct or manage one. The fact that there is no additional budget allocated for enforcement of the LICA rules means that any proposed restrictions have no teeth. Finally, you have been elected to represent the residents of Santa Cruz County, not visitors from outside our county. Your own staff analysis has shown that LICA will provide minimal economic benefit to the county. However, its negative impacts and safety risk impact all of us.
Thank you.
This is our home.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Mitchell. I'm also a resident of Bonnie Doon. In much of what you do, you have to make difficult trade-offs. You weigh the cost of one thing against the benefits of another, and you can't make everybody happy. That's a difficult job. But in some circumstances, you have a different job. You need to prevent catastrophe. There are no trade-offs when it comes to catastrophe. They're just catastrophes. And if a fire occurs as a result of camping, that's a catastrophe. If houses are burned, land is destroyed, that responsibility will not be the responsibility of the campground host, who may or may not have been able to control the situation. It won't be the responsibility of the camper, who may or may not have understood the risk that they were taking. It may not just be campfires. It might be a car parked in high grass. It won't be their responsibility. It will be yours for voting for this ordinance. It will come back to you. The environmental damage, that will be your responsibility. The economic pain, the emotional pain that people will feel as they lose their houses, that will be your responsibility. And if, God forbid, lives are lost, that too will be on you. It will be your responsibility for voting for this ordinance.
Hi, my name is John Schumacher. We've been operating a hip campsite for the last 2 years. Just outside the town of Felton. We're probably one of the larger open space facilities, about 15 acres. Surrounded by 13 neighbors. I'm very conscientious of all our neighbors, especially due to being a good neighbor and the potential impact. When we considered hosting hip camp, and my son is a firefighter paramedic. He fought on 3 of the largest California fires as a strike team. We've had Felton Fire come up and do practice fire mitigation up on our property. We're extremely conscientious of what's everyone's concerns, and we've never allowed in open fires on our site, nor generators, nor amplified noise while people are camping. Those people who come, they set up a tent. Some have more expensive vehicles, some have less expensive, some are just outside their automobile. Even had a motorcyclist come in one time. I was really impressed with the fact that he had a single tent and how he set up. I visit and greet each one of our campers. I basically want to know who's on our property, and very conscientious of that. And we are also within sight of the campsites. So I had sent an email to you, Bruce. I hope you have a chance to come up and take a look at what we're doing. I'd like to invite the rest of you and some of our local fire personnel to see how we operate our site as an example. And obviously, a lot of the testimony and concerns, maybe this ordinance might need to be fine-tuned. So please be my guest. Thank you.
My name is Robert Orm. I live on a rural piece of property in Watsonville, California, not from Bonnie Doon, adjacent to 40-acre farm. I recently was running a hip camp type site with only 3 sites on my property. County officials asked me to stop, and I did so right away. I do support an ordinance. I do support a revised ordinance. I think fire is such a huge responsibility to all of us that obviously having an on-site manager and absolutely no campfires, smoking, etc., is a positive way to move forward. And not everybody's going to agree with that, but I think the on-site manager really does make a difference as it is able to control. Most hip camps aren't 13 campsites with 4 people at each site. I would imagine the majority of them are smaller in nature. Maybe I would say a large one would be 6. And usually the hosts, as I was once one, are very open with their guests. They're out there making sure everything's okay. I live on my site. I live in the house, the main house, and there is no loud music. There is no open fires or campfires. They have a barbecue to cook on. I think Bonnie Doon obviously has a tough road to haul. I wouldn't want to be trying to open up hip camp up there, but I do believe that it can work in Santa Cruz County. County is big. Bonnie Doon is just a small part of it. There's 63,000 residents in Santa Cruz. Bonnie Doon's population is 2,900. There are other areas where it can work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Yayan Gunawan. I live in Watsonville. I've had hip camp since last year. I live in 5 acres. My experience with hip camp has been wonderful. I know a lot of people are down about it, but I just bought my home. It's $1.25 million. I do not want my house burned. I do not want my neighborhood got burned. I'm very vigilant about the fire. I talk to everybody who come in. It's meet and greet style. So we show them where the fire extinguisher is and the water. As far as septic goes, we have a company come and take it out every 2 weeks. So I also install sprinkler system in the perimeter, so its water is available all the time, and also we have hose everywhere. I understand that a lot of people been owning the land for many years, and bless their heart for having the low mortgage and everything. But my mortgage, just the property tax alone, is $1,300 a month. So I have to be able to come up with that every month, and I'm a single mom. I am pro for the ordinance, therefore. And the experience can be beautiful. I have beautiful experience with the guests. They're happy to bring their family to be with the nature because the state park is always booked and nowhere else they would camp. So I have a wonderful experience. It doesn't have to be horrible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Becky Steinbruner. I've lived with my family in the Santa Cruz Mountains in District 2, adjacent to Nisene Mark State Park, for almost 40 years. I have seen the devastation of fires, including the 2008 Summit Fire, the 2009 Loma Fire, that came all too close to us. Supervisor Friend, you're supposed to be representing the District 2 people. When have you had your town hall meeting with your constituents regarding this? I've not seen it. And you need to do that. You cannot single-handedly make this ordinance that will impact all of us, and potentially in a very negative way, without talking with your constituents. Do not approve this ordinance. The FireWise communities are working hard, ours included, to make it safer. This is controversial. It goes against what we're all working for to make it safer. Some of the correspondence submitted to the county planning commissioners was one letter by a woman who already is doing this. She admitted that although she prohibits campfires, people do it anyway. And one time a fire did get out of hand, but she said she was quickly able to control it. That's not always going to work, and it shouldn't happen. It can't happen in our fire areas. I ask that you not allow this at all. In the mountains, in the high fire risk, in the very high fire risk areas, it is completely unfathomable that you would do so. You took an oath to the Constitution. Your primary responsibility is public safety, not making us look good in the eyes of the state. Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Robin Collins. I live up on Empire Grade. I think you're our representative there. And been through 3 fires. We unpacked after we bought our house in January 2007. I don't think I'm a Dooner yet. I have 5 more years before I'm a Dooner officially. But I'm not a woman of means, Zach. I'm on a fixed income. I collect aluminum cans and store them in 10 garbage cans. And I do this and turn them in twice a year. That will pay for my rescue horse. This isn't an area where sure, there's great multi-million-dollar homes, but that's not mine. And my property backs up to the city land that's not taken care of at all. It's full of fuel. And I've got all these dead trees standing and falling one at a time. Don't think those trees that are standing are for shade. They're for death. And we're all experiencing this. We're doing our best to be good residents and remove this fuel, but we have to do it on our own dime. We don't get help from the garbage or waste folks. They don't care. But I'm not a woman of means. I've been a camp. I'm an old hippie, for God's sake. All right? That's what most all hippies back here. And we know what it's like to camp. And to make a reservation and yeah, it's in September, but it'll still be warm enough to camp. That's how we all did it. We don't live in an era of I want it now and we need more campsites now. Take a beat. Stop. We've been through 3 fires in this much. I'm going to go now. Do what we've hired you to do.
Thanks so much.
Hello, everybody. I had a question. How many of you have been up to Bonnie Doon? Anybody? 3? Some of you? Yeah. Well, we invite you to come up and look around and see how it's a forested area and narrow roads and a real fire hazard, situation. My husband and I have been living there since 1983. Well, he moved in 82 to have his vineyard, and he has good wine. Anyway, I ask you not to allow this. It's really critically important. And on Braemore Drive, we had 54 homes where we live. There were only 12 left standing after the CZU fire. We lost all those, they incinerated the homes, and all our neighbors had to find a place to live and start all over again. And you know how if you just lose your phone or your laptop, think about your house. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, board. Chris Walters, Santa Cruz County Fire Marshal's Office, representing the fire prevention personnel for Santa Cruz County. We do not support the currently written ordinance and look forward to your changes. We'll review those and get back to you on what we think of something new. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Shallop. I'm president of the Bonnie Doon Fire Safe Council and president of the Redwood Meadows Ranch Homeowners Association, as well as a member of the Amateur Radio Emergency Services Group. I grew up camping with my family. My husband and I camped in Big Sur many years before we ever came to this, moved to the Santa Cruz area. We even camped in Maui before we could afford to stay in a hotel. I love camping, but unfortunately, as this is written, it's not safe for the campers and it's not safe for the residents. I'd like you to think about the 3 S's: sanitation, safety, and supervision. Without those 3 things, this just is not workable. I'll just give you an example of a day in the life in Bonnie Doon to illustrate the safety issue. On June 1st, we had a power outage at about 4 p.m. I received a text alert almost immediately that there was a tree down on Pine Flat Road. I received that alert because I have satellite internet and a backup power for my router. And I have the Bonnie Doon text alert system, which was developed and maintained by volunteers and ongoing funded by the Bonnie Doon Fire Safe Council. As I always do, I checked in with my neighbors via the MERS radio. About an hour later, I got a message on the MERS radio that there was a car accident on Bonnie Doon Road. At that point, I called my friends in Pine Ridge on the ham radio, and they were able to call 911 to get emergency services. There's no way a camper or anyone would have the situational awareness to make any of that happen in an emergency situation. This puts all of us at risk.
Gentlemen, my name is Paul Gabriel. My parents moved to Bonnie Doon in 1961. I've been in Santa Cruz County ever since. So high fire areas, just no. And let's be honest. According to the grand jury, 25% of the short-term rentals are out of compliance. The code compliance is 2 years behind. You know about all these hip camps and have shut how many down? There will be no supervision of any of the rules that are put into this once it's enacted. There's no supervision now. It took us 1.5 years to shut down the rave zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a Bonnie Doon resident of 38 plus years with my family and right where I raised 2 sons. I went through the 3 fires that have been mentioned before, including the latest CZU fire. When we were evacuated in the latest CZU fire, we could hardly get out of our neighborhood. The lanes are narrow. It's up on Empire Grade, close to the CAL FIRE station at McDermott. We saw fire. Eventually, people coming down Empire Grade in their cars and trucks let us in. We had to wait in line to get in line to get out of the fire. It was crazy. I had two young sons at the time. Well, we did get in line. The fire swooped over Empire Grade. And from what I hear, I didn't go down Bonnie Doon Road, but the fire swooped over Bonnie Doon Road. Those are the 2 main exits in Bonnie Doon. All the other roads, including up by Boulder Creek, all those roads were covered with firestorms going over the road. Where do you go when there's firestorms? Well, I heard the fire chief later on, after everybody settled down, boasting that they had firemen from New Jersey come in to Bonnie Doon.
Thank you so much.
They don't know Bonnie Doon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Joe Granda. I'm a Bonnie Doon. So I've been in Bonnie Doon for 20 years, living in Pine Ridge. I just wanted to thank you guys for calling this the low impact camping ordinance, because it sounds a lot like the kind of needle exchange program where it's not really an exchange, so it's not really low impact to us either. So not below our roads are an 80+ acre parcel, which has been used for raves, parties, campsite, and hosted various other events for the past 3 years. It's zoned. It's not zoned for any of these uses. We worked with the county, and basically nothing has happened. Sheriff's office, CAL FIRE, you guys. The property is currently being sold with a home on it that was built on the foundation of the previous home that burned down, and nothing's been done. Of course, so without permits, and it's also being sold with 3 campers that were not allowed there not to be either. So the county just clearly has a lack of resources. We hear that all the time as victims from the ECU, and we're pretty much I'm tired of it. So I don't know who's going to change the problem is here, but I know if you guys pass this, I know who's causing more problems. So thank you for the time.
Hi, my name is Alla Ranskaya. I live in Bonnie Doon for 30 years.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, my name is Alla Ranskaya, and I live in Bonnie Doon for 30 years. Why mainly here people came from Bonnie Doon? Because nobody else can fully understand what we went through in 2020. I went through 2 fires. 2008, we were able to handle. 2020, nobody expect what has happened. I live at Pine Ridge. We had 90 houses, 30 houses burned down completely to the ground. 1/3 of the houses. Our house not burned down. Everything burned down around. But my husband had cancer. And stress, what he went through, fire, evacuation. We were almost 1 month out of the house. And we had few time information that our house also burned to the ground. And he tried to solve this problem because he was man in the family. And it affected him so bad in his condition. He came back home on a wheelchair. He became handicapped. And we still didn't have telephone. We still not landline, and internet practically no. You can catch maybe a couple times in a day, and we didn't have electricity at all. So I'm not able to leave house. But my neighbors, who is a lot of people here, they take turn, and all night we went around to see if some sparkle will be here, because at least I know for sure one house was burned, big house was completely burned down just from the sparkle already after the fire. So, and we all live here with post-traumatic syndrome.
Yeah, your time is up. Yes. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Pascal. I've been living in Bonnie Doon for 12 years. I heard about Laika only 2 days ago, so I haven't had time to think this through. But I agree with the concerns that I heard today, especially about poop, fire, and noise. When I think of low impact, I think of the impact on nature, and so sanitation, very important, poop, impact on safety with fire, and then also the impact on the neighbors in terms of noise and traffic and stuff like that. So that's one thing. Now, I also noticed that the people who came here, who host currently campers, they all seemed very reasonable and they all seemed safe and prudent. So that brought more questions to me. You know, I was wondering, have we had a study about the pros and cons of having a regulation about camping versus the current situation where there's no regulation, it's kind of hidden? So do we have data about how do we balance those two and the pros and cons of regulate versus not regulate? What about the advantage of small parcels? Somebody was saying that they have a small parcel with a campsite where they can see from their window. That seems safer to me. So I wonder, what about why do we have a parcel size restriction? Maybe we should have a max parcel size instead of a minimum, so that it would be easier for the property owner to monitor and supervise. I was also wondering, why don't we require an on-site camp host, like in a campground, like a state park? I was also wondering, would there be an advantage of the owner's presence? If the property owner lives here, they have a natural advantage to keep things safe because it's their home, and so we don't want anything bad to go. And then also wondered about the impact from increased traffic on the road. 4 seconds, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Radock. My family's been in Bonnie Doon for about 30 years. And I'd just like to add my 2 cents in opposition to this proposal as it is. My house is still there only because of the heroics of CAL FIRE through the Martin Road fire in 2008. And I think there's just got to be a way that this, if you go forward with this, that you could restrict the high fire zones from this ordinance, from this proposal. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jan Hilkert, and I've been in Bonnie Doon, living in Bonnie Doon for over 40 years. You've made some interesting changes, some good changes, but it needs more work, and I can't support LICA as it is. I think LICA is a misnomer. It's not low impact. Even with less than 36 people, there's noise, there's fire dangers, there's so many problems. One thing that hasn't really been stressed is the county budget is always tight, and the road maintenance budget has been cut. Mountain roads are twisty, they're winding, there's no shoulder, there are blind curves, there are bicyclists. There are the chances of more accidents is very high, and the sheriff is going to be called more, and there's going to be more dangerous conditions on the roads. The budget, there's not enough money to support the sheriffs. There's not enough money to support code enforcement. You don't have enough money to do the things that you should be doing. And there should be more. The TOT is supposedly not going to be substantial. So where's the money going to come from? We need more money if this is going to pass. If you do pass it, revisions absolutely needed are, yes, there must be an on-site manager at all times. No LICA in high fire risk zones, not just very high. Pay attention to the concerns of the fire chiefs. Neighborhood input should be totally important in the permit process. There should be limits on the number of LICAs that could be in certain neighborhoods. So please prioritize residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Y'all still awake? It's hard going after so many people because now everything that I had a very well scripted set of talking points in there have gone out the window because I'm also feeling all the emotion in the room. My name is Kathy Toner. I'm a Bonnie Doon homeowner. Been up there for 25 years. Have sent in various letters. Despite the friendly, no pun intended, Zach, amendments, I still think the ordinance is way far from being ready for passage. I strongly oppose it. I think we can do better, and I want to underscore a few points of the many great ones that have been made without hopefully repeating them. Just to put a little bit of context, I live on a road that I think at least 4 or 5, possibly 6 parcels would be eligible, even with your modifications, Zach. for this, even with a fewer number. We're a 1-lane road, one way in. It's a private road. We have to pay for the maintenance in partnership with the county. So we abut the city watershed. So the issues raised about water quality and septic and all that are very real issues. So how do we, when you think about the cost benefit ratio in this ordinance, I think it's still very much out of whack. Clearly, some people would stand to benefit by getting some income from their properties, but at the cost of whom? The cost of the public, the cost of their neighbors, the cost of the infrastructure. So I think we have work to do to make that benefit. The risks are far too high, and you've heard so much on fire and other safety. One thing I want to say, though, this is not, the opposition has been saying this is a vocal Bonnie Doon minority. It is not. You're hearing from Bonnie Doon because Bonnie Doon has felt the impacts of fire. You've been hearing from people from outside of Bonnie Doon. The fire chiefs are not just Bonnie Doon fire chiefs. And with more community engagement, you'd be hearing from more people. Oh my God. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, you two will be our last two in person. And so you'll have 2 minutes. And then when we go online, we're going to shift the time down because I'm sure there's a lot of people online, or maybe not.
Just give folks a moment. If you've not already raised your hand online. More speakers are signing up. We're currently sitting at around 15 speakers online.
Okay. All right. We'll have you all finish out with 2 minutes, and then we'll shift down to maybe a minute and a half, depending on how many people we'll see if there's more hands, and we may need to shift it to a minute. Okay. So go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Steve Gomes. I've been in Bonnie Doon for just about 40 years. Raised my family there, started with a little house, made it big. And what I would say from being there for just about my whole life and loving it is that the noise is what's getting to me. You can hear everybody now. You can see everybody now. People are doing whatever they want. They're building houses. They're cutting hillsides down. And, that's what I'm worried about, the noise. You can hear everybody talking, and it's going to get worse. That's all I got to say. We're petrified, and my wife's scared, and I've never talked, and 70 years old on a microphone. This is my first.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Victoria Salama, and my husband is Bob Goodenough. He can't be with us today. He purchased the property in the 80s, and we live off of Martin Road, which had the fire in 2008, I believe it was. If you move forward with this, I respectfully ask you to have no generators up there. As the other young lady shared with us, one generator running for a minute and a half. We can hear all of our neighbors' generators when we lose power. My closest neighbor is a quarter mile from my house, and I know when I lose power because I can hear their generators kick in automatically. Also, I would request that if you do move forward with this, that we have an on-site manager with a landline, even though we are all fighting AT&T right now, who wants to take our landlines away. I think that's about it. I am opposed to it myself. It sounds like the people that are running these hit camps are very active and doing a good job. I had a neighbor that had illegal camping in 2019, and we did have to get our previous supervisor involved. I had to file a formal complaint with the county to get it shut down. They were sliding down the moon rocks, telling me that they could do whatever they wanted. People were up there with Bunsen burners, cooking their food on top of an environmentally protected area. So I would really ask that you rethink the way it's been written. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll be our last in-person speaker today.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Smith. I've lived up in Bonnie Doon on and off since I grew up there as a kid. And my dad bought a place in 1961. And it's up against the Fall Creek, part of Henry Cow, which is a big mess, a tinderbox right now. But I've been working really hard since the fire. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stuff because, as many of us are, underinsured. My insurance was canceled twice, once in 2019 and then once in 2020. I got on the FAIR plan, and you only get maybe a third, if you're lucky, 50% of what you lost. And I'm just an old guy on Social Security, but I'm managing to get by. I do all my own clearing, and I don't think all my neighbors are doing it as well as I am. But I live up there because I love the peace and the tranquility and the animals that walk through. And that's going to go away. If you guys pass this, that would be a mistake, big mistake. My well went dry in 2021. I am now currently having water imported, and it's costing me a fortune, but it's going to cost a lot less than a new well, which I'm saving for, upwards of $30K, I think now. But luckily my house didn't burn down. I wouldn't be able to afford to live there. And don't do it. It's going to be on you. There's safety of everybody up there. One mistake. I have 5 acres. I could have 30 people up there every night. I'm not going to think that one of those guys is never going to make a mistake, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. How many people do we have online?
We currently have 15 speakers online.
Okay. Why don't we give folks about a minute? That way, hopefully we can start a conversation at 4 and then get to a resolution by 5.
Will do. Scott, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Hi, yeah, Scott here, longtime Bonnie Doon resident since 2002, and just wanted to speak in favor of the amendment as it's written. Obviously, there's been some concerns today, and some of them legitimate, some of them seem a little hyperbolic to me. But one in particular that I think is worthwhile is generators. I don't really think of generators as being a part of camping, so I could definitely get behind that. I think it's something that you should think about. Is definitely you can make concessions, and that's great. And I think some people just don't want any of this allowed. So, to what degree can you offer concessions if that's not going to be satisfactory to them? All right, I guess that's about it. I just really want to support you guys in moving forward in this and having a framework in place for if and when the state moves forward as well. All right, thank you for your time. Bye.
Anne, your microphone's now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Ann Thrift in Boulder Creek. The CZU fire came within a few yards of my house. I'm really glad to hear from all the Bonnie Dooners. I don't know where all the SLV folks are because there's about 10 times as many of us and we're all in the high fire zones. You can't do this in the high fire zones for obvious reasons that almost everybody has pointed out. One of the big ones in SLV is we have struggling or dying, hopefully not dying, but almost dying water systems. We can't even water outside our homes. You can't do this where there's no water, okay? Really bad idea. We are your constituents. We are your stakeholders. You should have started with us and you didn't. Like Becky Steinbrenner said, where are the town halls? There were not multiple public hearings. There was only one so far last month. I found out 2 days before that. Most of us up here just found out about this a week or so ago. You got to do more public hearings, and you got to not do any of this stuff up here. Thank you.
Letitia, your microphone's now available.
Hi, thank you so much, Chair Cummings and board. My name is Leticia Benador. I'm speaking today on behalf of California Certified Organic Farmers. I'll try to be really quick. I prepared 2 minutes. So we're representing dozens of certified organic farms and ranches in Santa Cruz County, and we appreciate the many opportunities to provide input and the efforts of leadership to hear from all parties and work through these solvable challenges. We strongly support an ordinance to make it accessible for the county's organic farms and ranches to host campers. Unlike general land owners, organic farmers are required by federal law to carefully manage every single acre on their farm to conserve natural resources, including water, soil, air, wetlands, woodlands, and wildlife. This is verified through a very rigorous regulatory system. Camping revenues are key to supporting farmers and reducing the fine fuels and implementing other fire-safe measures, as well as natural resource conservation practices. Organic farmers have a major vested interest in being fire-safe. They aren't just losing their home, they're losing their entire livelihood. We strongly urge your support.
Lizanne, your microphone's now available.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Liz Jensen. I'm a former executive committee member of the Fire Safe Council of Santa Cruz County. I've played a leadership role in the FireWise program here in Santa Cruz County, which is now the 5th most active one in the state of California. I'm president of the CERT Auxiliary of Santa Cruz County, and I urge you not to approve LICA in very high or high fire zone areas. I want to address financial impacts. One is many residents are losing their insurance or getting high cost increases in their insurance, and low impact camping in the high fire zones would increase already difficulties in getting insurance. Also, personnel and budget of CAL FIRE and volunteer fire departments, and I'll stop now.
Aurora, your microphone's now available.
Hi, y'all. Speaking on behalf of Latino Outdoors. Latino Outdoors urges the board to support the low impact camping areas ordinance. We need more campsites, and allowing private landowners to host a small number of them can help us bridge the nature gap in California, ensure everyone has the opportunity to experience the transformative power of the outdoors, and expand outdoor equity. Santa Cruz is an internationally recognized destination for outdoor recreation, but the low availability of local campsites means that reservations are extremely competitive for too many Californians. Opportunity to experience nature and access our coastline trails and public parks is out of reach in places like Santa Cruz. And so Latino Outdoors supports a yes on the low impact camping areas ordinance. Thank you.
John, your microphone's now available.
Hey guys, so the state is going to pass this anyway, so I definitely feel for you. It's a question of whether or not we will have any local control or not eventually. But I'd like to talk about something different. These comments unintentionally highlight how untenable communities like Bonnie Doon are, and our budgets reflect this. Carlos can tell you we heavily subsidize areas like Bonnie Doon, and we have been losing money on such developments for decades now.
Excuse me, can you please, the item is whether you support the low impact camping, not so much.
Oh, no, that's what I'm talking about. So this is, I promise you it's going to get there. Could I have my time back though? So this does seem like a bad idea, but continuing to subsidize such mountain areas is a fatal one. So you do need to find ways to produce more income and taxes and revenue and funding from these areas if we want to continue to invest in them, infrastructure, rebuilding all this. So if it's not this, it's going to be something else, but we need our unprofitable areas to stop taking all of our funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Aaron Jackson. I'm a Bonnie Doon resident and attorney with my office down in downtown Santa Cruz. Strongly oppose the HIP camp. A few notes. One, water. Yes, get concerned about not having enough water and these campers taking that Two, traffic. Has been not talked about a lot. Bonnie Doon's roads are super narrow. You add another 100, 1,000 people a day. That's super dangerous with all the bikers. Three, we lived by, can you give me another minute? We lived by this rave camp in Bonnie Doon. It was like an unauthorized hip camp. Maybe it's authorized. I don't know. But it was just awful. They were down there for about a year, super loud. We could smell fires all times of night. You could tell they were
Thank you. Sorry. We got to keep going. I'm sorry. Thank you for your call.
AM, your microphone's now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I've been a Santa Cruz resident since I was born here in 1963. And for about 40 of those years, I have camped, hiked, and backpacked all throughout the great state of California, including all throughout Santa Cruz County. With some really basic planning, it's really not that hard to get a campsite in one of the state of California's, beautiful campsites that we have here. And I would just looked at Hip Camp for the last 15 minutes, and almost all the sites cost $45, $60, $90, $125. To camp at a state of California campsite costs $35. You have rangers on site, you have a campground host, you have protected fireplaces, you have state park aides, you have safety, you have access to fire professionals, and I am completely opposed to LICA, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Antonia, your microphone's now available.
Thank you very much. My name is Antonia Bradford. I am a Boulder Creek resident. I lost my home in the fire. I'm also a fire victim advocate. I am completely against this. A month before the CZU, the grand jury report came out about how we were woefully underprepared for a wildfire in our area. Now, we did not know what was going to happen a month later. But we have done nothing to make our situation better, and this edges us towards more fire and not less. I have stood shoulder to shoulder with other families that have lost everything, and I can assure everyone listening to this and everyone in those chambers does not want to go through what the fire community has gone through. Beyond that, the infrastructure that gets damaged, the wildlife that gets destroyed, everything. To me, it's not worth it. And we have to weigh the benefit for the county as a whole and not for just the people that want to hold these camps. And thank you very much. I really hope you guys do not vote yes on this today.
Rachel, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. My name's Rachel. I'm a 29-year-old homeowner in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and I deeply empathize for all the folks who feel very underwater on mortgages and are looking for a way to help subsidize that. I too feel that way, but I really hope you guys can look at this ordinance and think creatively about how to get the same goals out of TOT and also individual income from it, whether that's separating out agricultural stays from the ordinance or other ideas. For instance, there are 45 hip camps ranging from $75 to $125 a night in our county. There's also 104 Airbnbs in the same price range, and yet our county only allows 250 hosted rentals. So as we're going through this ordinance, we're thinking about what the goals are that we want to get out of it as a county. I would really think about looking at this from a strategic standpoint and getting creative on how we can achieve those same goals without all the nuisance and fire risks people have stated. Thank you.
Noah, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Thank you. I was born here. My relatives were Indians here from the 1800s. Only 20% of these properties are eligible to apply, and not all of them are going to want hip camps on their property. I want to install 10,000 gallons. I'm in a very high fire area. I want to install a hydrant. Was a volunteer firefighter for 15 years. I fought 3 fires in the Summit area. We have Mayman's Flat, which is out of the fire zone, but just down the road from us. Low impact camping is just that, low impact. Please exclude Bonnie Doon. I'm sorry for my fellow campers, hosts. Fires, that CZU started from a lightning strike. We could have up to 400 bookings per year, which your county could get $1 million in TOT tax. Wild animals poop in your waterways. Our campers bring their own toilets. We've been evacuated twice. There's so much more to say. Please hear me again. Thank you.
Karen, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. My name is Karen, and I'm a resident of Bonnie Doon. I am a registered nurse by trade and a very, very novice, untrained firefighter by choice. My husband and I spent multiple days fighting fires in our neighborhood during the 2020 CZU fire, next to many neighbors that stayed behind to save what they could of our neighborhood. I am opposed to this LICA ordinance and echo strong concerns for fire, life, and safety. Santa Cruz County does not have adequate staffing to support this. Thank you.
Barbara, your microphone's now available.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Oh, my name's Barbara Perna. I'm a resident of Boulder Creek, California. I'm strongly opposed to this ordinance. I just heard about it about a week ago. I'm really shocked at the lack of community involvement. I agree with this being, hazardous, fire, safety, just sanitation. But another concern I have is right now I'm paying $10,000 a year for fire insurance that was very hard to obtain. It doesn't cover me fully. What does the insurance commissioner think about LICA and this proposal of bringing so many people into a community whose infrastructure has already been damaged and we are trying to recover? I'm shocked by this ordinance. I feel like you don't care about Santa Cruz residents and what we've gone through. I'm opposed.
Juliana, your microphone's now available.
Hi, thank you. My name's Juliana Rebliati, and I appreciate hearing at the start of the meeting that you'll be working on this ordinance more and doing additional CEQA review. I think that's really important, and I think there's more changes that could be made, and hopefully there will be opportunity. I think absolutely we should take high fire hazard areas out of the areas in addition to very high, and we should have constant on-site supervision. One thing that wasn't brought up is that we should require all campgrounds be closed and all campers leave when we have red flag days, when we have power outages, and when we have the planned powder outages. Those of us who live up in the mountains get into a whole different way of living up here when we have those events going on, and I think those need to be added into consideration.
Mima, your microphone is now available. Mima, as a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh. Okay, super. I'm sorry. I am a hip camp host, and I completely empathize. Even though I wasn't there in those awful fires, I did see a lot of the properties, and it is devastating. I can't even imagine. My ex-father-in-law lost his home in the Oakland Hills fire, and I know how bad it is. But I want people to understand that there are ways to conduct hip camp that are safe. So please keep an open mind. Keep the conversation going and the restrictions and compliance and all of that as strict as you can to make people comfortable. But I guarantee you it is a successful and wonderful thing for some of us. Thank you.
Reagan, your microphone's now available.
Hi. My name is Reagan Kingsford, and I live in Scotts Valley. I just want to talk about insurance alone. So I used to pay $3,000 a year for my fire and my liability and theft insurance. And since the CZU fire, I've been canceled, and now I pay for the California Fair Plan, which costing me $7,000 a year, and then I pay an additional amount to another insurer to do the other insurance that I need. So that's $10,000 a year. I understand and appreciate the people. I really do. I sympathize for the people that want to make a living off of this. But the cost to us, I'm not in Bonnie Doon. I live in the city of Scotts Valley, but my insurance is unaffordable at this point. I got a notice last weekend that my insurance was canceled because California Fair Plan has the worst customer service. I was told by my broker that they're changing their payment processing, and just about had a heart attack because I thought I was canceled. Those of you in the room totally understand what I'm talking about because my broker said this has happened to so many of her clients. They're also so overwhelmed.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, we have to continue moving on. Appreciate your comments.
If any remaining members of the public would like to raise their hands now, we'd like to get a final count because I believe we're down to our final speaker now. Okay, our final speaker. Matt, your microphone is now available.
Hi there. I would just like to speak on my personal experience with HipCamp. I've been hosting an Aptos for about 2 years now. And, excuse me, the experience has been great. Our campers have been safe. And by no means is this a primary source of income, but a way to offset these crazy insurance rates. For our community, everyone's getting non-renewed regardless. So I think this is a really realistic way to offset these insane California Fair Plan rates. And this is just one of the few benefits. I totally sympathize with Bonnie Doon and the totally warranted concerns. I just thought I would share my thoughts on the insurance. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right. Well, I want to start by thanking everybody so much for all the correspondence, for all the folks who've come here today to speak to us on this item, for all the folks who've joined us online. I think there's a lot of concerns, and we've learned a lot about some positive experiences with HipCamp, but at this time, we're going to bring it back to the board. And so I'd like to see if there's any questions from board members. Actually, before we begin, I'd like to see if there's any comments from staff on kind of what's been discussed here today and what's been brought up by the community.
No, I think you've reached and heard a tremendous amount of concern from the neighborhood. We could talk for a long time about a lot of these issues, but I don't think staff has anything to add right at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments. I guess I can start with Supervisor Koenig.
Sure. Well, I'll jump in. There's some comments and also wanted to thank staff for all the work that you put into this. And again, also thank everyone who came out here today in person and who called in and who submitted written testimony. I think we've really gotten a good idea of how everyone feels about this proposal and its potential impact on folks' lives. It occurred to me hearing everyone talk that, we really strive to be good stewards and set an example for really, the state and the world here in Santa Cruz County to be good stewards of our natural resources. And it's a delicate balancing act between public access and environmental protection. And I do have concerns that this ordinance, as proposed, would shove us off the balancing beam. I think probably the most well-composed piece of public testimony did come from the Rural Bonnie Doon Association, their report. And a couple of things in there really struck me. So the first was the photo of people who started a fire by putting their propane stove on top of pine needles. And this is kind of the point that, when we go camping, being able to have a fire is a large reason why people go camping at all. And many people are, I think, as one member of the public said, ill-prepared and uneducated on how to do so safely. And so, the fact of the matter is that risk increases the more you increase numbers. And so the second thing that really jumped out at me in this report was that actual equation that shows that you can draw a direct correlation between the number of people camping and the number of fires that are started. And certainly as we increase that number, we're going to increase the number of fires that are started unintentionally, despite what the laws are. I mean, as we have many laws already regulating fire use within state parks, and still we see unintended fires start. And, you know, let's not forget the mountain lions too. I think, as has been pointed out, you know, they're having a lot more people in the camping in our wild areas will definitely impact wildlife. Any mountain lion that is alive today is alive because they or their ancestors had the good sense to avoid people. And the more people that are out there camping, the more will absolutely impact their habitat. So, I mean, for all these reasons, I definitely agree with the Sierra Club, Sempervirens, and the Rural Bonnie Doon Association that a CEQA analysis would be necessary if we were to move forward with this ordinance. Personally, I don't want to spend our next county dollar on a CEQA analysis at this time. I'd rather spend it helping CZU fire survivors rebuild or improving vegetation management on county roads. It was also pointed out that we're still grappling with the impacts of other short-term rentals. We're just starting to make headway with enforcement on illegal vacation rentals. Thanks to a dedicated code compliance officer, I would like us to get a better handle on Airbnb and other short-term rentals before opening up a new front, if you will, with these campsites. So for all those reasons, I am not prepared to support an ordinance today. Thanks.
Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, there's a lot of great comments. I want to thank everybody. I'm not surprised at the turnout, and I think that it's really important that we need to find out what the state's going to do because what we're proposing here was more restrictive than what the state was proposing, and I'm kind of concerned about, okay, what if we do nothing? Then where does the responsibility rest, and how should we address it? Very good comments, understandable. There's no question that there's questions on water, the property management, environmental protection issues. We need to do a lot more work on this if we're going to consider it. But I think it would be good for us to know what the state is going to bring to us. Or if not, I don't know. They may not pass anything. It's Senate Bill 620, if you want to keep your eye on that the session's about ready to end. But I think we should find out what they're going to do or not do and then go from there. But there are a lot of issues that we need to address that have been brought out by the people who have spoken to us today. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
You know, I also received a lot of emails and actually phone calls too about this matter. And it wasn't only just Bonnie Dunes. I had folks from different areas too, Ben Lomond as well, Felton. You know, one of the things that I think stood out today was that, you know, we just had passed an ordinance that's going to target, you know, a lot of Latino folks that can't afford electric blowers or don't know about or not going to know about the ban and fine them for making noise. And yet here we are going to allow quote unquote high income recreational campers to bring gas generators to turn on at nighttime. So, you know, it's just things that kind of irk me sometimes. And to Supervisor Koenig's point, you know, when people go camping and it's nighttime, it might be cold in September, people are going to want to light a campfire and bring out the marshmallows or whatever they are. And to put our county resources, our sheriffs, you know, to go out there and literally and figuratively put out fires is not the best way to use our county resources. I think that I heard everybody here loud and clear. I listened to the community's response, you know, and again, several stood out. Especially with the folks from Sempervirens, the director of the Bureau of Land Management and Sierra Club. I read on the report some of the folks that we had on there as stakeholders. Of course, the Planning Commission, the Agricultural Advisory Commission. But I think that one was missing, that one of our commissions, and we heard individually from some of the fire chiefs, but the Santa Cruz County Fire Department advisory commission wasn't on there. I think that should have been on there as part of our stakeholders. And, for me, again, I, at this point, I just can't support it at this point. And so, yeah, that's about it.
Yep. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, this has been an outstanding conversation. Let me also say how much I appreciated, I'd mentioned briefly to the chair that decorum was just, it's great when you can have this kind of conversation. We just live in such a great community and people can disagree, and just the decorum was so great. So appreciate to all of you and everybody online. Maybe one caller was a little across that line. I apologize for that. But everybody else, I think that we should give credit for the fact that, just make us proud to represent a community like this. So, so the reason, again, going back to the original conversation, I'm in agreement that what came forward today isn't what should move forward. My concern is that I think that we should do the environmental study under a certain set of parameters here, because assuming 620 is going to pass, and by all, it was voted on unanimously. It has a lot of support, right? I'm confident it will. It would behoove the county to be prepared to have something in place that's much more aligned with our values and restrictive than the state proposal. And all the issues that were brought up today and all the stakeholder interest comes from that environmental discussion, environmental review. That's where we can have that conversation about fire and water and access and biotic and various other things. Again, we're operating under no ordinance now. To folks commenting on the current legality of it, our current ordinance is not, our set of ordinances actually aren't clear on whether this is prohibited within the county currently. So from an enforcement standpoint, it's not as cut and dry as either you're permitted or not. And so I think that there's a advantage to having a regulatory framework to be able to enforce on issues. Second, if the current iteration of 620 is written where it would just permit 9 potentially without any input from us, I don't think that anybody in the room here is advocating for that either. And so if you want a more restrictive ordinance, if you want it limited to a certain number of sites, if you want a limit on the number of people, et cetera, then that's what we need to try and craft. And so that's what I came forward with today, is saying that what came out of the planning process was not what I felt reflective of the community values, and what I'm proposing is something that allows input that doesn't currently exist. In my conversations with fire, they want to have a seat at the table, and they would through an environmental review process, and they would also, if there was a permitting process, have a review that they don't currently have under the current construct. So all the ones operating now, although the actors seem to be good based on what was said, are not going through any of those review processes. There is no fire oversight in them currently. I think that all of you would want there to be fire oversight over the current actors and any potential future actors. If the board fails to approve any ordinance, that does not happen. So what I'm asking the board today to do is to continue that study and that discussion under a set of parameters that allows for the review. The CEQA environmental initial study, I think, is very important to start this process. And then B, for the board to say what it is that we feel are important components. This isn't exhaustive, but I think that we should limit the total numbers, I'd said previously, to no more than 150, which was the Sempervirens number across the entire county. That we should cap the number of total campsites. Should 620 or some other enabling legislation, if the number changes, pass to no more than 4. We should cap the number of overnight guests that are significantly less than what the state is proposing. We should cap vehicles, which they're silent on. And we should have this on-site management requirement that so many folks are talking about, and other issues here that can continue to be studied. But that would be something that we would put into our set of expectations to do. My concern is that 3, 6, 9 months from now, 2 things happen. One, the board takes no action, and there's a continued expansion that can happen outside of our ordinance with no review, irrespective of 620. B, 620 passes, allowing for functionally 9 by right to occur on a lot of parcels within our area under the current language, of which I don't think there's a single speaker today that wants either one of those things. So that is why I'm proposing today to just start to continue this discussion under the values and constructs that the county wants. Environmental review, limits on the numbers, and all these elements of who gets to have a seat at the table. If we say that we're not prepared to support anything, none of us have a say or a seat at the table anymore. That is a valid position to take. I actually haven't heard anybody say they want less input into the process, but that's what either no action or no ordinance would actually mean on behalf of the county. So I'm prepared to make a motion but remember, this motion is not exhaustive. It's a motion that continues this process. We're not adopting anything today. This is simply a motion that directs all of these elements to continue so that should this, to Supervisor McPherson's point, should the state do something, we would have something in place that, or we'd be prepared further down the road to have something in place that I think would be more reflective of the values. Are you comfortable with me trying to articulate that then, Mr. Chair? Okay.
If you want to at this time, go.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do the best.
Yeah.
I can. So this is, I would move to not accept the staff recommendations and instead to direct the staff to conduct a CEQA initial study of the proposed ordinance for the environmental feedback. To limit, as part of that study, we would limit the total number of permits issued countywide to 150. Should the enabling legislation be adopted at the state level to cap the number of campsites as no more than 4, to have a maximum of 4 overnight guests per campsite and limit to no more than 12 total for each camping area, have a maximum of 2 vehicles allowed per campsite, to have on-site management, which can be defined in different ways. I mean, if there's a single family residence there, that's the on-site manager, but to have an on-site person, which I think has been asked for. To ensure that every LICA has a clearly marked address for public safety. I'm open to, there seems like there's a lot of concern on the generator component. I think that the reality is that there's generators built into an RV, but I think that we should study the elimination of generators. And that any sort of warming or cooking be a small self-contained propane in a designated area with a dispensable space buffer, and a return to the board for further action. As part of this process, though, and part of this environmental process, because there's people that are saying they want additional input, that is what part of this would be. There's going to be stakeholder input from fire, it gets routed, additional, but all of the things that came in as comments are things that are considered as part of an initial study, as reviewed of how this will impact these various elements, whether it be on septic, whether it be water storage, whether it be whether certain areas need to be excluded. I would like to point out, because there was a relatively frequent comment about high fire area exclusion. In my district, that whole section on San Andreas Road right next to the ocean there, that in all those ag fields, they're mapped high fire zone. I mean, it's a pretty extensive area. So how we define it, I think, should be something that is looked at. I'm completely open to not all high fire mapped areas by CAL FIRE are really the same. It's very different, I think, in a high fire area in Bonnie Doon or the San Lorenzo Valley than it may be along an agricultural parcel right at the beach. Whether that's a coastal zone, non-coastal zone designation, I don't know, but I think that that's all part of this review. I think that the point that Ms. Toner raised is very valid. And I think that, but again, the woman who spoke actually today from my district that has one, she's actually in a mapped high fire zone and she lives on an agricultural field right next to Manresa Beach. So I just don't see that as having the same risk as something in the San Lorenzo Valley, but it has the same map designation. And this is the challenge of when you just create a bright line. And then from a policy perspective, you want to not do that. So that is the longest motion I've ever crafted in my entire life. But that is the motion, which is to continue this discussion with under a much more narrow set of parameters so that we can get out ahead of the state action and ensure that all these concerns that people are raising are actually considered. That's my motion.
Supervisor McPherson.
Just making it clear that this does not approve of what we've been discussing or what's been down here or what's been on the floor before. I will second that motion. But we're going to get more fire districts input. We're going to get environmental issues addressed. CEQA, I think it's I don't know if you can say it in 25 words or less, but the way I understand it is that we're going to get much more review. We're not approving the proposal that was before us today by any means. It's going to be the way I see it, it's going to have to be much more restrictive than we have now. And we will have, I hope, the benefit one way or the other of what the state legislation is going to bring forward too.
Correct.
So, I will second the motion.
Okay. I have some questions and comments and a few concerns I want to bring up too. So I just wanted to circle back to this conversation about state law and if it gets passed and what happens as it relates to local ordinances. Because I think one of the things that has come up, my understanding, is that the bill is currently held up with Assembly Appropriations, and a big reason why it's held up there is because there's a large price tag associated with it. And given the state's current budget, it doesn't seem like it's probably going to be a priority given all the other priorities and the budget cuts that are going to occur. And so I'm just curious, if this were to pass at the state level, what does that do in relation to whether we take action today or we take action later? I'm not sure if anybody on staff or county council can answer that question.
Yeah, so I'm not really confident on what the question is. Can you specify more?
Sure. So if we were to take no action today and just continue to monitor the state's bill, and that the state's bill gets passed, does that preclude us or impact us in any way in terms of passing our own ordinance?
I would actually want to go back and actually look at that legislation in more detail before giving you an answer to that question. I would not want to answer that question on the fly, because I would want to actually do a preemption analysis and see whether or not we were preempted one way or another from taking any action based on what the state does. My instinct would be to tell you that local should have a basis on public health, safety, and welfare under our police powers to just ban these entirely if the locals want to ban them entirely. But again, I would want to go back and I would want to actually look at 620 to be able to give you a confident response on that.
Okay. And I say that because of all the concern that's being raised here today. I am also really concerned. I get that we want to move forward with CEQA, and I hear the 150, but I feel like we're going to start getting into nuanced details of, people obviously in my district have said they don't want this. Then where do we put the 150 permits, and where do we do the CEQA analysis? Because are we going to do the CEQA analysis for 5-acre plots of 5 acres or larger for the entire county? And I guess how much would that cost? Given that we don't know where the state's going, and we've heard so much concern with what's being proposed today. So that's my only hesitation. That's one of my hesitations with moving forward with, trying to have something go into effect today. One thing I did see in much of the correspondence, which may help address one of the topics that you brought up, Supervisor Friend, is that Semper Virens, I believe the RBDA letter, and some of the other comments we've had around farm stay, having a farm stay ordinance, actually seems like something that would be compatible with the community. So rather than moving forward with, this low impact camping ordinance, maybe doing something on farm stays where they already have to do environmental review. There's water on site, and there's, less areas where they can that are potential for fires. Maybe that's a good place to start, and then continue to monitor the state bill, because if the state bill doesn't pass, then that gives us an opportunity to really have a more cohesive community conversation around this topic. I think one of the things that came out to me was that while there were certain stakeholder groups that were reached out to, it didn't seem like that included community groups. So I brought this to the Rural Bonnie Doon Association's attention because I was concerned whether they had heard about it, and they said no. And so they invited me up to give a presentation. I don't know if that, if the Valley Women's Club was contacted or some of the other groups in the other districts that are community-based stakeholders, but the people who are living in these areas are the stakeholders that I'm most concerned about. Not so much, the nonprofits and other folks. Like, those are people we need to reach out to as well. But the community and the people who live in these areas where these, campsites are going to be proposed, that's like the number one group of people we need to be engaging with and talking with to ensure that their concerns are addressed and that they're aware of what's happening. And I think that's why a lot of people from Bonnie Doon showed up here today, because I brought it to their attention. We had a conversation, and at the end, it was like, well, you guys need to come and express your concerns. And so I think there needs to be more of that, and maybe a process can be built around that. But I just feel a little, I'm a little concerned with, starting to say a maximum of 2 vehicles and all these, really identifying and putting numbers on requirements that would go into potentially an ordinance without being able to have a longer discussion about it and this kind of community input. So I guess I'd be comfortable with, if we don't want to go do farm stays, that we continue to monitor this item and really have staff engage with the insurance commissioner in particular, because one of my biggest concerns is that we implement camping and we implement some kind of what's called low impact camping, which I don't agree with that, but we impact this kind of program and the insurance companies pick up on it and people start getting dropped, even more so than they're getting dropped right now. And, I think it's just, we need to really reflect on the fact that we live in a completely different world where we're having more severe fires. Climate change is something that's significantly impacting our environment, and the environments that we have within our community are really going to be susceptible and sensitive to these changes. And then furthermore, I think the environmental review is important, especially because of the fact that, to Supervisor Koenig's point, into a report that was produced by Chris Wilmers out of UCSC, who lives in Bonnie Doon, having fragmented habitat for many species, in particular pumas, has very significant impacts on their ranges and their ability to survive within our environments. And so the more that we fragment this habitat and we put people in these species habitats, whether it's day or night, is going to have an impact on those animals to be able to thrive in our environments. And then we also did get a letter from the city of Santa Cruz. They have concerns around impacts to the watershed. And then I think in general, just the fact that we experience droughts at times, and with increased population, that can lead to increased draw on resources. And what does that lead to in terms of impact on being able to provide people with water? There's just so many factors here to consider that I think that we need to really, maybe give staff an opportunity to have some conversations with the insurance commissioner, monitor the bill, bring it back at the first meeting in September after the deadline for action to have been taken on the Senate bill, and then we can see where we can go from there. So no, we can't, because there might be differences in opinion, and we need to be respectful. So that's just where I'm coming from in terms of how I can move forward with this today. So
I just want clarity on this, because you said a few things that I want to make sure they were different things. You had supported an environmental review, but that would require this direction today for the environmental review. The reason for the parameters was for the environmental review, which was it becomes significantly more complicated to do an initial study if we don't restrict what we're talking about, hence the 150 sites. And so it isn't about drafting an ordinance. It's about these are the parameters by which the initial study would be done that would then come back to us to consider an ordinance. If we left it as is, then they have to do an initial study on the much broader framework, which is probably, based on the email or the letter that we got from council in the community, would be very difficult to quantify. So that's what we're actually, the motion wasn't to draft an ordinance. The motion was to do an initial study with these parameters. So if you're supportive of the environmental, that's why I've created these parameters for them to look at as just elements to help restrict just to make it more concrete of what to study.
And I understand that. I think that my comfort and what I'm kind of hearing from the community is that you know, and I guess actually I'll speak for myself on this one, which is that, you know, the state law, it's not clear where the state law is going. And it seems like we might be getting out in front of state law with no certainty that it's actually going to pass. And actually the fact that it's been held up in appropriations makes me feel as if there's a likelihood that it won't pass. And so I guess my comfort zone is really taking some of these questions and concerns that were raised today, in particular around insurance and how these types of programs are going to impact insurance, having our staff go have conversations with the insurance commissioner, maybe hearing more about what the potential impacts are and concerns are with our fire districts, working with staff to identify resources, because we currently, you know, we just went through our budget period and we didn't allocate any resources towards this kind of program. And then watching what the state does. And after the deadline of August 31st, we can bring this back at the first meeting in September. And if there's a desire to move forward at that point in time, you know, we also can provide staff with some time to speak to the different communities of how many of these programs they would be okay with. Because if we're talking about 150 sites, my question is, well, where? And right now, I don't think we have any idea of where those 150 sites would be. So I think I guess where I'm coming from is I think there's a little bit more work that needs to be done, and we can have staff engage in conversations. We can have staff engage with the community. We can have other conversations with, you know, in terms of what resources are available, and we can have a better sense of what's happening at the state so that when we come back to have this conversation again in September, there's clear direction of if we're going to move forward with SECO, where is that? If we're going to move forward with identifying the number of vehicles or the number of campsites or what have you, we have a better sense of what people will be comfortable with and whether or not it's going to have an impact on people's insurance and where, you know, surrounding what these campsites are occurring.
I agree with all these points. I mean, just for what it's worth, I did contact the insurance commissioner's office in advance of this whole process. They did not, I mean, we had a very different conversation than Mr. Gibbs did, apparently. I mean, they expressed no issue with the bill and no issue with what we were proposing here. And this was a conversation that we had, just for what it's worth. But irrespective of that, what's being proposed is one, right? It's actually one campsite per, unless there's enabling legislation that were to increase it. That's what the actual ordinance that's before us today is that you would have one, because that falls under the state requirement of two or more that would require the state permit. But my only concern is that we're asking, I'm comfortable with tabling this and having that conversation, but staff needs direction of what conversation they're having. So when I've spoke to fire, they expressed less concern about 150, but if staff can't give a number to them as to what we're considering, then they were opposed to the proposed ordinance. They briefly, in my conversations with them in the hallway today, were less concerned with the more narrow thing. And so I would at least like to provide staff with direction of, as they do this stakeholder outreach that you're asking about and the ag component, that there's an understanding that what's moving forward, what the board is saying is that we're looking for something significantly more restrictive than what came through today. Does that make sense? I mean, they need to have some direction. Otherwise, they're having a conversation based on the exact same thing. And we're not talking about the same thing anymore. We're talking about something much more restrictive.
I think that's what the listening tour is for. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
You know, I think we haven't heard too much from San Lorenzo Valley, Felton, the Summit, Santa Cruz Mountains, Mount Madonna in my area. And so I think a listening tour would be vital to get, you know, they've heard what we've proposed. And if they can go out there and get this listening tour from us, I think that'll lead us in the right direction. And I think that if we hear the conversations from the fire chiefs as well, make them part of the conversation, not during CEQA, because all is said and done during CEQA, but during this listening tour, make them part of this, what they call the stakeholders meeting, right? And make them part of this conversation. I think that's where we can get our direction. Because we can't just craft it and say, this is it, right?
We weren't
input.
Yeah, we weren't doing that actually. Okay, I think that we're reaching a consensus about continuing the conversation. I'm just trying to since we're asking our staff to do more work, I'm trying to make their life easier by giving them parameters of the discussion. Because I think that's important. Okay. So I'm trying to get some guidance on that from my colleagues.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe let me see if I can try to draft this up. Sorry, Supervisor Koenig, go ahead.
I'll offer a substitute motion.
Actually, I'll just withdraw the motion. I think that's fine so that we can start fresh. Go ahead.
All right. I will. So I'll move that if SB 620 passes, staff return to us with the county's legal options under the new state regulatory framework. Also, that they would bring back to us the estimated cost of a CEQA analysis under the parameters similar to those proposed by Supervisor Friend today, and with feedback from the Insurance Commissioner's Office.
Stakeholders?
Well, I mean, obviously this would, kick off a new round of public input.
What was the last item?
So legal options, estimated cost of the CEQA analysis that would be embarking on with parameters similar to those proposed by similar Supervisor Friend today, and feedback from the Insurance Commissioner's Office. Just kind of, again, I think that we should really only take action if we have to, because SB 620 passes, right? And so that's what I'm saying. If it does, let's look at this again in terms of our legal options, the cost of engaging with the CEQA analysis with these kinds of parameters, and feedback from the Insurance Commissioner's Office on a program such as this.
Through the chair, if I can, real quick. So I want to just get clarification on that, if I could, from the board. So in that motion, then staff would not begin any of the outreach until we know the fate of 620? Is that's
what I'm proposing, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll second the motion. Yeah, I think between then and now, it'd probably be good to start those conversations with the insurance commissioner on just the LICA program in general. And here's, being able to present to them, here's what was proposed by staff. We've had some concerns from the community, and obviously we've heard many of those today around the high fire zones, of very high fire. So if we exclude those zones, what does it mean? But I think really trying to get a sense from the insurance commissioner's office around what impacts these kinds of programs will have on people getting dropped by their insurance is just paramount to us even being able to move forward with any conversation of whether it's 150 or 2 campsites or 1 campsite or X amount of cars. I mean, we really need to understand, regardless of, acreage and what we're trying to do, what's the impact that this can have on people's on people's insurance in terms of the neighbors and the people who are hosting. I also think it would be good, and maybe this can be a friendly amendment, but we also ask about what kind of insurance requirements should we have for people who are hosting hip campers? Because I can only imagine that because they're going to take on the liability of the individuals on their property, and if those individuals damage other properties around them, sensitive habitats, what have you, that they're going to need to be insured, because I don't think Hip Camp's going to be here if a fire starts and people's property is burned down, right? And so, I'm comfortable with that if that's...
Yeah, certainly. I'm happy to consider that as a friendly amendment, or include that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Supervisor, can I ask a clarifying point? If 620 passes and staff is doing this legal options and cost parameter work around CEQA, it's with Supervisor Friend's version of the changes that would be made, as opposed to what's presently the work that the staff presently did. I just want to make sure that's clear. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I included in the motion.
Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to be clear to folks that Supervisor.
I was going to say anything. Sorry.
I was going to say that just to be clear to folks, we're not adopting anything today. I think that we really heard from you all about your concerns, which is why we're really going to watch the state bill. We'll get some estimated costs based on the recommendations, the bullet points that are brought forward by Supervisor Friend and Supervisor McPherson. It still doesn't commit us to moving forward with any program. And I think the conversation with the insurance commissioner will better inform how these types of camping programs will impact people's insurance and whether or not people are going to get dropped. But this is continuing the conversation. And so my assumption is that if this bill passes on, depending on what happens on the bill after or by August 31st, then we will be having this conversation again, either at the first meeting in September or at the second meeting in September. So stay tuned, but we're not adopting the ordinance today. We're really trying to provide an opportunity to get more input to determine how this is going to move forward. And so with that, I'll turn it to the clerk. If there's no more comments, turn it to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Chair, if I may, just one clarifying question for the maker of the motion. Was a report back date established, or are we still undecided?
No, it's just simply once we have clarity on what has happened with SB 620.
Okay.
So one point of clarification from staff. So we talked about if 620 passes, what if it does not? What would we do there? Would we be
I think
potentially no action? What is the foreseeable action?
It requires 620 to be passed for you to have to do any more work. Yeah, right now.
Okay. Thank you.
And I guess I would maybe say if a date is necessary, maybe the second meeting in September, because if nothing passes by the deadline, which is August 31st, then it'll give staff time to, well, I guess there won't be a report back. But if it does pass, then that can give you some time to synthesize everything and get the report in on time, because it could pass in July. And so since we don't know, let's use the last date for it to pass, August 31st, as that kind of cutoff. That sounds good. Cool. All right. With that, I'll turn it to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson. And Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all for joining us today and for providing your input, and we'll continue to see how this pans out the state. Thank you.